Tell everyone to prepare to exit subspace. I nodded as I sat down in the chair. Now more than ever, I could feel the weight of my responsibilities. I did not belong to any single power, but I was fighting for the freedom of all the races. And as it stands, I was the only one able to do so. From what Maeve had told me, their doppelganger plan kicked in at the very beginning of this war. It might be that the reason why none of the other races had been willing to send reinforcements was because they had already been replaced at the time. Once the chaos settles from their plan being revealed, we might finally be able to get some help in our fight. That seemed like an entirely possible theory. After all, the only races that answered the call were those that had not been infiltrated, with the exception of the Havash, who don't have much interest in space travel in the first place. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't even have a single ship that could possibly be contributed to this fight for their own defense, let alone to help us strike back. John? A female voice snapped me out of my thoughts, and I looked to the left to find Maeve standing there. She was wearing a blue and white dress that had been made for her after she arrived. Everything okay? I nodded my head to her. Just thinking about everything that's happened until now. Everyone has come a long way, haven't they? Maeve smiled gently, nodding her head. They have. My people had almost given up on exploring other stars before you arrived. Now we have begun to terraform new worlds, wielding power spoken only in legend. Had someone told me 10 years ago that I would be working with aliens to save my people from certain doom, I would have had them confined for their own safety. She thought about something and then laughed. Cycle, we have even changed our way of life on a global scale. Because you arrived, we were able to learn what the cycle really is. It may have just been the passed-down delusions of our ancestors' beliefs, but to us, it was as real as the sun in the sky. There are many among us who feel that these new gods are an affront to what we have always known, but at the same time, there is no way to fight it. Most simply accepted the gods as part of the cycle. And you? I asked curiously, looking to the High Queen, who smiled mysteriously. I believe in my faith. Faith without reason is ignorance, but reason without faith is cruelty. These gods you introduced to us do not contradict the cycle. All it means is that we were thinking too small. We glimpsed the nature of the universe, like a word on a single page, and thought we knew the whole book. Now that we have seen the rest of the page, why should we reject it? The page has always been there, waiting to be read, but we were simply too blind in our faith. Maeve then turned her head to look forward, as if she could directly see the passing stars as we flew by them. Just imagine what we will learn when we turn the page again. What new wonders we will see. What long-held truths will be rewritten. All because we learn more of the universe's truths. I couldn't help but laugh lightly when she finished, earning me an annoyed look from the elf. I never took you for a philosopher, Maeve. She grinned wryly at that, shaking her head. You forget, John. I have ruled over the elves longer than you have been alive. Don't underestimate what one can understand when given that time, especially when one has little to do but think. Compared to the other races we have found, the elves are exceptionally long-lived. Although we are few in number, we still have those centuries of wisdom. I nodded my head slightly at that. I guess you're right. How are the talks with the other queens, now that everyone knows you haven't been yourself lately? A look of sorrow flashed by before Maeve collected herself. I had many things to apologize for, but they were understanding. My only regret is that the enemy discovered my recovery too soon, and removed themselves from my friends list. There are items that can be bought from the market to track friends, but since they removed themselves from the list, that is no longer possible. They must have been using the friends list to send orders to the doppelgangers. Probably the best method, since the system messages are undetectable and untraceable, as far as I know at least. Well, we still have plenty to go on, so it's not like we have to stay on the defensive anymore. It was at this time that the ship lightly shook, a sign of it exiting subspace. Maeve gave a small smile when she saw her homeworld displayed on the monitor ahead, her body relaxing. I know, John, but for right now, I just feel like it is good to be back home. With that, Maeve turned to leave the bridge, while I began the procedures to have us docked with one of the stations that had been constructed in the system. We could theoretically just teleport everyone to the surface, but it always felt more natural to dock the ship and set off on foot. Besides, rules are rules. Being the hero of the galaxy won't change that. Soon after Maeve left, Sharon and Yin walked out onto the bridge, standing on either side of me. Well, ready to go? Sharon asked with a mischievous smile. For a moment, I searched through my memory to make sure that I hadn't made any other promises that she could be referring to. She must have understood from my expression because she giggled. You've got your report to hand in, don't you? I haven't actually been with you to any of these meetings before, but this seems like one I don't want to miss. On the other side of me, I could catch Yin nodding slightly. It seemed she shared the sentiment of wanting to watch me embarrass myself in front of the representatives to every world. Well, too bad. I had Celeste email it to them once we dropped out of subspace. Sharon's face showed clear disappointment, but she could only sigh and shake her head. You can take the fun out of everything, can't you? I try my best, I answered with a smile, reaching up and grabbing her hand gently. You can't take the fun out of a holy threesome. Shut up, Malfan. You're ruining the moment. I did my best to ignore the horny god, refusing to imagine whatever escapades he could be currently up to. Chapter 32. Reunions. Thank you very much for your efforts. A tall, scaled humanoid spoke to me after we docked. This was Cal Thorm, the lead representative for the Drakes in the Alliance. He, naturally, was one of the people that had been abducted in the new Human Empire's plot. Like many of the others, he stopped to thank me as he disembarked from the ship. I gave him a polite nod, not wanting to take too much of either his or my time. If I stopped to have a full conversation with each and every diplomat we brought back, I'd be here for days. Politicians are not known for being short-spoken on any world. Thankfully, he was the last one to leave the ship, so I was able to find a nearby bench to sit down on, lean back and relax. Celeste, how is the progress for the Deus Ex figuring out that warp device? I sent a mental message, not really feeling the energy to talk anymore after seeing everyone off. Give me just a minute, and I'll get their report. The reply came back fairly quickly, and I only had to wait a short while before she continued. They are having some difficulties as it involves new science that they haven't even touched yet. Subspace is a pretty new concept for them, and this goes a step beyond that. You could consider it subspace, I guess? Strictly following the blueprints, they think they can have a prototype ready within a week. But if they do that without first understanding the science behind it, they won't know what to do if something goes wrong. Okay, no rush then. Let's not try to end up in the void between galaxies, or worse, in the middle of a black hole. Though this is somewhat good news. If the combined minds of the Deus Ex still haven't solved the problem, then I doubt the new human empire would be any closer. Agreed. So what's the plan from here, Captain? She asked in a serious tone, her voice bouncing around in my skull a bit as I thought it over. Well, we have some targets to go after now, and there is always the chance that they could pull up their roots by the time we get there if we delayed. was hoping that the Deus Ex would be finished with their prototype of the new device so that we could accelerate things. But that does not look like it will be possible. Instead, I want to see if we can get some much-needed upgrades for the Ariadne before we set out. Although we had survived our last few encounters with the New Human Empire, that was when they did not know where we were going to be attacking. There was at least the remote possibility that they had a contingency list of planets that each person had been to, so that they could fortify the defenses around those bases if that person was compromised. If we were to get into a big fight with more than 3 or 4 ships, our losses would not be small. I also want to see if we can get any support from the other races, now that their representatives are back where they should be. Sounds fair. What kind of upgrades do you want for the Ariadne? You could possibly just do most of them through the system, right? I had almost forgotten about the existence of the ship upgrade menu, mostly because we were having trouble coming up with new designs for systems to improve. We could go with theoretical technology, but that would lead to the same problems of not understanding if something broke down. Something that can counter what the New Human Empire has been throwing at us. They don't seem to use physical weapons like missiles or cannons, so we can create specialized laser defenses. As for those shields, I'm not sure what kind of weapons we could create to counter that. They take a moment to deploy after detecting an incoming attack, so a small bit of the first barrage always gets through. But that's not really enough to launch a decisive attack. The only way would be to have an antimatter cannon. Sadly, the production of antimatter requires too many resources to create actual artillery shells out of it. Even the Qlopti that made the positron cannon can only make beams of positrons. As for antiprotons or antineutrons, and the ability to fuse them into the molecules we want, that's beyond us. What about a different approach? Instead of destroying the ship in that first strike, we destroy the crew? Something like an airborne toxin that would quickly spread. It's not exactly the most humane course of action, using biological weapons. But given the scenario, it was our best choice. Either way, we are killing the crew. It's just a matter of how we do so and how many of our own people have to die in the process. I can see if any of our allies can come up with something. Maybe the elves or the kleptids will be able to help out there. But it will take time. So we'll have to stay here for a bit if we want to rely on them for that. I furrowed my brows, wanting to ask how long we'd need to stay here. But of course, there was no way that Celeste could know the answer to that before she even asked if they were able to do it. All right. Tell the crew that we're going to stay for a while. They can have shore leave if they want. Finally, I got up, wanting to head to another part of the station. I had promised Sharon and Yin that we would meet up after the delegates had all been sent away. Had it not been for my complete and utter lack of energy, I would already be there. To my surprise, they were not alone when I found them. Sitting next to the two of them at a small restaurant built into the station, a petite woman with platinum hair and red eyes was chatting happily. It took me a moment to recognize her because she was not wearing the flashy dress, and instead wore a tight-fitting brown dress. There he is. Hey, John. Talia waved at me from beside the two girls, drawing their attention to me. I waved back, a bit surprised at this new side of Talia. It's not that I haven't heard her sound excited about things over the system calls, but I had never quite seen it in person, at least not to the degree that she would drop the queen demeanor. Wasn't expecting to see you here. Oh, is that a problem? She asked curiously, glancing to the two girls. Were you hoping for a date or something? Well, kind of, yes. It's all right. So what brings you to this corner of the orbit? Talia looked around a moment more, before sulking into her chair. Aunt Maeve said we were going to meet here, and I saw your friends were already here when I arrived. Don't suppose you know where she is?" That's weird. I was fairly sure that Maeve was the first to disembark after we arrived at the station. "Celeste, can you run a quick scan to find the location of the High Queen? I really don't want her to have gotten kidnapped right after we got here." A reply came less than a minute later. "Found her. Don't worry, she's fine. She's heading your way now. It just looks like she had to make a stop first." Her voice sounded more relaxed than it had when we were talking about our plans for the future, so I assumed it wasn't anything bad. "Celeste says she's on her way," I reassured Talia, who let out a long sigh of relief. Apparently she had the same worries that I had. "So, excited to get her back?" Talia gave a small nod. "That easy to tell?" She gave her oddly green drink a sip before continuing. "Even though there has been a Maeve here all along, it doesn't feel like it was our Aunt Maeve. At the time, things seemed normal, so we couldn't tell. But now that we know, it feels like we haven't seen her in months. We want to make sure that she has a pleasant welcome back." And the queenly demeanor has returned. Guess Talia really was worried about Maeve getting kidnapped while she wasn't looking. Well, at least it's all sorted out now. And it looks like we are going to be staying here for a little while. Sharon and Yin quickly turned to look at me when I said that, questioning expressions on their faces. As such, I explained before they started fighting over who should ask first. We aren't ready to handle the bigger encounters with the new human empire, so we need to stay for a bit to get everything we need. I already went over the details of what we need with Celeste, but until everything is caught up, we are on shore leave. "What? But we are just starting to pick up momentum. We can't sit back and do nothing now," Sharon protests, looking disappointed that we weren't going to be going out and blowing up more bases. "We've only fought small parties so far. The only time we actually fought with our assault ships, we lost one of our own. If we hit a world where they are expecting us, our entire fleet could get wiped out. We need defenses that can actually resist their attacks, and weapons that can actually hurt them." It looked like she wanted to argue more after that, but she lowered her head in defeat. "Don't worry, I have no intention of us giving them an easy win. But if we follow up with our attack right now to try to catch them before they can prepare, we'll only be throwing ourselves against an iron wall. Remember that they have the warp gates to move between their own worlds." Sharon nodded her head slightly, while Yin reached over to pat her shoulder. "We'll get them," she said quietly, drawing a smile from the other girl. "Okay," Sharon finally agreed. "But we shouldn't be here long enough for your grove to finish evolving. That's still a couple months away, right?" I nodded and she continued. "I saw what happened the last time your grove had a growth spurt, so we can't be anywhere near an inhabited planet when it decides that it is time to wake up." I completely agree. Besides, 2 months is much longer than I had any plans of waiting. I'm not eager to continue this war, but I do want to end it, even if a day sooner. Leaving an enemy of that size out there just doesn't sit well with me, especially now that we know that they are being backed by an actual god. "What's this about gods?" A voice came from behind me, and I turned to find Maeve standing there. In her arms was a stuffed animal, looking like a giant rabbit with saber-toothed tiger fangs. Evil rabbit. Very evil rabbit. The stuffed animal was half as big as she was, so she was hugging it to her chest as she carried it along. "Wanted to stop and pick up a present first." Maeve stepped past me, moving over towards Talia, whose cheeks were starting to redden more with every step the High Queen took. When she arrived in front of her, Maeve set the rabbit toy down in front of Talia, and then bowed deeply at the waist. "Talia, I'm sorry for everything my double did. for leaving you alone so long to handle things alone, and for costing you your life-saving treasures." Talia rapidly looked left and right, as if to assess how many people were witnessing her embarrassing moment. Please stop. Get up. You apologized already over the calls. Really, there's no need to go this far. We understand. And we never really liked that dress anyways." Nevertheless, she did slowly reach down and pick up the rabbit toy, hugging it to her chest. "We are just glad that you are back. Everything else, it was not your choice." As if it would hide her from the world, she buried her head in the neck of the evil rabbit plushie. Maeve looked up at the sight, her eyes watering. However, a small smile appeared on her face, and she stepped forward to embrace Talia in a tight hug. "I'm back." Talia choked out a cry of her own, nodding her head against the toy. "Welcome back." I felt a soft smile appear on my lips as I watched the reunion between the two queens. At least something seemed to be going well in the world. Chapter 33. Conference and Convenience. I took a deep breath before tightly grasping the metallic orb in my living quarters. This was the device the leaders of the various races had purchased from the system market in order to conduct meetings over large distances. The moment my grip tightened on it, I felt a strange sensation pulling at my mind. Afterwards, the metal sphere was placed down on the floor, where it emitted a bright light. It was the equivalent of a holographic cell phone, except that it could potentially work over any distance. As the multicolored lights swarmed around my room, the scenery changed into a black landscape. Around me stood over a dozen figures from various races, the diplomatic leaders of the different worlds. I was familiar with most of them, but there were a couple of new faces. The first to speak was the Fairy King, it. "John Hewlett, you know why you have been called to stand here today?" His wings were a mix of pink and black, looking like those of a butterfly, though he stood nearly 5 feet tall. His build was slim, a childlike face similar to what was common among his race. I merely nodded my head. "This is about my request for reinforcements." I had submitted the report as soon as we arrived in the Garen system, and naturally had requested reinforcements. Now that the various governments were back and under proper management, it should not be too difficult of a request. had nodded his head, but a black-skinned woman next to him, standing nearly 7 feet tall with sharp horns poking out of her head, spoke. This was one of the new representatives, someone whose name I didn't know. "That's right. We have spoken on this matter in length." Her face held a vicious expression, but I did not pay it any mind. She was of the demon race, and their faces were actually like that naturally. It took a great deal of effort for them to have what would pass as normal expressions. However, her next word surprised me. "After reviewing all of the data on the enemy, we have come to a conclusion. At this time, we are unable to offer any support to your cause." My shock must have been obvious, because Maeve spoke up next, with a troubled voice. "Don't be mistaken. It is not that we do not wish to help. It's just our level of technology is far below a standard where we would be of assistance. If we pooled all of our resources together, we might be able to afford a decent ship from the market, but we would have nobody familiar with the systems to man it. Using our own technology, it is unlikely we could do anything more than getting in your way." As she spoke, several of the other leaders also nodded their heads. Duha looked at her for a moment before sighing loudly. "However, we are willing to offer what little aid we can. Though this cannot come in the form of a ship and crew, there are other things that we can assist with. Aye, a short pot-bellied humanoid said. He was Tulin, appointed leader of the dwarven race. Each of us have a field we're good at. Give us a week, boy, and we'll get you some design for your ship that should help. After Tulin, it was again Maeve that spoke. Aside from that, we have come to an agreement. Although none of our ships are strong enough to help, and none of us possess the technology to do so on our own, there is something else that can be done. Each of us have agreed to creating a ship together, one that would have the strength of every race. We can't make any promises on when it will be done, but once it is, we'll send it to help. I could only nod my head. Honestly, I was a little disappointed that I wasn't getting any backup. But the reasons that they provided were all valid. Aside from the Deus Ex and the Culopti, both technologically superior races, it wasn't likely that any of the others would have the ability to hurt a new human empire ship. The only thing that they'd do would be to add to the number of possible targets. I guessed that I was just hoping they had made new advancements since this all began, which would help them catch up to where we needed them to be. Maybe this new ship that they were working on would fit that bill. Maybe not. It might not even be finished before this whole war was over. Still, the fact that they were at least doing something to help was a sign of improvement. Before, whether it was sending ships to aid me or helping me come up with new technologies, none of the other governments had offered help. I understand. I hope that the process goes well. Until we get the upgrades we need for a prolonged battle, my fleet will be staying in the Garen system. That will give plenty of time for the designs you mentioned. After that, I was dismissed. I could see an apologetic look on Maeve's face, but I didn't mind it. With a nod, I picked up the metal sphere from the ground and placed it back on the table. The holographic environment quickly disappeared, returning the scenery to the normal living quarters from the Ariadne. Looks like things are going to slow down for a little while. I heard Celeste's voice enter my mind as I sat back down. Yeah, I nodded in reply. Check to see if there are any dungeons or boss monsters that we could use for training in this system. Even if it wouldn't be enough to train me, some of the crew could still benefit at least. I received a brief confirmation from my mental passenger before she asked a question. And what about you? Any plans for the next week or two? I let out a brief sigh as I thought about it. Honestly, there was nothing incredibly pressing for me to do. I had already updated my gear as much as I could right now. There wasn't anything on the market that I could afford that seemed like it would help me get stronger. With my ring and staff, my affinities would naturally grow on their own no matter what I did. Maybe I could come up with a new technique or something? Even after my lessons with my mother and Kismet, most of my strategy relied on pure blast of elemental energy, or brute force control. I was still struggling to create my own techniques. At times, I wondered what good it was to have a special technique like that when you had sufficient control. However, Celeste would always patiently give me the same answer. A practice technique can bring out more power than pure control, with less energy used. Although it requires an initial investment of time to create, it can mean the difference between life and death. Compared to the difference between a street thug and a martial artist, they both throw their fist around, but one does so in a practiced manner to release even more power. There wasn't much I could say to argue with that logic. Truthfully, the only reason that I had never bothered creating new techniques was that I had never met anyone that had a high enough degree of control over any of my elements that pure control wouldn't work. And if it didn't work, I would always have a backup to save the day. However, I couldn't follow those rules anymore. The opponent that I was challenging next was a god. Even if they weren't an elemental god, their strength should be something beyond what the current me can handle. Maybe they could shatter planets with a punch, or ignore blasts from even the largest weapons. No matter what, I needed to improve, and I only had 3 ways of doing that. 1, I had to create new techniques to use. 2, I could learn or improve some of my skills. And 3, waiting for my grove to evolve. The last method was unreliable because I didn't know what kind of power I would get from this new evolution. As for skills, a new skill likely wouldn't be enough to help me out, whereas the current ones I have aren't easy to train anymore. You're just procrastinating because you don't want to try to think up a new technique, aren't you? Yes, I am, I answered Celeste calmly, recognizing that I only really had one choice. But what kind of technique did I want? Ideally, I'd like something that I could combine with the others, like a combination move. But those are difficult to train, to say the least, and impractical. What would I do if one of them wasn't able to do their part? John, stop procrastinating. I don't wanna. Yes, I was being childish. Was I going to stop? Probably not. Well, I could evolve my puppet body power. I thought back to my only real self-created ability. With a thought, wind and fire formed in the middle of the room, forming a hazy outline of a body. Fires were lit up in the eyes, mouth, and hair, while wind densely swirled to create the rest of the body. How are you going to do that? Celeste asked, somewhat doubtfully. To be honest, I wasn't exactly sure myself. I knew what the best-case scenario would be, but it wasn't currently possible. I want to make them complete. Having to control each one in a battle is too distracting, even when I split my mind. If I am able to create a consciousness and make their body self-sustaining, I could create my own army of elementals. Celeste seemed to nod in my head. Okay, then what about storing them? I'm sure you don't want to have a tornado walking around the ship all the time. At that, I could only smile bitterly. That's the problem. I would like to keep them in my grove so that I can just bring them out when I need to. But with my grove on the brink of evolution, that's impossible. Whatever I send in there would just be destroyed before it ever saw any use. All right, I get that. What about a magic item? Could you store their consciousness inside of a magic item, and then push it into the body when you summoned it? I wasn't entirely sure what it was, but Celeste's words struck something, giving me an idea. Celeste, has anyone ever told you that you are a genius? Not nearly often enough, was her quick reply as I got up and made my way to my crafting room. What did I do this time? Never mind right now. Tell me, do you have any monoconductive metals? Mithril or calcum, whatever you can gather up? I had an idea this time, and I was rather relieved when I discovered that Celeste wasn't directly scanning my mind to find out what it was. Let me check with my main body. There was a brief period of silence while I finished walking to the crafting room. Right now, Priscilla wasn't here, so she was likely off somewhere keeping either Sharon or one of the other crew members company. Okay, I've got less than half a kilogram of mithril throughout my grove, but that's it. Everything else has already been used up. Great, can I borrow about half of that? I wasn't entirely sure how much I needed, but I knew it wasn't a lot. And ask your kids if any of them would like to be the god of their own little world? There was a small gasp in my mind, as Celeste instantly understood what I meant to do with this plan. I'll go check right now, but are you sure that would work without giving them a Deus Ex body? I nodded my head confidently. There are a few important aspects to possessing a grove. The most important two are a mind and a soul. The grove integrates directly into the soul, while the mind controls it. Theoretically, an item could be made to have a grove without a mind, but it'd basically just be a bag of holding. If you have a soul and a mind, the next important thing is mana control. That can be easily done as long as I enchant the item to have that properly. Finally, there are the basic elements. Again, those can be simply enchanted into an item. Once all those components are gathered, you just need the elemental seeds. I can easily make those at any time. Celeste listened to my explanation before offering her opinion. Okay, but the starting grove is so small. You can't store an army in there. And before you suggest it, you can't just teach the item soul to make them, because that would deplete the grove even faster. I know. But we aren't in enough of a rush that we need the grove developed right away. Besides, don't we already have the perfect item to gather as much mana as we needed to develop a grove quickly? There was a pause from Celeste at that, as she understood what I meant. Chapter 34. The Inanimate Druid. Soon Celeste walked into my crafting room carrying a small chunk of silvery rock. Naturally, it had yet to be refined, but I could take care of that. Any volunteers? I asked, looking at her. She gave me a slight nod, but seemed hesitant. Let me take a look at the item before you put them into it. I don't want there to be any mistakes here. I could understand her worry, as these were technically her children. Even if I was giving one the chance to gain a new life, it could all tumble out of control with just one wrong slip. Even if people only looked at AI children like you would look at an orphan, how quickly would you offer up that orphan for a 50-50 chance at mini-godhood or death? All right, I accepted her condition easily, and caused the mithril ore to float out of her hands. Using my control of the elements, I quickly identified the impurities, removing them from the stone before shaping it into 10 small rings. Each ring would represent one possible attempt to get the enchantment right. First, I began to establish the enchantment circle. This would probably have the most varied components out of the ones I had done so far, due to needing so many elements. Because I wanted to include more than just the basic few elements into the grove eventually to support elemental constructs with more possibilities than just those, I included a total of 10 Gather Elemental Mana enchantments. The elements included were fire, water, earth, wind, light, dark, lightning, plant, animal, and metal. With this combination, I should be able to create a stable grove that can support almost any constructs I want to put in it. After all, it would suck if I put a lightning elemental into the world, and it died out because of losing energy. Now with that taken care of, I included a mana manipulation enchantment. Normally, something like this would be useless on an item, because it is designed to enable the item itself to manipulate mana more effectively, not the person using it. If anything, it uses up extra enchantment space in the aura to slightly reduce the cost of using the item's abilities. But if I give the item its own soul and its own mind, then it should allow it to manipulate mana like any normal person. From the pile of 10 rings, I grabbed one at random and placed it into the center of the large enchantment circle. Then I began infusing my mana into the circle itself. Because this was such delicate work, I did not allow the enchantment circle to take control of the mana to do the work for me. Instead, I constantly monitored the flow of energy, keeping it in check. When the enchantment began to be absorbed into the ring, I strengthened my control of it. This was a crucial step, as I had to arrange the enchantments in such a way that I would be able to fit the AI's mind into it when I was done. And in order to make sure that the AI would be able to safely use all of the item's powers, I had to place that particular enchantment as close to the center as absolutely possible. However, perhaps my control of the mana had been a bit too strict. Just as the enchantment was beginning to settle in, and the flow of magic started to finalize itself in the ring, small cracks began forming along the outside of the ring itself. Then, with a quiet snap, the ring split apart in half. Just as I was being thankful that the damage was low enough that I could simply reforge the ring, it began glowing red hot, then stopped immediately and cracked again, then started glowing before it erupted into a small burst of wind. As each piece hit the ground, they fell through the shadows, never to be seen again. Okay, that's probably the weirdest enchanting failure I've seen before. Shaking my head, I looked over the enchantment circle to make sure that I did not need to make any revisions before grabbing the next in line of rings to begin work on. 1 down, 9 to go. So, John, Celeste spoke up, grabbing my attention before I could get started with this ring. Yeah? Why did you want to give this ring its own mind? If you made it a soul-bound item like your armor, then wouldn't you be able to control it like a second grove? She looked honestly curious when she asked that, but I couldn't blame her. I hadn't actually thought about doing it that way. However, there were a couple of flaws in the idea that would prevent it from being viable. Well, didn't really cross my mind, but pretty sure it wouldn't work. If we make it a soul-bound item, that means it would be merged with my soul and thus my grove. The whole reason we're doing this is because my grove can't be used. Also, I wanted to be able to give the item to someone else in case of emergencies, and tell the constructs to obey the wearer of the ring. 1 ring to rule them all, eh? Celeste asked with a grin, but I only turned to look at her with curiosity. Never mind. Shaking my head, I got back to work. This time, when the mana came into contact with the ring, I allowed my control of it to relax slightly, though still made sure to provide enough room within the enchantment for the mind to be placed. Though, now that you mention it, this would be a good way to quickly cheat and give someone a grove of their own. If we soulbind one of these rings to them, could potentially mass-produce groves. Celeste waited to speak until I was relaxing my control of the mana again, waiting to see if this was a success or failure. True, but doing it that way would present a problem of its own. Bypassing the initial cultivation lessons means that they would only ever be able to use the elements that were put into the ring at the start. They'd still have to learn to cultivate mana on their own. I nodded, agreeing with that assessment. I made sure to keep a close eye on the ring, waiting to see if there was any unusual reaction. This time, I also made sure to spread out my senses to track the elemental mana of the surroundings. Like I expected, I found it slowly pouring into the ring. This was probably one of the reasons that the first try did what it did. It simply overloaded on the elemental mana, without a method to safely contain it. Given what I was doing with this ring, I didn't have the intention of adding a stop absorbing feature to let it limit what it could absorb. Rather, the item itself would do that once it had a mind and a soul. Until then, I simply took control of the surrounding elemental mana and prevented it from being absorbed. All right, this should be good. Just to be safe, I split a piece of my mind off to specifically control that mana, so that I could still focus on the next step. Celeste smiled faintly, stepping forward to pick up the ring and inspect it. She was not gentle at all with it, and actually threw it directly against the wall of the room with considerable strength. Had the ring been made of steel or gold, it likely would have deformed from the impact. However, thankfully, this was made with a much stronger metal, allowing it to maintain its shape, though it did give me a brief jump scare. It's good, she said, her smile widening slightly. A moment later, she pulled an item out of her inventory, a familiar short slab of metal. His name is Lex. You better be nice to him, okay? He's a good kid. I chuckled slightly, nodding my head as I accepted the AI and the ring to go with it. Closing my eyes, I quickly gathered the mana necessary to create a small goblin, which was immediately slaughtered so that I could refine and steal its soul. I didn't have any spare buffer to use for this, since I hadn't really been doing a lot of mindless mob killing lately. Gently, I began mixing the new soul into the ring, letting it slowly settle into the inanimate aura and breathe life into the object. Next, the most delicate task came up: transferring the consciousness of the AI from the device I'd been given to the ring. Thankfully, these soft sticks store data as a magical aura, which makes the whole process much easier. Otherwise, we probably never would have been able to make any intelligent items. Carefully, I wrapped my mana around the consciousness, pulling it off of the device just a little bit at a time. No matter how many times I do stuff like this, I don't feel safe rushing it. It's hard to objectify artificial intelligence when I've had one as a best friend for years. As I gradually moved the aura over to the ring, I made slight adjustments to the ring's aura to allow for an easy connection. With that taken care of, I slotted the new consciousness into the aura and watched as the various tendrils of energy all connected together. Of course, it was only now that I realized I had forgotten to give it two very important enchantments. That was, the ability to speak and hear. Crap. I want a do-over. Noticing that something was wrong from my sudden anxiety, Celeste sent me a suspicious glare. What did you do? Forgot to make it so that he can hear and talk. I can fix it. Celeste's face visibly paled at that, which I had to consider for a moment, given that she didn't have any blood that could drain from her face. Really, I can. She looked at me skeptically, but I was already working. Lex, can you hear me? I sent to the message with some metal mana, allowing it to be absorbed into the ring. If you can, try to send some mana back to me with your thoughts. It took a few long moments of silence, but eventually I heard a reply. Did it work? This feels different than what I expected. Almost there. Just one last step. Going to add on a new option for you. When I do this, I need you to put this somewhere that it feels comfortable, okay? Last thing I wanted was to get this far and have the ring explode because I added in the ability to communicate. All right. The small voice responded more quickly this time, and I got to work. The previous enchantment diagram was wiped clear with a thought, and a new one set up. This one was much more simple, as it only allowed the manipulation and absorption of sound mana to transmit and receive audio. Okay, here we go. Celeste was impatiently tapping her foot behind me as I got to work, this time being even more careful with how I managed the mana than I had when initially creating the ring. However, as soon as the enchantment made contact with the ring itself, I felt the mana pulled out of my control, although I could still monitor it, so I could see the enchantment reshaping itself slightly to fit an empty part of the aura, allowing me to breathe out a breath I didn't know I was holding. Is it? He's fine, I answered Celeste, then turned to look at the ring in question. Aren't you? Rather than the confirmation I wanted, there was an audible screeching sound, like nails on a chalkboard, that violated my ears for several long moments. After it passed, there was a low droning sound, so I could guess what was happening. I think he's calibrating? Celeste raised a suspicious eyebrow, but then turned towards the ring. Lex, you okay in there? The noises alternated a few more times between high and low pitches, before finally settling on the slightly higher end of the spectrum, though not painfully high, but more like a prepubescent boy's high-pitched voice. I'm okay, Mom. I think I'm ready for the next step. After she heard that, Celeste looked at me, and I began the process of making the various elemental seeds needed to make a grove. Well, let's make our first inanimate druid. Chapter 35. One ring to rule them all. Creating the elemental seeds was an easy matter for me at this point. All it required was a moment of concentration to gather the necessary elements nearby and condense them into a small spherical shape. Though for the earth element, I had to use a tiny chunk of my grove, due to that monotype being rather sparse on a spaceship. However, it still only took a few minutes before the essence of nature, the main ingredient to establish a grove, was complete. Next came the tricky part. Normally, the prospective druid would use nature magic to channel the energies from the essence of nature throughout their body, letting it merge with them at an inseparable level. However, from my understanding, one of the key differences between intelligent items like Lex and a Deus Ex like Celeste was that intelligent items were incapable of gaining their own skills. I wasn't entirely sure why myself, but it likely had something to do with the differences in their souls, and that they did not possess their own bodies. As such, I needed to use my own nature magic, along with my soul arts, in order to help channel the energy from the essence throughout the small ring. In the worst-case scenario, this could cause Lex to explode from an excess of energy being channeled into him, like the previous ring experiment. To prevent that, I focused on taking it slow, far slower than I had when I was establishing my own grove. With my magic, I split tiny strands of the merged elemental energy off of the essence, sending them into the ring and carefully tied it together with the ring's aura. Even for me, this felt incredibly risky, but the potential rewards that would come if this succeeded were even greater, especially if the elemental army that I wanted to create later became a reality. This process lasted over half an hour, and the aura was starting to slowly change. The essence wasn't entirely used up yet, so I couldn't afford to quit at this point. I wasn't entirely sure what would happen if I did stop before the grove was fully formed. Would I have the chance to try again, or would doing so only hurt Lex? I did, however, slow down by quite a lot. It took another half hour before the remaining third of the essence had finally merged together with Lex's aura. Letting out a sigh of relief, I wiped some sweat from my brow that accumulated and took a step back. What came next would determine whether or not this was all for nothing. "Lex?" I asked, cautiously, waiting for his reply. Celeste stood next to me, looking between myself and the ring resting on the ground. "Yes?" A somewhat pained voice came in response, drawing a worried gasp from Celeste. I can't imagine that the process was easy on him, but he was brave enough not to cry out. That, or he was too distracted to be able to activate the voice function. "Are you all right?" Stupid question, but one that needed to be asked. "It feels different. Better now, but still different." Try focusing your mind inwardly. There should be something different. Moment of truth. What is this?" His voice seemed to tremble, sometimes flickering in and out as if it were hard to focus. "Mom, is this what you meant? There's something inside me. It looks like a big rock." Celeste quickly let out a sigh of relief when she heard Lex's words. "Yes, that's right. That's what we were hoping for. Now you can go back to absorbing the elements, but try to focus them into that space. It should slowly start to grow." While intelligent items couldn't get skills, they were still entirely capable of having affinities. But that wasn't because of any strange reasoning like they were sentient enough to have it. Rather, everything, living or dead, had an affinity with some kind of element. It just usually lacked the degree necessary to actually manipulate the element. As for Lex, his enchantment should make it easy to boost his affinities to the point where he can easily control the elements given to him. That's what I'm hoping for, at least. "All right, Mom." I hear his voice calling back, and can feel the mana shifting in the room. Again, I focus on the ring, ready to stop the flow of mana if things start to look dangerous. However, that doesn't seem to be an issue, as the mana appears to vanish as soon as it comes into contact with the ring. I nodded my head slightly, relaxing my guard for a moment. While you are absorbing the mana, try to send some of your own back out, as close to what you absorbed as you can. That should help you improve your abilities. This was the most basic fundamental of cultivating mana, so it was important that he understood it. Lex did not respond to the information I gave him, but I felt a slight shift in the mana around us. Upon inspection, Lex was now both absorbing and releasing mana in alternating motions, as if breathing. I let myself nod slightly, accepting this method of circulating his mana. Turning to Celeste, I gave a reassuring smile. We'll need to watch him for the next few hours to make sure nothing bad happens, but after that, he should be good. Celeste had a somewhat stiff smile as she answered. "Right. Once we're sure everything is safe, would you mind taking him down to the planet? He's never seen anything of the real world outside of scanned images, and I'm sure the mana quality would be better down there." It was obvious that she was more concerned about the former information, and had only supplied the last bit as a practical excuse. Again, I nodded my head. "All right. In the meantime, can I get you to make an AI for me?" When I asked that, Celeste looked at me confused. "Not a complex one like Lex and the others. A very basic AI, like a blank slate. One that barely has a consciousness. I need to analyze the aura of something like that for a technique I'm working on." Celeste furrowed her brows when I explained, as if the request was especially difficult. "It's not really a problem." Something in her voice suggested that she was uncomfortable with it, and she apparently heard that thought in my mind. "It's just, you're basically asking me to make a mentally handicapped child on purpose, you know?" When she explained her discomfort, she turned to face me directly. I couldn't really refute her words, though. In a way, that was exactly what I was asking her to do. The AI were her children, and asking her to create one without complex reasoning would be like asking a mother to intentionally have a disadvantaged child. What mother would want something like that for her baby? I didn't think of it like that. I shook my head, trying to think of another way to get what I needed. "If that's not possible, how about making a few soft sticks for me to analyze the different auras of a few of your other children? I just need to understand how consciousness works on a magical level, what its basic structure looks like." At that, Celeste's expression softened slightly. "I can do that easily enough." With that said, she turned to continue looking at the lonely ring in the center of the ground. It was around that time I realized I never received any window or prompt about the completion of the ring. Surely I should have at least gotten a window to name it, like I did every item I created. Yet that had not appeared once during this whole affair. Do I still need to do something else? Do I need to do something else? Or is it no longer considered my creation, now that it has a mind, a soul, and even a druid's grove of its own? Actually, I just got bored waiting for you to be done, and missed the timing. Here you go. Please name your item. I stared, unblinking at the window for several long seconds. I had to admit, being forgotten was not on the list of reasons why I thought that window hadn't appeared yet. After recovering from my shock, I slowly entered the name I had wanted to give the ring all along. Once that was done, I cast the identifying spell that Sharon had come up with, and shortly after, we started our journey. Ring of the Elemental Army. Durability, 50 out of 50. Possessing Soul, Lex. Special options. Personal Grove. ? Innate Mana Control. Elemental Mana Control. Fire, water, earth, wind, light, dark, lightning, plant, animal, metal, sound. Elemental Integration. Ego level, 11. I was slightly surprised by the information that had appeared. First of all, the question marks that were listed next to the grove. Does that simply mean that the user doesn't have access to the grove themselves, so its size can't be listed? More importantly, however, was the next two lines after that. The various enchantments I had laid out to give the ring had apparently been consolidated into Innate Mana Control and Elemental Mana Control. Even sound was listed there, and I had only given the ring the ability to manipulate sound mana to project a voice. Is this an effect caused by creating the grove? When I was tampering with its aura to integrate it all together, did it also merge the enchantments? This was definitely an unexpected effect, and I wasn't sure whether it was something that was good or not yet. On the bright side, it should provide a better basic control of those elements. However, it means that Lex needs to learn how to control them from scratch, because it lost the enchanted abilities I had put in to teach it. Finally, there was the Elemental Integration line, which I did not understand at all. With just the name of the enchantment given, I couldn't figure out how it worked, or what the requirements were. I'll need to get someone to do a more detailed identification spell later. As for the ego level, that line was normal, and something that was included for any intelligent items when they were identified. An item's ego level was, quite simply, its character level. If an item had a level 5 soul, it would have a level 5 ego. Since this is what level Lex ended up as, then that means only 11 levels of pure souls were transferred from the monster that I had killed. From now on, its level would increase whenever anyone equipped it and killed something. Unlike regular characters, a living item could not gain an increase in stats when they leveled up. Instead, they were more similar to the Deus Ex in that they were able to purchase enchantments that would be applied to whatever item they were. I could only assume that Elemental Integration was the enchantment that Lex had bought with its 11 levels, though whether it understood what it meant or not was another matter entirely. With the unique circumstances behind its existence, there may not have been many options for it to choose from, or there could have been too many. I would have to ask him myself after I let him adjust to cultivating mana for a while. There was still a lot to learn about everything that was going on in this crazy new world, even after all we'd experienced so far. Why do I feel like I'm always telling myself that? Either way, Celeste and I patiently sat at the side, maintaining a constant watch over the new ring of the Elemental Army, also known as Lex. Neither of us said a word to the other, not wanting to distract the mind held within the small item. Chapter 36. Hi, God. After waiting for a while and deciding that Lex's situation was stable, both Celeste and I were immediately relieved. Honestly, this whole thing had been one big gamble, so it would not have surprised me if everything blew up in my face. theories behind it were all solid, and there was no real reason why I should have failed other than unknown variables. But given past performance, unknown variables are a constant problem. I need a vacation, I muttered under my breath, glancing toward Celeste next to me. Mind letting the girls all know that we'll be heading down to the planet? It'll give everyone some much-needed time off the ship, and you already said why Lex should go down. Celeste nodded with a faint smile. Right, I'll be right back. To my surprise, she actually left the room to physically inform them. I had expected her to just call people on the comms while staying in the room, or for her to even ask why I didn't just do that. Really, it was just because I felt a bit too tense at the moment and didn't want to worry them unnecessarily. Well, it's not like she isn't always with me if need be anyways, I thought to myself, not sure whether Celeste was currently paying attention to my thoughts. Looking to Lex, I decided to ask what had been on my mind since I identified him. Lex, you listening? It took a moment before the young voice replied back to me. Yeah, just working on this mana thing. Is something wrong? His voice seemed to panic at the last bit. No, nothing like that. I just had to ask, do you know anything about your abilities? They aren't quite what I originally put in that ring, and then there's one that I don't know anything about. Again, I was met with silence for a brief period. Well, if you mean the element ones, everything started to shift when you were giving me that little world. I don't really know what happened, but I ended up with that. And the elemental integration? That was the part I was most concerned with, as I couldn't be certain where it had come from. Shortly after you put me in the ring, this strange voice asked me to pick an upgrade. But before I could choose one, you started giving me that world. When I checked again, I just had it. Maybe you gave it to me by accident? Yeah, right. Malthan, I called out of my mind. I know that nothing I had done should have given him an entirely new enchantment. Maybe modifying his previous enchantments to condense them, but not adding something new. And, since he didn't select the option, that left only one choice. Excited wave emoticon. What's up, my boy? I froze for a moment when I looked at the screen that appeared. Deep breaths, God of Chaos, expect random. Just an hour or so ago, he had completely forgotten about me, to the point where he forgot to give me a system window. But now I get this. Explain the elemental integration thing, please. I am still dealing with a being of unknowable power. Politeness would be wise, if a bit forced. Cat-faced emoticon. Nope. You could always buy that information from the temple, but I don't feel like telling you right now. Are you high or something right now? Even for Malthan, this was getting kind of ridiculous. Maybe he's just having a random mood or something? Lenny face emoticon. I could be high on a lot of things right now. I think. I've never really tried. Wide-eyed emoticon. I should go try that. See you in a week or so. What? Wait, no. Bad God, no running off to get high. I need you to explain this to me. I tried to get his attention, but it was no use. Is he seriously going to try for a week to get high? The fuck is wrong with the God of Madness? Oh, wait. I silently face-palmed before turning back to Lex. I'll figure something out about that ability. Not sure how, since my gold reserves went down a black hole. Wonder if Maeve would be willing to give me a loan? And wait. If Malthan is gone for a week, does that mean I won't be getting any new system prompts for a week? How does this shit even work? I knew that my item creation prompt was apparently something that he sent me, or else he purposely delayed it to prank me. Right now, I wasn't sure which was the right answer. If it was the former, then I feel sorry for the gods that have to constantly send out those random information windows all the time. If it's the latter, I really want a chance to beat Malthan up someday. Either way, there was not much I could do at this point. With a wave of my hand, I pulled Lex from the ground, causing the ring to fly over and land in my palm. All right, let's get ready to head to the planet. It has been too long since we had a proper downtime. One that did not result in a murderous rampage, at least. Thankfully, there was no response from the ring, which I slipped on my finger. After clearing up the last few signs of the enchantment process that remained in the room, I went ahead and left to go see if Celeste had contacted the girls yet. I really did not want to go down on my clone this time, but given what happened last time, I couldn't find a realistic reason not to. We may be on friendly territory now, but the Kulopti world might as well have been considered a planet I owned with how they treated me. Yet I was nearly killed there. In this case, paranoia was a necessary caution. Walking through the ship, it did not take me very long before I came across Sharon and Yin, who seemed to be hurriedly heading towards my quarters. With a smile, I called out to them before they could run too far. "Hey, Celeste already got to you, I take it?" Yin nodded silently, while Sharon replied with a smile. "That's right. The others are already getting ready. We were just going to grab some clothes to change into." "You planning to use the clones?" I asked curiously. The two girls looked at each other, exchanging a bitter smile. "I don't want to. I mean, I trust the elves. But we already found out that the Empire can set up spies anywhere. For all we know, there might even be one in our crew. Because of that, Celeste has been setting up some extra security measures," Sharon said, shaking her head and choosing not to elaborate further. While I was a bit concerned that there were extra security measures in place, Celeste spoke up in my mind to clarify things. "Sorry, everything's been busy lately, so I forgot to tell you. I asked the girls not to say anything, in case of the worst-case scenario. The only people that I can be absolutely sure about are you and Sharon, because of the special links between you and me, and the one between you and her. I imagine that it would be harder to impersonate someone like Yin, who is an enlightened monster, but the possibility still exists." "That is my wife you're talking about, you know?" I said inwardly, earning me a small chuckle from Celeste. "I know, and if nobody tries to sabotage the ship or its crew, none of the defenses will activate. I only wanted to be ready in case the worst happened." I could understand that, though. I did think our crew was safe. After all, we haven't really had the chance to land for them to be abducted and replaced until now. It wouldn't be wrong to say that it'd be easier to get to any of the High Queens than it would have been to get to our crew. "Well, who all is coming on our trip? You said the others were getting ready too, right?" Sharon nodded her head when I asked that. "Well, there's Tessa and Tokemi that practically begged to join us when Celeste mentioned it. So Tessa's mom is coming too. Aside from them, your parents wanted to stay on the ship for now. Apparently your mom is working on a new technique at the moment. So it's just us, Yo, Yang, and Celeste." I gave a brief nod when she said that, though I might have twitched slightly when she mentioned that my mom was working on yet another technique. If I didn't have the cheat of overwhelming raw power with the elements, I'd need a lot more techniques than I have. I considered stuffing my cheat items into my inventory, but that wouldn't really solve anything. I still need to work on my techniques whether I have the items equipped or not. Thankfully, I did have a technique up my sleeves, assuming I was able to get an understanding of how consciousness worked with Celeste's AI children. A self-sustaining army of elementals was quite the appropriate technique for me. Okay, so maybe I've given up on subtle control, all right? I'm about as subtle with my magic as a meteor impact, and I can accept that. Pulling myself out of my own self-deprecating thoughts, I looked to the girls, only to see that they had already left to go to my room and grab their clothes. They walked off around the time you were thinking about nerfing yourself? Celeste's voice chimed to my mind, making me twitch slightly again. What? Everyone else has all these awesome abilities. I'm a Xeno-shifter druid, for crying out loud, and I hardly do anything related to my own class. I cursed under my breath, turning around and walking towards the medbay. Aside from shapeshifting into a combat form in almost every battle, and studying every offensive, defensive, support, or movement power organisms have that you encounter, did you think that you would be constantly shapeshifting as a regular trait when you picked up the class? If anything, none of what you have now would be possible if you didn't first get the understandings of auras that you got because of that class. Celeste spoke in a relatively harsher tone now, making me falter my steps. Yes, you use the elements to fight more than your own shifting, but that cannot be considered a fault in your strategies. Rather, you have yet to encounter a creature that has abilities that would be more useful than your elements to copy. Don't sell yourself short, John. You use your abilities decently. Maybe not to the best they could be, but you specialize in what you specialize in. You have great control over your shifting, so it's okay for you to brute force the elements. Her tone turned a bit more supportive towards the end, as if she was trying to console me after a strict lecture. I could only nod my head in response. I knew on some level that she was right, though I didn't feel like I had really done the best I could with my shifting. Even among Sharon's companions, there were many with interesting abilities. I had already copied most of them, but had yet to figure out how to combine them into a better battle form than the one I currently used for fights. Oh, and one more thing, Celeste began, and I let out a groan, thinking there was going to be a sequel to the rant. Once your grove hits the next step, you will probably have a lot more opportunity for your shifting. I mean, it's supposed to be its own universe, right? I imagine that includes natural life developing. If you can get enough time to pass in your grove, you might have hundreds or even thousands of boss-level monsters to study. Strangely, that seemed to cheer me up. I wasn't entirely sure what would happen when my grove evolved. However, judging purely by the requirements, some things could be determined. Like she said, there was a good chance that life would be able to develop in my grove. With my time affinity, I might be able to speed it up enough that monsters and magical beasts are abundant. At that time, I could get practically any ability I could imagine, as long as it existed somewhere in that universe. Of course, this all relied on me having the universe grove, and right now that was still quite a ways away. At this point, it was unclear whether or not I would even get to it before the final battle. I wanted to just take time off from the war to let my grove finish evolving. But leaving the new human empire to continue their plans that long would be the equivalent of surrendering the war to them altogether. I got off track again, didn't I? I thought to myself as I arrived at the medbay, opening it to see the others already inside and waiting for me. The only ones not present being Sharon, Yin, and Celeste. Well, I guess it's time for a vacation, after all. Chapter 37. Time to disembark. I smiled to those gathered in the medbay, as Tokemi rushed up to me, wrapping her thin arms around me. "There you are, Dad. We were just about to take off without you," she said as she looked up mischievously at me. It was hard to believe that she had not aged a single day since she was born. Her body looked exactly the same then as it did now. Even her hair, which had been cut a few inches shorter at her request a couple years ago, had not grown back. It made me worry just how her life would be. With my magic, I could ensure that old age would not be a problem for me. But for her friends to all grow old around her, while only she remains in the body of a child. Even Tessa had already hit her teenage years, her body having long since grown past Tokemi. Seeing her embrace me like that, I could only smile slightly as I brought my hand down to pat her head. "How's your training going, young lady?" I asked her while moving over towards the clone prepared for myself. I needed to put Lex on my clone before I forgot, or else I might accidentally leave him in the ship. "Going all right, I guess," Tokemi said, holding one of my hands as she followed behind me. "I got another percentage for my affinity, and I think I've worked out a cool little trick." Suddenly her eyes shot open, and she glanced at me with excitement. "Want to see, Dad?" I smiled, nodding my head as I put Lex on my clone's finger, then moved to sit in one of the free chairs. "All right, go ahead and show me, as long as it's not going to hurt anyone." When she heard that, she nodded her head heavily. "It's not an attack or anything like that, but I need to concentrate really hard to make it work." Saying that, Tokemi closed her eyes, and I extended my mana senses to watch what was going on around her. I could easily feel a rush of time mana flowing towards her body for a split second, but then nothing. The time mana stopped moving towards her, but even more alarming was the fact that she disappeared. Not simple invisibility. Any trace of her existence that I could detect with my senses had completely faded away. Out of the group, only Yo did not seem surprised by this. Everyone else gasped in alarm, and we quickly began to look back and forth, hoping that she had simply teleported somewhere. However, roughly 5 seconds after she vanished, Tokemi appeared in exactly the same spot she had left from. When she reappeared, she let out a heavy breath, but grinned up to me as if nothing happened. "Cool, right?" she asked in a confident voice, obviously eager to be praised. "What did you just do?" I had to ask. I had a feeling that I knew, but I didn't want to voice my suspicions, only for them to be proven true when she answered. "I shifted myself a bit ahead. It should have just been a couple seconds, right?" the Baishiro asked as she glanced around, noticing the alarm on people's faces. "I didn't go too far, did I?" Her face held a small amount of panic, as if she knew she made everyone worry. No, it's okay." I couldn't help but try to reassure her when I saw that scene. "We just didn't know what happened. But you can time travel? When did that become a thing?" Obviously, I knew that time travel was possible. If it wasn't, none of us would be in this mess. I'd still be back on Earth as a neat gamer, and Tokemi would have never even been born. But this was the first time I had seen time travel outside of the seeds. "I guess about a week ago? I've been working on it for a while." Tokemi's face relaxed when she realized she wasn't going to be punished, instead choosing to brag about her work. "You see, time mana actually changes its composition slightly over time. It took me a while to notice it, but when I did, I started thinking. I studied the patterns for the changes, and when I was confident, I tested on Fluffums." Fluffums was the name of her stuffed cushion, the Culopti version of a 6-legged dog, and yes, it's pronounced cushion. I only meant to send him a couple seconds ahead, but got it a bit wrong. Only by a minute or two, though. I had to isolate the time mana inside his body, and then shift it all at once to what I believed time mana would look like in the future. It's not easy." She then began mumbling the rest under her breath, crossing her arms behind her back and tracing a circle on the ground with her foot. "The further away you go in time, the more changes there are to time mana. Right now, 10 seconds is all I can really work with unless I memorize time mana from the past." Hearing that, I was just about to ask a rather important question before she raised her hands up in front of her, waving them to stop me. "I tried the whole traveling to the past thing with Fluffums. it didn't go as I expected. I was hoping to end up with 2 Fluffums, since I could just change my mind and not send the original back after I got it. But when I tried that, it kinda worked. Not really, though. I got Fluffums to go back about 5 seconds. But when I changed my mind about sending the original back, he did it on his own. I don't know why. At that, she sulked like a child that had its favorite toy taken away. I nodded, quickly switching over to my clone after her explanation. Once done, I slowly got up and smiled over to Takemi. Well, that would certainly be an interesting ability. But you have to always use it carefully. Time travel is very dangerous. The girls all around us nodded heavily at that. We knew the effects of time travel firsthand. Oh, all right, Dad. I'll save it for emergencies, Takemi said sullenly, though she still eagerly grabbed my hand when I got back up. Regardless of how old or young she looked, she was still not even 6 years old mentally and emotionally. Just the fact that she had figured out time travel was a testament to her natural skill with time. Good girl, I said with a light chuckle. Takemi really was a good kid. I'd probably have to think of something later to help her with her aging issue. Maybe using my magic to shapeshift her body to look older would help. Hey guys, sorry we took so long. The medbay door slid open, and Sharon, Yin, and Celeste walked in. To my surprise, the clothes they were wearing were anything but normal. Sharon was wearing a blue one-piece swimsuit that practically only covered the front and her butt. On either side, it left off with straps that went around her back to hold it in place. On her head, she wore thick sunglasses and a domed black hat with a wide brim. Instead of her usual sneakers, she was currently wearing sandals on her feet. Yin was wearing a 2-piece bikini. White with yellow lightning bolts pointed towards the center on both the top and bottom. Her hair was neatly combed back with a unique hairpin. The length of the pin was shaped like a lightning bolt, with a decorative bird token on top of it. In her arm, she held a small green purse. Like Sharon, she was only wearing sandals. Celeste was no better, wearing a pink one-piece swimsuit. At the bottom of hers, she had a frilly skirt that went down several inches. In her hand, she held the wand we had gotten so long ago, the one that triggered the magical girl transformation. The wand seemed to complete the look, making her appear to be a magical girl even without the transformation. Did I miss something? I asked as I saw the 3 of them walking in with swimsuits on. Celeste giggled slightly before she explained. It's easy, John. You didn't have a venue planned for our vacation, so I called up Maeve. She was happy to help us find a good beach to spend our time on. She even suggested a good store nearby for those of us without any swimming gear. Several of the girls let out ecstatic cheers, not having had the chance to swim since we left the Kulopti homeworld, and even though they had swimming pools, they were a rather short race, so most of them had only been able to enjoy the beaches, which happened to be teeming with monsters. However, there were 3 girls that seemed dismayed by the announcement. Namely, they were Takemi, Yo, and Yang. Takemi was the first to step forward, speaking in a small voice as she admitted to the group. But I don't know how to swim, though. Because I had been so busy with the politics on the Kulopti world, I had not had the chance to take Takemi to a swimming pool or a beach to properly teach her. And judging from this reaction, it looked like Sharon or Yin hadn't either. In fact, Yang nodded her head abruptly, as if saying that was a problem for her as well. Well, for Yang it really is understandable. If her wings got wet, she might sink way too easily. As for Yo, can I swim? I've never really tried. She had a pensive look as she thought about it. On the one hand, her original form was that of a water slime, so there shouldn't be an issue about her surviving in water. On the other hand, she was, after all, a slime. It was entirely possible that her body would spread out like goop once she entered the water. part of me was reminded about the ultimate evolution of the water slime, a path that Yo could have taken if we did not evolve her into a slime person. You should be fine. Start small, and if you feel like you can hold your body together, it should be good. Yo seemed to be assured with my words, nodding her head, though her next words raised a very important point. Do any of us have money for the Garen Worlds? How are we going to buy suits for everyone? Thankfully, Celeste came in with an answer. That's already been taken care of. Maeve is going to call ahead to the store and let them know to expect us. We're shopping on her tab today, so it's fine. When she heard that, I couldn't help but notice how Yo got a wicked grin on her face. Sweet, her only reply to Celeste. So, everyone ready, or are we waiting for someone? I looked around, seeing that everyone was accounted for. I think we're good. The people that had yet to get into their clones yet, namely Tessa and her mom, did so, and we immediately left to head for the teleport bay. Beth spent the entire time reminding Tessa of the various rules she would have to obey while we were at the beach. This was especially important, given that sharks were the least of our worries. Tokemi kept holding my hand the entire way to the teleport bay, occasionally glancing to Tessa and her mom, talking about safety. Dad, is the water really that dangerous? She asked timidly. I shook my head, smiling down to her. Well, it depends. Most places it shouldn't be. I doubt that Maeve would set us up with a beach that wasn't secure. You shouldn't have anything to worry about, as long as you listen to us. Yeah, don't worry, baby sis, Yo called out from ahead, her head twisting back like an owl to smile at Tokemi. If anything happens, we're all here. Our dad fights gigantic empires set on dominating the galaxy. You'd think he'd be able to handle a little beach, right? She gave a little wink in my direction before twisting her head the rest of the way around to look ahead again. Thankfully, her slime neck quickly adjusted so that it was not obvious she twisted it all the way. That would be a little bit creepy, to be honest. Her words, though, did seem to do the job and cheer up Tokemi. The small fox girl nodded her head with a smile. That's right. Dad's the best, she said with a confident tone, making me feel rather proud of myself. Not just because my pseudo-daughter was praising me like that, but also because of how strong Tokemi herself was. Given her mastery over time, I wasn't even sure if I could beat her in a fight. That reminded me of one of the reasons that I wanted to go down to the world in the first place, so I looked over to Celeste to ask about it. However, she simply smiled, nodding her head. I went ahead and brought them. I figured we could all enjoy a day at the beach. I was not entirely sure how an AI stuck on a soft stick could enjoy a day at the beach, but I had a feeling I'd be finding out soon. By the time we were done talking, we had found our way to the teleport bay, and were ready to beam down to the planet. Chapter 38. Radical. When we arrived down on the planet, we found ourselves in one of the high elf cities. High elves were known as the more urban elves, so their cities often formed large metropolises. And sure enough, we could see towering buildings of metal and glass surrounding us. The ground was made of smooth stone, similar to asphalt. However, there was no separation between the road for vehicles to drive through. That was not because they were not worried of safety issues, but rather because the High Elves had a rather interesting transportation system. At every intersection, there was an escalator heading downwards. These led to a complex subway system, with exits throughout the entire city. Around us, we could see both humans and elves, as well as various other species that had appeared after Neolife transformed a large portion of the human population. Some of them were surprised by our appearance, unused to people teleporting into their surroundings. However, as there had been no alarms issued, they probably decided it was unlikely we were an enemy. This should be the right city, Celeste said, looking around. Maeve only gave me an address instead of coordinates, so we should be nearby. Indeed, it was easy to smell the sea from where we were, so we were definitely in a coastal city. Let's head over there. I pointed to the nearest escalator, where people were going in and out repeatedly. From the looks of things, we were at a rather popular transit point. The girls seemed to agree with that, especially Celeste, who literally skipped forward. The rest followed behind as we got in line. Surprisingly, nobody really seemed to pay attention to our group, despite us having a winged woman and one made entirely of slime. Apparently, strange races were not really that strange here, though a few people did move to the side to make room for our party. When we arrived underground, we found a scene more representative of an actual street with a four-way intersection. In front of us was a wide white platform filled with people. Above us, on the roof of the ceiling on either side of the road, was a set of rails. In front of the platform, there was a green lit sign with the words, "Awaiting Transit," displayed on it facing either of the two roads our corner touched. Soon a loud sound echoed through the tunnel, and we saw a white bus pull up. When it stopped, the edge of the platform extended out to the side of the bus, and several people got off. After that, even more people got on the bus until it was full, leaving about half of the number that was there before. When the bus drove away, the green sign turned red, the words changing to idle. I could hear someone off to the side let off a sigh before they hit a button on the wall, causing the sign to change back to its previous state. We ended up waiting another 10 minutes before a second bus drove up. This one seemed entirely empty, so everyone from the platform was able to get on. Once aboard the bus, we noticed that a lot of people stopped by a large map located on the far wall of the bus, pressing one of various buttons. The buttons were laid out in a grid pattern, each one representing an intersection station like the one we boarded from. "Oh, this is fancy," Celeste said, walking up to the map when it was free. "Let's see. This should be the right place." Celeste pushed a button, and we went to stand off to the side to let other people choose their destinations. Once everyone was done, the doors to the bus closed and it began moving. One thing I noticed was that there was no driver for this bus. Also, on the map, there was a green dot moving along one of the lines, likely representing us. Every time we passed an intersection, the line connecting it would briefly glow yellow. When we finally stopped at one, the doors opened and a few people got out, before more came in again. This process repeated a couple more times, before Celeste called out, "Hey, this is our stop." At her words, those of us from our group piled out of the bus. "Okay, we just need to do that one more time and we'll get there," she said with a wide smile. The elves' transit system was rather convenient. An evenly spaced grid of underground roads, with public transportation freely available. Like this, nobody would ever need more than 2 buses to reach their destination. After repeating the entire process again, we walked up the escalator at our final destination. When we exited, we saw a series of smaller buildings than where we had initially teleported down to. In the distance, we could even see the sea down the road. It seemed that this shop was fairly close to the beach, which made sense considering what it sold. "This should be the place," Celeste said as she walked up to a particularly colorful store. While most around us were bland with only colorful signs advertising their name and products, this entire building had been painted orange. Such a bright orange that was practically an attack on my eyes. On the sign of the building was the image of a surfboard above a wave. Hanging off the back of the surfboard was a bikini top. Finally, under the wave was the name of the shop. Wayne's Wares and Wares. I had a sinking suspicion that this was, in fact, not an elf-run store. A suspicion that was immediately proven true once we entered the store. "Yo, dudes," a voice called out, speaking fluent English. "The High Babe told me you guys would be dropping by. Feel free to pick what you want." When I turned to look at the speaker, I regretted ever being born on that planet. The shopkeeper was wearing a loose-fitting button-up shirt that looked like someone had vomited a rainbow onto it. His eyes were blocked by oversized shades. and both his brown hair and beard were braided into several rows. Please, this is not the part of Earth culture I wanted to survive. Next to me, I heard Celeste giggle playfully as she saw the state of the shopkeeper, while Yo just gaped in awe. "Way cool," she said quietly, seeming to appreciate this kind of attire. "Got anything for people of less substance?" Yo asked the man as she poked her face, actually sending her finger through her cheek and into her mouth to demonstrate her point. "Wicked!" The shopkeeper, whose name I can only assume to be Wayne, nodded approvingly at the slime girl. "Maybe a one-piece dudette? Not exactly the normal deal." Yo smiled nonetheless, moving to the section of the store dealing with one-piece swimsuits. Me?" Yang was the next to ask, though her voice was much smaller than Yo's. Definitely a bikini for an angel like you." His words made the bird girl blush, though she nodded her head. "Do you have any inflatables?" I asked, looking toward her wings. He made an "ah" sound, understanding my intention. Right. Back of the store." Like that, one by one, several of the girls asked for advice on swimwear. Some, like Yo, Yang, and Tokemi, was because of their different body aspects. Others, like Tessa and Beth, it was more because they were curious what the fashion was like for elven swimwear. Either way, each one went to the changing rooms to try on the outfits one at a time, though Sharon went back with Tokemi to help, while Yin went back with Yang. After all, it was the first time for either of them to wear a swimsuit. I'm sure that even Yin had Sharon help her with it before they met up with us back at the ship. In the end, the girls all found swimsuits for them that fit. Yo was wearing something that I could only call a Japanese schoolgirl swimsuit. A one-piece dark blue swimsuit that had a short skirt in the bottom. She stretched around in it happily, making sure that her body didn't leak out in any unwanted ways. Next to her, Tokemi also wore a one-piece swimsuit, much to my surprise. Though, unlike Yo's, hers was black and had an open back, which went down just low enough for her tail to come out. Around her waist, she was wearing a pink inflatable tube. This would be her first real experience swimming, so we all insisted that she get one of those. Also, it looked really cute on her. Yang also had inflatables, though they were two red ones on her arms instead. Her swimsuit was a bikini, like Wayne recommended, pure white and small enough to be tempting to anyone that saw it. Yo seemed to be enjoying the view, casting looks at her every now and then. Tessa and Beth wore matching red and white striped bikinis, standing next to each other. Tessa had picked up a snorkel and goggles to go with her swimsuit, while Beth had chosen a wide-brimmed hat. When she saw me looking at the hat, she smiled slightly. "I don't really care for swimming much, so I'll probably just relax on the beach." When Wayne heard that, he made sure to give us 6 large towels and 3 beach umbrellas. The umbrellas were about as colorful as his shirt, so I was hesitant to accept them, but Beth simply smiled as he did, taking them from him. At least they're free. "All right, everyone set?" I asked, looking around. For my own swimsuit, I had just picked a rather generic pair of green trunks. Like everyone else, though, I had switched my shoes out for sandals, with everyone storing their normal shoes in their inventories. When everyone agreed that we were ready, we thanked Wayne one last time and left the store. Thankfully, we could already see the beach even before we entered the shop, so it was only a short walk to get there now. Seeing as none of us were actually low level, a walk like this didn't really impact us at all. Even Tessa and Beth had leveled up quite a few times just practicing their skills. Once we got to the beach, we found that it was surprisingly empty. It was to the point that I even looked into the air to make sure the weather wasn't going to be bad. However, the sky was perfectly clear. It seemed like it'd be the perfect day to go to the beach. On the beach, I could only see a total of 3 people. One was a male elf sitting on a red chair a fair distance from the water, his eyes scanning the shore. If I had to call him something, it'd be a lifeguard. though he seemed to have a much too serious expression, considering the place was practically empty. As for the other two people, I wasn't able to get a good view of them under the blue and white umbrella they were using for shade. All I could tell was that it was a pair of women and that one seemed to be in her late teenage years, judging by the size. It wasn't until we all got closer that a voice spoke up from under the umbrella. "That you, John? Took you guys long enough. I thought you might have gotten lost." The taller of the two figures poked her head out from under the umbrella, turning to look back at me with a grin. Naturally, it was Maeve, which of course meant that the other one was... "Good evening, John," a small voice spoke up from the other side, as Talia poked her own head out, though she seemed much more embarrassed to be here than the High Queen. "I really wasn't expecting the two of you to be here," I stated as I looked at them, and then turned an accusing gaze to Celeste. The pink-haired Deus Ex raised her hands in a defensive manner. "Don't look at me. She never said anything about coming here personally." After saying that, she turned to look at the queens. "How did she even get Talia here anyways? Isn't her far supposed to be on the other side of the planet?" Maeve grinned playfully as she stood up. She was wearing a risque silver bikini, one that barely covered up what it was supposed to. "Oh, come on, Celeste. We've had enough time to pick up some basic teleport spells. Besides, little Talia here hasn't taken an actual vacation since she took the throne, so we thought it was long overdue." I couldn't help but raise a questioning eyebrow at that. "Are royalty even able to take vacations? Don't you need to manage things?" Talia looked like she wanted to speak up, but Maeve beat her to it with a dismissive gesture. "We have aides to manage things for the day." Sharon chuckled from the side, walking over to the queens. "Well, I guess it's you that cleared the place out then?" Maeve nodded with a smile, to which Sharon continued. "Well, at least we have plenty of beach to play in." As she said that, she looked back at us, stuck her tongue out, and ran towards the water. With a tall leap supported by her high strength and agility, she brought her legs up to her chest to cannonball into the water roughly 30 meters from the shore. If someone saw that scene back before everything changed, they probably would have called it impossible. Maeve simply laughed as she saw Sharon's antics. "That's the spirit," she called out, running towards the water as well, though her speed was far slower, showing that she likely didn't have that many levels to boost her ability. "Wait, Aunt Maeve!" Talia called out in distress from under the umbrella, finally standing up herself. What she was wearing was a green one-piece swimsuit with leaf patterns covering it. "That's not proper." When she looked back and realized we could all see her, she let out a yelp and crouched down to hide under her umbrella again. Shaking my head slightly, I looked over to Celeste as Yo, Tokemi, Yin, and Yang all began walking towards the water slowly. "So, how are you going to help the others enjoy the scenery?" I asked curiously, waiting for her to show me what she has no doubt been waiting for. Celeste grinned, making a motion to open up her inventory. What I saw her pulling out was white metal boxes, one after another, setting them on the ground. Once they were all out, she also retrieved a handful of soft sticks from her inventory and plugged each one into one of the boxes. After that, the boxes seemed to shift, rearranging themselves as if they were made of liquid instead of hard metal. All of them, without exception, turned into the form of a child, no older than 6 or 7 years old. Though their robotic nature was still obvious with the unnatural skin tones, glowing eyes, and lack of hair, it was a rather interesting sight to behold. "I figure you can study them while they play on the shore a bit. This is the first time any of them have had a real body, so I wanted to let them enjoy it while it lasted," she said, casting a soft smile at the dozen little robot children. As they didn't have souls, they couldn't be called Deus Ex, but they were still every bit Celeste's children. The only difference was that they did not have access to the system that now controlled the world. Is that all right with you, John? I nodded my head, accepting the request. Honestly, doing my work while watching them play would probably be less boring on my end than simply staring at a pile of soft sticks. Furthermore, with them interacting with each other, I could see how making conscious decisions affect their consciousness patterns. Soon, everyone was either playing in the water, relaxing on a towel on the beach, or playing around in the sand. Even the monster girls had begun to enjoy the water, with Sharon, Celeste, and Beth taking turns to teach everyone how to swim. It was fun listening to Celeste's explanation, as she tried to explain it from a more technical viewpoint that the girls couldn't understand. As for me, I sometimes switched between performing a deep scan of the consciousnesses of the AI children and playing with Tokemi and the others in the water. It was honestly the most relaxed I had felt since this war had begun. Perhaps the only one that wasn't enjoying herself too much was Talia, who did her best to hide under her umbrella for over an hour after we arrived. Only after a good deal of coaxing did Sharon and Maeve convince Talia to swim with them. And by convince, I meant they grabbed her ankles and dragged her, her arms flailing to try and uselessly grab something to stop her. To my surprise, once they got her in the water, she slowly seemed to enjoy herself more. She even swam laps around the beach with Tokemi, playing a game to see who could make it the fastest. Nobody had expected that as the sun was starting to set. Sharon vanished beneath the water for a while. She was gone long enough that I even began to worry, only to have her suddenly appear in an eruption of water far away from the shore. She was holding a massive fish, easily 3 meters long, high above her head. "Hey, guys," she called out to us with a wide grin. "I found dinner." Chapter 39. Drawing Life from a Stone. While I was at the beach, I noticed several things. First of all, Tokemi acted very cutely when she was having trouble swimming, pouting her lips and clinging to whoever was teaching her. But that's not the point. The point is, when I was studying the AI children, I found that their consciousness was just too complicated for me to study. And it wasn't just that, because every second, the patterns of the aura that represented their mind changed. From just them, even if there had been 100 AI children to study, I wouldn't have been able to learn what I needed. The only way to get what I wanted truly seemed to be to get a fresh mind, one that has not had any time to adjust to making decisions. Then, at the moment of its creation, I could study it and get what I needed. I couldn't help but look towards Yo, thinking about how I created her. A newborn slime would have a very simple mind, more so than most monsters. Even after Yo evolved twice and became a slime person, her mind was fairly simple for a while. Once we were all ready to leave the beach, we gathered together and picked up everything we had brought with us. Talia had wrapped herself up in a giant towel, using it like a robe to hide herself from the world while the rest of us laughed. The queen of the forest was obviously not used to social situations like this, and while we weren't making fun of her for that, we couldn't help but find it amusing. "Well, John, hope you and your people had fun today," Maeve said with a wide smile, still in the bikini she'd worn to the beach, even though we had already returned directly to her palace via teleport. "We do hope that you'll be able to spend more days like this soon." I gave a slight nod, thinking back to the day that we had at the beach. It was fun. Probably most fun I've had in a long time. Though I had spent almost half the time analyzing complex aura patterns by way of creepily staring at robot children. Yup, Malthan really is gone for now, isn't he? That was totally a thought that he would have jumped at. Seeing me smile, Maeve nodded her head heavily. "Well, I'll keep you updated on any progress reports we get about the designs for your ship upgrades. Hopefully, they'll be of some use to you when you have to leave." "I hope so, Maeve. I really do." From my estimations, we would need to raid at least 1 or 2 more bases of the new human empire. But it should not take too much longer to figure out where important locations like their main bases are at. And once we know that, our current fleet is not equipped to handle a battle of that scale. After saying our goodbyes, we returned back to the Ariadne. For Tessa and Tokemi, it was time to put them to bed. The other girls all went off to do their own things as well, but Celeste remained behind. She had collected the robotic children's bodies and returned their minds to the soft sticks before we left the beach. And now she looked at me curiously. "You weren't able to get what you needed?" No doubt she had read my irritation over that fact, either from my thoughts or my face. I smiled, trying my best to reassure her. "Not quite. I know what I'm lacking, though, so it shouldn't take too much longer. I might be needing your help to analyze the information soon and help me build a 3-dimensional map." Hearing that, Celeste smiled brightly. "Sure thing, John. Just let me know what you need." After saying that, she turned to begin walking back towards her own room. No doubt she wanted to return her children to their terminals and hear what they had to say about their first experiences outside of a computer. "Bye, Mom." The ring on my finger suddenly spoke up, reminding me that I still had Lex equipped. I had studied his consciousness as well while we were down there, but like the others, it changed with every thought he made. I made my way back to the medbay, switching the ring over to my main body and leaving behind the clone. Next, I went to the hangar, my go-to for monster spawning. I could really do this anywhere, but the hangar was large enough that I would be able to handle any situation that could arise from my experiments. Once in the hangar, I sat down heavily on the ground. There was no real reason behind me sitting down, aside from it being one less thing my mind would have to keep track of. For this experiment, I split my mind in 3 using my augments. 2 of the portions each held 1/10 of my mental capacity, while the other held the rest. This made performing multiple actions extremely easy, especially when the actions of the smaller parts were simpler in nature. The first part of my mind had only 3 jobs. First, it gathered the water mana from the surrounding air, pouring it into a single point. This caused a seed of water to be created, yet the job did not end there. More and more mana continued to pour in, until a jelly-like substance began to seep out of the elemental seed. At this point, the slime had been officially created, and that part of my mind immediately called for Celeste. The moment the slime was born, the second and third parts of my mind began working. For the former, I utilized my control of time mana to isolate the slime, preventing any time mana from touching it, and also freezing that mana type within the slime itself. This caused the slime to be frozen in time at the moment of its birth. However, doing this used a metric assload of mana. This was the third job of the first portion, to track my mana usage. According to what I was seeing, I could hold this state for 15 seconds before I ran out of mana. That meant I was using almost 500 mana every second, just to freeze a small slime. When Celeste focused on my consciousness, she did not waste any time asking questions. She could see what was going on, and immediately got to work. While the larger portions of my mind tapped into my spatial comprehension, mana sense, and even my aura sight skills, she was taking every scrap of information I could see and processing it into a 3-dimensional aura map. For 15 seconds, I stared at the slime, though under the effects of those skills, it felt so much longer. And when those 15 seconds were over, I let out a deep breath, my mana exhausted. The slime fell to the floor, slowly growing until it could barely fit into the palm of my hand. It wobbled around slightly while I sat there, waiting for my mana to recover. It would take less than a minute for me to get back to full mana, but by that time it would have no doubt made some tiny decision that would affect its consciousness. I could only ask with a weary voice, "Did you get it?" I waited maybe 3 minutes before I heard a reply, starting to think that I might have overtaxed my implant. However, Celeste's voice eventually came through to me. "I got it, John. I'm sending the map over now." Closing my eyes, in the back of my mind, I could see the image. What she sent was the complete aura, which I was thankful for. For living creatures, and even living items like Lex, a consciousness touched every part of their being. To see only the consciousness without what it was attached to would only be half the puzzle. Leaning back, I laid flat against the ground as I worked on the image in my head. I had dealt with enough slimes by now that I knew their aura intimately. I was able to immediately strip away the non-essential components, leaving me with only the very basic consciousness. "Save it," I said quietly, mostly to myself. By now, my mana had long since recovered, so I repeated the process again. This time, I created a wind slime, which landed next to the water one. After the same 15 seconds of study, it likewise dropped to the ground to sit next to its sibling. And again, I studied the fundamental consciousness in its aura. I repeated this again for fire slimes, metal slimes, gem slimes, and even gold slimes. Though for the last two I had to convert my own mana into the necessary element, which shaved a few seconds off the time I had to study. But after half a dozen slimes, all studied at the moment of their creation, I had found it. At the core of every consciousness was a single spark. Whether it was the AIs, the slimes, or even myself, that single spark was what I needed, the seed of thought. Everything around it was a basic framework that varied from person to person, and even from moment to moment. But that one tiny part of consciousness was absolute. I compared it with every creature aura I knew, and even summoned some more monsters to check. But it was always there. Now I had found what could be considered the essence of sentience in magical terms, and it was exactly what I was looking for. With a wave of my hand, I sent out a pulse of mana that destroyed all but the water slime. For that one, I planned to give it to Yo, thinking that she might like it. All right. Time to make myself a soldier. I closed my eyes and focused. The basic body was something I had long since planned. It was the same for almost every soldier, even though the elements involved would vary. They held humanoid appearances, and had only two abilities. They could absorb and control the elements that they were made of. At some point, I hoped to create a spawner, a creature with the sole function of making more of these soldiers. If I could put that in Lex's Grove, then the army contained within it would only grow with time. However, such things were well beyond me right now. Elemental absorption and control were both abilities that I had studied before, but the ability to create a very specific being, that was something entirely foreign to me. As this was my first soldier, I decided to go with something simple. A body made of stone that could hold everything together. Although it was not inorganic, I still gave certain parts of its body abilities that mimic similar body parts. On its face, I gave it stones capable of seeing by replicating the pattern for eyes. I did the same thing to grant it ears and a mouth to project its voice. It did not need to eat, drink, or even breathe through the mouth, but it could project a voice. With the body complete, I relaxed my control of it, only for the entire thing to literally crumble down in a pile of stones. Noted, need to manually hold the body together while I put in the consciousness, or it would fall apart. I would not be giving these creatures souls, because it would not be very useful to them. At most, I might be able to make dungeons or spawning diagrams inside Lex's Grove, but I was not even sure if the gods would allow a loophole like that. Even if they did, it would only get the army through the early levels. Instead, these would be like the robots before they transformed into Deus Ex. They can be technically alive, yet not have access to the system. Their power would be unbound by the concept of levels. Instead, they would only be limited on the amount of energy they could control. The second time I made the rock soldier, I made sure to hold it together while I planted a tiny spark of thought into its mind. Even though I call it a spark, it was much more complicated than that. An interwoven pattern of lines and shapes, yet it was the size of the head of a pin. If it hadn't been for Celeste's 3D map of the aura, I might not have been able to identify it as a common link in consciousness. Once the spark of thought had been planted in the soldier, I watched as the lines of consciousness formed, connecting to every single part of its body. Various patterns and shapes took hold, displaying its initial thoughts at birth. Yet it remained motionless. Even when I released my hold over its body, it simply stood there. Okay, now what? I asked myself. There was no reason to assume that it had been born with a language. With creatures like Yo, they learned it over time. With Tokemi, it might have been part of the starting package that comes with being made through the gathering of mana at a single point to form a catalyst. But this was a being that had been built from scratch, right down to its very mind. There was only one language that this creature could possibly understand. So, as I spoke, I transmitted earth mana through my voice, using the mana itself to communicate. Raise your right hand if you can understand me. The moment I said the command, the golem's right hand was lifted. It seemed to give no further thought, simply obeying the command as it was given. So I gave it a more complicated order, one which required thought to perform. Tell me what you are. This time I was met with only silence. I could see the lines of its consciousness slowly changing. Each thought made it grow stronger and stronger, until the changes were vast and unpredictable. Though even then they were still likely to be nothing more than the most simple of thoughts, compared to most creatures. I am born. This was the answer that was sent back to me, carried by Earth Mana. The answer surprised me greatly. I had expected, I am a rock, I am alive, or even, what am I? Yet it had chosen this wording. And that's correct, it had chosen that word. At first, I was worried that I might have created something that I could not control. However, any strong druid that used the right elements could easily crush these soldiers with a flex of their metaphysical muscles. Even Lex would be able to do so soon, especially if they were in his grove. Before it had the chance to develop its mind too much, I wanted to make sure this command was engraved deep into the earliest regions of its mind. From now on, you will obey the wearer of this ring and none other. As I said that, I lifted my hand, displaying the ring on my finger for the creature to see. I wanted to call this thing a golem, but even golems had souls. These were little more than elemental robots. But they would make the perfect army. Chapter 40. They grow up so slow, or fast? After I was done creating the prototype soldier, I began testing its intelligence more. First, I would ask it simple questions such as, what is 1 plus 1? However, I soon discovered that it lacked any talent for math. While robots may be able to perform thousands or even millions of calculations in a single second, my elemental soldier could do no such thing. What he could do, however, was what it was designed for. When I created a clay pot in my grove and brought it into my hand, I ordered it to copy that object. To my surprise, it did not simply create a clay pot in its hands. Rather, its entire body began shifting, rounding out and emptying until it became a clay pot itself. I thought that this was a rather useful ability, given the circumstances. If the soldiers could reshape their bodies at will and were outside of the system's control. They could be considered effectively immortal. The only way to take one down would be to either cancel or negate the magic consciousness inside of them, use a powerful druid to destroy them, or destroy every scrap of their body at once. Lex, do you think you'd be able to copy what I'm doing to create these creatures yourself? I asked, looking down at the ring on my hand. Sorry, John, the ring replied in a small voice. My control isn't that good. I can't even see what you're doing to make them able to think like that. Ah, no worries. It seemed like his ability to monitor mana wasn't quite refined enough to handle the more complicated tasks like that. There was one way that I could get them to multiply, but it was beyond my control right now. From what I heard over my years with the Culopti, there is a planet of naturally occurring slimes, rather than monsters, though they are often called gels instead of slimes due to their differences. Unlike slimes, gels have no core, and can only be damaged with energy attacks. However, the part I was interested in was their ability to split themselves apart after they take in sufficient nutrients. If I was able to get a gel sample, I might really be able to adapt that aspect to my army. Until then, however, I was stuck doing this the hard way. After I confirmed the soldier's intelligence, or lack thereof, I had Lex absorb it into the ring. Then I began making the second one. This one had a metal skin, but its insides were made entirely of fire. When it was done and its sentience was obtained, I waited. I wanted to see if it would be able to hold on to its non-solid body parts. Sure enough, the consciousness merged with both the metal and flame, resulting in the same state of unintelligent awareness that the rock soldier had. At this point, I was thinking that the prototype soldier's choice of words might have actually been a mistake, and that it did not even mean to use the word born. That, or it was able to recognize that it had just been born, but was not able to tell what it was, so that was the only answer it could give. After the second soldier, I began pushing out more and more. Each one I would spend roughly 10 minutes to craft the body, and 10 minutes to test the mind. I didn't want to let one slip into the army if their personality was uncontrollable. However, after the first few, I came up with an idea for how to communicate with them. That idea was to use Lex. By having Lex act as a translator, he could project anything I said to the elementals by communicating through mana. Then, if someone other than myself were to wear the ring, he would also be able to translate the response. Of course, I was still able to understand what was being said while I was the one holding it, so there was no risk of betrayal. I continued like this, making 3 soldiers an hour for the next 2 days. Although I had stopped to eat and sleep, there had been little else to worry about for the time being. As such, soon I was able to create a total of 50 elemental soldiers. While it was less than what I planned to make for the final product, it was the most that Lex could support. With 50 soldiers constantly absorbing and generating mana of their matching elements, Lex's grove was being taxed quite a lot. I even had to let him tap into the energy I passively absorbed in order to allow the grove's mana to regenerate at the same rate that it was absorbed. It was on the 3rd day that I received a message from Celeste. Maeve just called, wanting to speak with you. Okay, so it was a message concerning a message I was getting from Maeve, close enough. At the time, I had been playing Monopoly with Takemi, and losing rather badly. Part of me suspected that she was using her magic to rig the dice rolls, but the other part of me didn't care, as long as she was having fun. Seeing the look on my face, the silver-haired fox girl frowned sadly. "Business?" she asked, looking up to me with wide eyes. I nodded my head, laughing lightly as I reached out and stroked her furry ear. Although reluctant, she allowed her expression to melt into a comfortable one at the touch. "I'll be back soon to finish. It's probably just a report I was expecting." Tokemi nodded her head with a complacent smile. still enjoying the attention she was getting. At least until I stopped to get up. Then she turned her head cutely to try to bring her ears closer to me. I could only let out another laugh as I walked over to the desk in my room. This report was likely nothing too confidential, or she would have reported that fact when trying to send me the message in the first place. As such, I had no issues with taking the call in front of Dokemi. Once I sat down, a holographic Maeve sitting atop her throne appeared on my desk. To my relief, she was not wearing the skimpy bikini from the other day, and was back to a form-fitting dress. "Thank you for taking my call, John," she said with a light nod in my direction, although really she was just nodding at a screen that happened to be placed opposite of her throne on a high wall. I had the chance to see that a while back, so I knew of its existence. "Is now a good time?" "Is there something the matter?" I raised my eyebrow curiously. Asking if it was a good time, was there perhaps some emergency I was unaware of? However, she simply shook her head. "Nothing like that. I simply imagine you might be busy tending to your ship and crew. I wanted to give you an update on the technologies being developed by the allied races for your ship." Once again, I was relieved to know that nothing major happened. "All right, you can go ahead and tell me." "Very well," she began. "I only have received reports on a few of the plans, so I can only tell you that much. From the elves, we are preparing a life support system. This is our most advanced system, serving as both support and defense. While active, it passively releases an immunizing agent throughout the ship. This agent will make anyone that stays on the ship for more than one solar year immune to the defense protocol for a limited period. The defense protocol activates when the ship is placed under alert, and releases a nerve gas throughout the entire ship. For most races, this nerve gas will simply render them unconscious, only serving as a real threat to those with less resistance to such things. Of course, regular crew members will at that point be immune to the gas, and able to clean up any unprepared invaders. Given our technology, this was the best we could offer you." As she finishes, she shakes her head sadly, as if she wished she could do more. "Next are the kleptids. Their technology focuses on medicine even more heavily than our own, so they are working on a redesign for your medbay. While I am not privy to the more sensitive details, I can tell you a few things. The cloning technology of the kleptids far exceeds that of any other known race. With their help, you will likely never have to worry about running out of clone bodies. If I were to bet, they will likely also include better surgical equipment for you as well. Now, the Drakes. Their technology is largely incompatible with our own, because they mostly use organic technology. However, they are designing a neural cluster for you to use on the ship that should vastly increase the performance speed of the main computers. This was the easiest technology that they could convert to a machine interface, so it was all that they could offer up. Taking a deep breath, Maeve continued. Lastly, I have information about the dwarves. Using the data provided by you and your crew regarding the defense systems of the Empire, and the technology developed by the Qlopti over recent years, they seem to believe they have designed a weapon capable of breaching their shield ship's defenses. After saying that, Maeve had a weary smile on her face for a moment. That's all the information I have, I'm afraid. The rest of the races are keeping rather quiet about their plans. Likely they are afraid that any information might wind up in the wrong hands, which is why even the ones I have knowledge on are so little. I nodded my head in understanding. It makes sense. I'll be waiting for the rest of the reports. I already knew what the Deus Ex were working on, as I myself asked them for it. Now it was just a matter of sitting still long enough for the ship to get fully upgraded, and hoping that the new human empire isn't ready to make their move yet. With how split their attentions were, and how few their original numbers, we should be safe for a while yet. However, I could never be sure with them. Maeve gave a slight nod and we said our farewells. After the holographic screen disappeared, I heard Tokemi's voice calling from behind me. "So can we get back to the game?" she asked in a pleading voice. Mostly because she was close to winning, but still. I laughed, nodding my head again as I turned to her. All right. I moved back to the bed. We had laid out the game board. "How is it going with you and Tessa?" I asked as I picked up the dice. She perked her head up slightly, though I could see her ears drooping. "What brought that up, Dad?" Well, that was slightly worrying. "Nothing, really. There's just not many people around here your age, so I wanted to make sure that the two of you were getting along well." While I moved my piece, Tokemi sighed sadly. "It's okay. I mean, she's cool and all, don't get me wrong. And her mom is fun to hang out with too, but—" As she spoke, her eyes fell more and more, until she was looking down at the bed. "You wish you could grow up like she could?" I asked curiously. Tokemi didn't say anything but slightly nodded her head. Even though she was still so young, she was already starting to feel the pain of her friends growing up without her. Especially for a young child. I couldn't imagine how much that must hurt. "Well, maybe you can?" I saw her ears twitch as I said that, while I handed her the dice. "Dad? What do you mean?" Although she took the dice, she didn't roll them, looking at me with unmasked curiosity. In her eyes I could see a faint hope. Hope that maybe she could stay with her friends longer, without a growing age difference separating them. So I told her the thought I had. "I've been thinking about your situation. I might be able to help you grow older in short bursts with my shape-shifting magic. It wouldn't be as natural or as fluid as normal aging, but it would still let you grow up with your friends." As I spoke, I watched the light in her eyes growing brighter, as if she had found the answer to her questions. Would it hurt?" Now, that part I didn't know for sure. I'd only rarely done shape-shifting changes to other people, and I always made sure that they were unconscious for it. "It shouldn't, but I'm not sure. If we put you to sleep for a few minutes, we should be able to fix it and wake you up in a slightly older body each time." I really didn't want to do anything that would hurt Tokemi, as I did consider her more like a daughter of mine, although I never really felt that attached to Yo despite her insisting on calling me her father. Tokemi was another story altogether. Tokemi thought about it for a few moments, and then smiled brightly. "Please help me grow up, Dad." How was I supposed to say no to that? Chapter 41. Upgrades and Grow Up. After we finished our little board game, with Tokemi basically buying up every property on the board and leaving me penniless, we let the others know what we were going to do. This was a big change for her, after all, and they had a right to know. However, the most surprised reaction was undoubtedly from Tessa, who called us over a hologram as soon as I let her mother know what was happening. "You don't have to do this, Mimi." Now, where did that nickname come from? "We'll always be best friends, whether you get bigger or not." She tried to reassure Tokemi, though the Baishiro girl just shook her head with a bitter smile. "I know, Tess, but I want to do this. I don't want to watch everyone grow up around me while I'm stuck looking like a kid. Would you, if it were your choice?" "Well, maybe, for the free candy and cheap movie tickets. But I get your point," Tessa said, lowering her head. "Can I at least be there when it's done? Not many people get to watch their friends grow up right in front of them." When she asked that, Tokemi glanced over to me, looking for my reaction. I nodded my head, signaling her that it was okay. "All right, Tess. Dad thinks it's fine. See you in 10, then?" She had a small smile on her face when she asked that, glad that her friend was being so supportive of her decision. "See you in 10," she agreed, and the two hung up their call. With the call over, Takemi took a deep breath before turning to look at me. "Okay, what do we need to do?" she asked, her eyes starting to look uncertain. Giving it a moment of thought, I nodded my head again slightly. "First, run down to the med bay to get one of the surgical gowns." When I said that, she looked as if I told her I was going to cut her arm off, her face a ghastly white. "Don't worry, it's just so that your clothes won't be damaged when you grow. One size fits all, and whatnot." "Oh!" Her head bobbed up and down slightly as she agreed. "I'll go get that real quick." After saying so, I felt a surge of time mana around her, and she sped out of the room. Guess she wants to be sure she makes it back in time to meet Tessa before this all goes down. Sure enough, she had run all the way to the med bay and back in under 30 seconds, looking barely winded. In her hands was a large white gown, showing she had gotten what she went for. Seeing that, I smiled to her. "Okay, now go ahead and get changed," I said as I walked out of the room, giving her privacy. A short while after I left the room, I heard Takemi's voice calling me to tell me I could go back in. When I walked in, I saw her standing beside the bed, dressed only in the white gown that went all the way down to her ankles. Her hands were down at her sides, and she smiled up to me. "Okay, what next, Dad?" "Now we wait for Tessa and them to get here. Just in case, I want to put you to sleep for the change, so that it won't hurt, and I'm sure that you want to be able to talk to her first, right?" When I asked that, she nodded her head quickly. Thankfully, we didn't have to wait very long because I soon heard a loud knock on the door to my room. "Takemi? John?" I heard Tessa calling in from the hall, obviously short on breath from having run so quickly to get here. You in there?" Takemi looked at me and couldn't stop herself from laughing as she went to the door and opened it up. Tessa was standing there, leaning forward with her hands on her knees, panting for breath. Did I make it in time?" Takemi grinned, shaking her head and pulling Tessa into a hug. "Thanks, Tess. Anytime, Mimi," Tessa said quietly as she returned the hug. "But really, we'd be friends even if you stay a kid. But I get why you want to do this. I'd probably want the same thing if it were me." I couldn't help but clear my throat. "All right, you two. Ready to get this over with? It shouldn't take too long once we get started. Just go lie down on the bed and I'll get started." Takemi gave one last look to Tessa before nodding and going to the bed, laying down on top of it. "Okay, Dad. I'm ready," she said, closing her eyes and smiling. "All right, I'll begin." After saying that, I brushed my hand over her forehead gently, casting a sleep spell on her. Tessa nervously moved to the other side of the bed to watch me, but there was honestly not much for anyone other than myself to see. Well, myself and a certain hitchhiker. Gazing into Takemi's aura, I began my work. This was not a process of aging the body, but simply making it look older. Similar to how I had once made myself more youthful. Yet if anyone used magic to scan my aura, I'd probably appear 100 years older. In the same way, I searched through her body, changing various little aspects. First, her body began to grow slowly, discomfort appearing on her face as I worked to make the changes easier on her. I healed any damage that appeared, making sure she stayed asleep the entire time. Soon she had gained a full 10 inches, growing to roughly 5 feet tall. Tessa let out a gasp as she noticed the change, quickly covering her mouth so as to not wake Takemi. Next was her face, losing some of its roundness to become more angled. Still, she carried the look of a child, but not one as young as she had been before. When I was done, I went through one more time, making sure that all of the changes had been made properly, both on the inside and out. Only after that did I apply one last healing spell to remove any residual discomfort, before waking Takemi with another spell. Tessa held her hands together in worry as she watched her friend slowly open her eyes. Ah! Takemi let out a long yawn, uncharacteristic of someone that had slept for maybe 10 minutes. Slowly she brought her arms under her and propped herself up. I feel hungry. As she said that, she brought one hand to her stomach. At the same time, she seemed to notice something when she looked down at herself, then glanced over to a certain area on Tessa, then back to herself, and frowned. Nope, not doing that. I already helped Sharon with that issue once before, but I am not doing that for my little fox girl daughter. Looking away and pretending I didn't notice her annoyed glare, I cleared my throat. Well, shall we go get something to eat then? Takemi looked like she was just about to raise a complaint when her stomach decided to raise one first. Looking down at herself again, she grimaced. You win this time, Belly. You win this time. Finally, Takemi swung her legs off the side of the bed, surprised to find that her feet actually reached now without having to stretch them. Giving a small grin, she pushed herself up to a standing position, only to fall right back down. Okay, dizzy. That normal, Dad? She asked with a slightly worried voice as she turned her head to look at me. I nodded in response, remembering back to the disorientation I felt the first few times I shapeshifted. You have to adjust to your new body. You just went through 5 years of growth in 5 minutes, so it will take some time to adjust. Thankfully, I was able to keep your muscles as strong as they were before, so you shouldn't have any weakness. With that, not only Takemi, but even Tessa on the other side of the bed let out a sigh of relief. The human girl walked over, taking one of Takemi's hands. I'll help, okay, Mimi? She offered with a gentle smile, to which Takemi nodded in thanks. Like that, the two girls began walking off carefully, one leaning against the other for support. The next few days were largely uneventful, with me spending most of my time watching Takemi to make sure that she didn't have any issues with her slightly larger body. Thankfully, after needing Tessa to help her around for the first day, she seemed to be fine walking on her own, though she was still a bit unsteady on her feet for a while. After that had passed, things quieted down again, though it was only a couple of days later when Celeste sent me a message. John, we've got the data files from the various race representatives. Do you want me to summarize it for you? Okay, I'd just like to point out that these messages don't always come at the best time. For instance, when I happen to be in the middle of a shower and happen to hear a female voice in my head, that would count as not the best time. After jumping slightly, I groaned inwardly. Send the summary to my computer. I'll read it when I can. There was a small, knowing laugh in the back of my head, but Celeste complied, letting me get back to my shower. When I was done, I walked out in a large robe and sat at my desk, pulling up the files that had already been transferred. She really had summarized it quite a lot, not going into many details with each file. Unsurprisingly, the Havash had nothing to offer, as their race still refused to leave beyond their own system most of the time. Dwarves. Weapon designs likely effective against Empire shielding. Elves. Life support / internal defense against organic invaders. Halflings. More efficient maneuvering thrusters. Drake. Biomechanical nerve wiring for increased processing speed. Fairy. Adaptive shield, able to leech small amounts of energy from attacks to strengthen itself. Deus Ex. Long-distance warp core. They finally finished it. Humans. Modified impulse thruster. Demons. Automated defense lasers to shoot down incoming fighters and missiles. Kleptids. Medbay upgrades, largely for disease resistance and cloning stations. Out of all of them, a few caught my eye right away. For instance, the Deus Ex's contribution, the device that we discovered blueprints for in our very first raid on the New Human Empire. The fact that they had finished it meant that we would be able to travel over extreme distances, even faster than in subspace. The next one that caught my attention was the one from the humans. I couldn't help but call out, "Celeste, what's with this one?" I asked out loud, my eyes focusing on the modified impulse thruster line. Apparently that's the best they could do. With humans not having a proper foothold yet, they weren't able to design something too complicated. According to the footnotes, they actually exchanged a large sum of gold to the market for this blueprint. However, it's only slightly better than what we have right now, and uses more energy. So I didn't want to call it an improvement. Celeste's voice rang out in my mind after I called for her, before returning to silence. I wasn't surprised that there was nothing on the list from the Qlopti. After all, we already had their most advanced technology here in the form of the combining fighter squadrons. If we wanted to apply some of that technology to the Ariadne, it would be easier to just build a whole new ship. "Have the Deus Ex tested the warp core yet?" I asked, looking forward to that one above all else. "Up to a distance of 5 parsecs. The largest problem with that technology is the precise coordinates needed. The further away you're moving, the easier it is to miscalculate. Sadly, it's not as easy as pointing to a star and going there, because the light from that star had to travel for so long that it might not be in quite the same position anymore. So they can do 5 parsec jumps at a time and land exactly where they want. Anything more than that, and they have to aim for empty space." I nodded in understanding. "I see. Still, that would allow us to get there much faster than before. How long will it take to get the upgrades installed? Once you choose which upgrades to install, I can figure it out. Also, I would like to request permission to pass the designs to the Deus Ex as well. If we go into battle with only one ship that is capable of fighting them, we'll only end up getting destroyed." "All right, permission granted," I agreed easily. "And see if any of these can be applied to the Qlopti ships without compromising their other systems. Having the warp core alone will save us enough travel time to make up the modifications." "Okay, I'll get on it and let you know when I have a timetable." Just as Celeste finished that, a window appeared in front of me. At first, I thought it might be someone using the friends list to contact me, until I saw the message. "I'm back." Chapter 42. A good idea? Oh, great, I thought to myself as I saw the prompt. I had forgotten that he said he would only be gone a week, and was getting rather used to the silence. It almost reminded me when he had all but vanished for several years. Those were the days. "I heard that. And for the record, gods apparently can't get high. Table flip emoticon. Not for lack of trying, though." Okay, didn't exactly need to know that. I shook my head as I got changed, wanting to get on with my day. It was unlikely that Malthan had anything actually meaningful to contribute aside from bored rambling. At times it made me wonder just how lonely the gods could be, given the sheer number of them. "I can still hear that. And you really have no idea. Now let's see. What new developments have I missed lately?" I was just about to say or think something possibly rude, when another window appeared in front of me, cutting off my train of thought. "Wow, you had a boring week. Aside from your beach vacation and helping the fox get a bit bigger, you did jack all, didn't you? Glad I spaced out then." "Do you have anything useful to say? Or are you just here to torment me again?" I thought inwardly, really hoping it was the former. Though a part of me worried whether Malthan did have anything actually useful to say to me. Only on rare occasions would it be something good. "Just figured I'd pop in, see how things are going. It's bingo night, and I wasn't really interested in cheating again." I couldn't help it. I face-palmed when he casually admitted to cheating. Just ignore him and he'll go away. Just ignore him and he'll go away. I repeated this mantra to myself over and over, closing my eyes tight. When I opened my eyes, of course, there was another window there waiting for me. Peekaboo. Also, nice job on the elemental robots. Way to cheat the system. He's still there. Of course he's still there. I wasn't sure why I was hoping that he'd take the hint, so I just finished getting dressed and opened up the door to leave the room. Though I probably would have trained them to merge into one supreme elemental warrior that held all of the combined elements. I mean, you've definitely got enough of them there. And stopped dead in my tracks when I saw the last message. I hadn't even considered the idea of them combining like that. Why would I? Each one was its own entity, and their thoughts could potentially conflict when they try to merge together. That would prevent them from merging into a single being. Though, with how simple-minded they were, that might not be an issue. I furrowed my brows as I considered the possibility that Malthan had given me a good idea. The fact that it might even have been on purpose worried me even more. However, this time there was really no window that appeared. Celeste, I need a training ground, a big one, I said out loud, still standing in the doorway to my room. Oh? I heard her inside my mind again, a surprised voice that made me think she hadn't been paying attention during my little exchange with Malthan. How big? As big as possible. Malthan gave me an idea. There was an exaggerated and horrified scream echoing in my mind as I said that, making me raise my eyebrows in surprise. Sorry, couldn't resist. I think I've got a place that would work. You don't need your own dedicated planet or anything, right? When I shook my head slightly, she continued. Good. There's an island off the coast of Garin 6. It was abandoned after Genesis due to monster activity, and they never got around to reclaiming it. As long as you don't mind a few monsters, that should be a perfect training ground. The next best thing would be an uninhabited world or the moon. Monster Island works fine. I shook my head, accepting the suggestion. I doubted that there would be anything down there that could pose an actual threat to me, especially with the 50 soldiers there as well. If there was anything like that, it would have to be at the world boss level, and there was no way that they wouldn't notify us of a monster like that living on the planet. While I walked to the medbay to get into the clone body, I went over the details of my idea with Celeste. Like myself, she seemed surprised that Malthan actually came up with and shared a good idea, one that could give a massive power boost if it worked properly. After all, one elemental soldier was already powerful. 50 of them combined would be nearly unstoppable. After switching Lex over to my clone body, I had myself teleported down to the island that Celeste designated. Sure enough, when I arrived, I saw a host of monsters crawling around the ruins of a wrecked city. The streets had been torn open, revealing the transit system beneath, while large dog-like creatures wandered around. It was rather unusual that they were all the same species of monster, but I could only assume that they were the dominant creatures to remain after the city was destroyed. Each one could come up to my shoulders on all fours, with glistening blue fur and 4 golden eyes. Celeste, do you have any records on these creatures? Checking. Nope. They weren't included in the information I got when I was looking up wolf evolutionary lines. Most likely they are just a species, not part of that evolutionary tree, for some reason. Probably because they're ghosts, I said with a groan as I noticed one of the blue wolves casually walking through the shattered remains of a stone wall. Even if they weren't ghosts, they definitely weren't normal wolf monsters. Yeah, that would do it. Will make for an interesting fight, though. You and 50 undying elemental soldiers against 3,675 ghost dogs. I gotta go make some popcorn. I half expected a reply from Malthan to appear after that, but again he remained quiet, much to my relief. "All right, Lex, start bringing them out," I said with my brows furrowed. While I wasn't concerned that the wolves could actually kill me or the soldiers, I wasn't quite sure how I could kill something that casually phases through walls. There were some obvious methods to try first, but we'd have to see how things go. In response to my command, I felt a fairly powerful mana buildup on my finger, before a trail of flame appeared in front of me, solidifying into the shape of a person. Afterwards, more figures began appearing, made of stone, metal, light, shadow, even some made from plants and the flesh of beasts. And then came the combination soldiers, those that were composed of between 2 and 5 elements. When all 50 had appeared, the ghost wolves finally took notice of my presence. Or more specifically, the flaming/glowing/sparking presence of the small army that suddenly appeared on the street. There was a series of angry growls as they began to turn to face me en masse. Some of them phased up through the street, or through nearby walls to stand horizontally. "Kill them," I commanded, waiting to see how the elemental army would act. After a moment of hesitation, there was a flurry of action. Those with solid bodies transformed themselves into numerous spikes that flew at individual ghost wolves. Those made of energy forms expanded and turned into a sea of light and shadow. Perhaps the most unimpressive of this were the plant and animal soldiers. The plant soldier simply stood there, the flowers of its eyes watching the ghost wolves, while the animal one used its fleshy body as a battering ram. Every now and then it would grow one of its body parts to ridiculous sizes to smack at a wolf, only to have it harmlessly phase through. As the ghost wolves approached the plant soldier, my opinion had to suddenly change. Thick vines began to sprout up from the street, cracking the pavement as they attempted to wrap around the bodies of the wolves, though again the wolves simply phased through after a momentary struggle. I nodded my head slightly as I watched the battle. These wolves were pretty strong under normal circumstances. When I allowed one to attack me due to seeing that they did no real damage to my soldiers, I felt a brief pain as it passed through my arm. Curiously, I checked my experience and noticed a very slight decline. So they attack souls. Well, that explains why this isn't going anywhere. "Darkness, fire, lightning, light," I called out to 4 types of elementals, letting Lex translate my words into the appropriate mana types. "Kill them. Everyone else, back off." From my brief observation, I noticed a few things about these wolves. Namely, only energy damage is guaranteed to do damage to them. Whenever they feel physical pressure or register an incoming attack, they turn intangible. However, they have no real defense against energy-based attacks. And since their only 2 methods of attacking seem to be soul-devouring and physical attacks, they can't do anything against the elemental soldiers. I watched as the elementals struck out, over a dozen of them taking action to flood the field with their various affinities. Sure enough, I could hear the screams of the wolves as they were torn apart, unable to fight back. Soon their survival instincts had kicked in and they began to run away. "Don't chase them," I said preemptively, not wanting to let the elemental army get too far away. Instead, I watched as the elemental soldiers reformed their original bodies, moving to stand in the same positions that they were summoned. I felt a smile cross my lips as I gave a brief nod, satisfied with their performance. "Now, today, we are going to be practicing a new technique." I spoke, not waiting for an answer I knew would never come. "I will be picking out 2 of you, and you will combine to form one body. You will act as one entity, sharing your powers with each other." There was only silence after I spoke, though I knew that Lex had translated the words to them all. Sighing, I randomly pointed to 2 of them. One was the very first elemental soldier, the one made of stone, while the other was one made entirely of metal. As soon as I had pointed to them, they did not even wait for me to tell them what to do before following the instructions I set out previously. Their bodies broke apart in chunks that flew together, twisting and fighting with each other as they attempted to form one solid body. What emerged when it was done was a creature roughly 1/3 taller than either of the originals, its body a spiral of layered metal and stone. Raising my eyebrows slightly, I decided to give an order to test it. "Raise your right arm." There was a metallic groaning sound, followed by the cracking of stone as the arm fell apart, immediately pulling itself back together. When it reformed, it was about 1/3 of the way up, and immediately broke again as it tried to move. They aren't synchronized. My next attempt was with 2 mixed element soldiers, one that was light and lightning, the other that was lightning and fire. I believe that the shared element should make the joining more stable, not to mention that they were both energy bodies. This time, when they raised their arm, there was a small explosion of light and fire that caused its form to become blurred for a long moment. By the time I was able to see it clearly, it had raised its arm. However, as soon as I had it move again to lower the arm, the same miniature explosion happened again. They need a stabilizing force. This idea was a good one, and by Malthan, I was going to make it work. Chapter 43. Order to Chaos. No matter which of the 50 soldiers I chose to combine, they all had similar problems. Their minds were not completely synchronized, causing their bodies to fall apart as soon as they began moving. My next test was to have 3 or more combined together, and have all of them listen to the commands of a single soldier. That worked somewhat, but had limitations of its own. Whenever the soldiers all shared a common element, they were capable of moving almost fluidly, only demonstrating slight synchronization issues. However, if one of them did not have an element matching the controlling soldier, then there was a lag in its movement while it waited for the order to be passed along by another soldier. If one of them did not share an element with any of the others, then it would not act at all. I considered making a 51st soldier, one that was designed to be the leading component in the fusions. However, there was a problem with that, as Lex's Grove had not developed to the point where it could sustain any more than was currently present. So I could only either alter one of the existing soldiers, or come up with a different method. Looking through my character window, I contemplated to see whether or not I had any means at my disposal to get the effect I wanted. Name: John Hewlett. Race: Wood Elf. Titles: Vengeful Heart, Amateur Brain Surgeon, Spider Slaughterer, Starship Captain, Creator of Baishiro. Fame: 100,000. Level 207, 98%. Class: Druid. Advanced Class: Xenoshifter. Deity: Malthan. Health: 2,000 out of 2,000. Health Regen: 0. Mana: 4,500 out of 4,500. Mana Regen: 124.2. Strength: 100. Wisdom: 300. Agility: 69. Intelligence: 450. Dexterity: 70. Charisma: 35. Vitality: 200. Luck: 23. Points remaining: 0. Earth: 90%. Fire: 89%. Wind: 89%. Water: 89%. Lightning: 88%. Light: 89%. Dark: 88%. Plant: 88%. Void: 88%. Metal: 88%. Magnetism: 88%. Plasma: 88%. Gravity: 88%. Time: 60%. Animal: 76%. Gem: 69%. Gold: 81%. Luck: 26%. Order: 23%. Bone: 70%. As I looked through my list of affinities, one of them stuck out for me. Order. Honestly, I had never used order successfully before, but I knew what it did. I had once tried to use it on an annoying Kulopti, hoping that the order mana would make him listen to me, or at least calm down and stop being so erratic. Instead, what happened was that he became even worse, his control over his body and mind intensifying. Since then, I had tried to use that element on myself on multiple occasions, but each time there was only a minimal effect. My brain had long since been modified with the aura implant to grant me a better control over myself, so adding in the order mana did little else other than to distract me. Here, however, it might just be what I needed. Yet how was I going to make it work? Unlike the elements that I made the soldiers out of, order has no form. It is not an energy, a solid. It can't be defined physically. Besides that, Lex does not have the proper element in his grove, so I couldn't create a soldier with that element whether I wanted to or not. Then do I use the order element on them while they are combined? Doing so might work, but at the same time would require my constant attention, leaving me exposed to enemy attacks. Then what could be done? Thinking about it, I came only to one possible solution. Looking to the air, water, and darkness soldiers, I spoke to them. Merge with me, let me serve as the core. You will allow your abilities to be controlled by myself. This was a fairly heavy gamble, and the merging process could potentially rip my body apart if they tried to meld into me in the same way they did each other. That is why I started with the less solid soldiers, to reduce that risk. And as I expected, I was soon bathed in water, shrouded in darkness, and lifted by the wind. There was a small pulling sensation on my body at first, making me think that they really were about to rip me apart to try to follow my order. Yet soon that subsided. When they seemed to realize that my body did not come apart as easily as theirs did, they settled for wrapping around me, merging into a strange mixture of elements with me at the center. What I ended up as was rather unusual, to say the least. With a body made almost entirely of water, hollow eyes of wind looked out to the surroundings. On the back of the body of water was a cape of flowing shadows. In my mind, I could feel each of the three trying to probe at me through the elemental mana, trying to give up the control that I asked of them. However, I was not sure how to accept that. In order not to drown, I made myself quickly grow gills along my neck. That way I would not be in danger from the water body I found myself in. Next, I reached up my hand in front of me, hoping that the soldiers would mimic this reaction. However, the water body remained motionless. Even when I poured out order mana to try to increase the degree of control, it would not match my movements. What next? I thought to myself, before I brought myself back to the three connections trying to form with my mind. This time I decided to reach out to them as well, using the same mana types that they called to me with. Immediately, a massive change emerged within me. My mind connected to the three elemental soldiers, my sight passing through the hollow eyes of wind. This suddenly felt like my own body, but at the same time not. After all, there was no sense of touch beyond what my body normally felt. Even though my new feet were standing atop the ground, I could only feel the water surrounding me. With a thought, my right arm of water slowly raised up, though I could see it trembling slightly as it did. Okay, now comes order, I decided, and began adding order mana into the connections that had been formed with the three soldiers. Quickly, the trembling stopped. My arm seemed to become almost solid, steady even as I swung it back and forth with a few experimental motions. With a thought, I saw the water of my hand become ice, and then it formed into a spear. Swinging my arm, I launched the spear of ice from my arm. feeling it travel through the air to land on the ground a few meters away. Somehow I could still clearly sense it as part of my body, even though it had been separated. And with another thought, it flew back to me, melting to rejoin my body. This is so weird. I did my best to get used to the situation, deciding to test out my control over the other two elemental soldiers at my disposal. Focusing, I felt the shadow cape twist, wrapping around my body and causing me to sink downwards. Soon I had fallen completely beneath the surface of the pavement, much like what happened when people had trapped within a shadow prison. Yet this time I was able to clearly see up above, as if there was a window facing the sky above me. More surprisingly, there were similar windows scattered around me. The landscape looked empty, only eerie darkness as far as I could see, with the only changes being the various windows facing upwards. As I walked through the empty space, I noticed that each window was a shadow. I also noticed that the window I originally started beneath vanished as soon as I began moving, likely indication that my own shadow disappeared once I decided not to surface through it. Picking up one of the larger shadows, I pulled myself up and back to the surface, and began performing a few more tests. I was able to easily create spears of shadows, blades of wind, or any other physical embodiment of the three elements I was currently made of. The only thing I had to really worry about was that my true body was still visible, floating in the center of my chest. Unlike the elemental soldiers, that was still a considerable weak point. Nodding my head, I decided to continue exploring the possibilities of this. Pointing to the metal, light, and earth soldiers, I spoke up again. My voice sounded odd, cracking as if spoken through a fan. "You three, join me as well." I couldn't help but worry as I saw the stone and metal soldiers breaking apart, moving to merge with my water body. However, like the previous three, they did not try to pull me apart too strongly before giving up and simply forming an elemental armor around me. This time, I actively tapped into the links that they sent, controlling them to reshape into a more fitting body. What it looked like this time was slightly strange. Instead of a body made primarily of water, stone was the main element now, though the stones were cracked and broken into large chunks, with streams of water flowing between them. I still kept the cape of shadows, but the eyes this time were brightly glowing lights. As for the wind and metal soldiers, I relocated them to the chest of the large elemental body. Using the metal soldier as a shell, I filled it with wind to create a breathable cocoon. Like this, my true body had a measure of defense, but that was not all. Scattered pieces of the wind soldier's body flew around my larger form, shards of metal forming claws along my hands. Again, I performed a few tests to make sure that I could control it, before I took a deep breath. My voice now was deeper and hollow, as if speaking through a pipe. "Okay, the rest of you, join in as well." This was the ultimate test, and if it worked, I would have a new trump card to use in my fights, one even more powerful than Celeste's body armor form, yet having the requirement of needing a wide area to use. Sure enough, I soon felt many more connections forming in my mind, causing me to be stunned for several minutes. It was like listening to 50 people trying to talk at once, and trying to understand what each of them were saying. Needless to say, it was not an easy task to do normally. Taking a deep, calming breath, I steadied myself and began sorting the connections by their elements. This way, rather than dealing with 50 voices, I only had to handle a handful. Then I connected to those links in the same way as I had before, though doing so caused a much higher consumption of mana. While I was able to draw out the small amounts of mana that the 50 soldiers naturally produced in order to make up for that part of the connection, I had no way to compensate for the order mana I was using, aside from my own reserves. And having to sustain such a large body, This caused my mana consumption to gradually overtake my recovery speed. Though I could probably still maintain this form for quite a while if I wanted to, since manipulating the elements is done using the mana from the soldiers rather than myself. Taking a deep breath, I sent a bit of wind mana out to form elemental eyes to let me see what I look like now. My body was now fully 10 meters high, looking like an avatar of battle. The only flesh that could be seen was my head, hidden beneath a massive helmet. My eyes held within them a deep red light, shining like torches. My chest appeared to be covered in 2 layers of armor, 1 stone and 1 metal, with a sleek, skin-tight look. Each of my 4 limbs were made of stone, glowing red lines visible along them like hidden veins. Lightning danced across my body, while flames rose from my hands and feet. My back still held the flowing cape of shadows, but it was now much larger to match my new size. I could feel water pulsing through me like blood. Finally, the plant soldiers had wrapped their bodies around my waist and wrists, becoming a belt and a pair of bracers made of vines. My true body was curled up in a ball, hidden within a metal shell inside my chest. I knew that, with a single thought, I could control any of the elements within me with an ease I had never felt before. It was like I had truly become an elemental capable of controlling 10 different elements. Okay, now that's cool, I heard Celeste say in my mind, a voice of genuine surprise and excitement. I had to say, I did agree with her. Chapter 44. Witty title here. Before leaving the ruined city, I decided to test out some of the power that came with this new form, which I decided to call the Elemental Titan. In my test, I found that I could not only move the different elements as I wished, I could even completely swap them. For instance, after I created a large metal greatsword in my hands, I was able to change its composition to shadow mana. In exchange, the cape on my back stiffened slightly, becoming similar to a metal cloth. Once I was done, I took a deep breath and focused. Now separate, I commanded, carefully severing the connections that had been established between myself and the 50 soldiers. This was the part I had been most worried about, honestly, aside from the initial merger. There was the distinct chance that the elemental soldiers would rip through my body or crush me as they were leaving. To prevent this, I exerted some control of my own elemental abilities to create a safety bubble around my body. This way they should not be able to so easily push through. And indeed, although some pressed against the bubble, they ended up taking the path of least resistance to separate. From the outside, it looked almost as if the Elemental Titan had exploded, pieces of it flying everywhere to reform into 50 different humanoids. Where the Titan had once stood, my body slowly descended to the ground, accompanied by the wind elemental soldiers that were the last to depart. But the transition of seeing through the elements and seeing through my own body was fast, but also disorienting. It took me several long moments after landing on the ground to gain my bearings again, after which I opened my status window again. As I had expected, it only took a few seconds to refill the little mana that I had spent in the Titan form. If I continued to level up, or increased my affinities even more to hasten my mana recovery, I might even be able to sustain the form indefinitely in battle. "Lex, put them all back in the grove," I said as I looked down to my finger, seeing the ring that rested there. I felt a pulse of mana sweeping out, an order to the soldiers to return to the ring. Like when they came out, they turned into streams of energy that rushed around my body, pushing themselves back into Lex's grove. "So totally great idea, right? Right?" Yes, Malthan, it was a very good idea. You can stop pouting now." I thought back to how Malthan had suddenly stopped speaking up after suggesting the Titan idea. The only reason I could think of for him to suddenly go silent was the thoughts I had after he presented the idea. Why a god would pout over the thoughts of a mortal, I had no idea. I could only chalk it up to his madness. I wasn't pouting. I wasn't. I was, distracted. The goddess of breast walked by, so it took me a bit to get back to you. That's all. Uh-huh. Sure. While I sincerely didn't believe him, I also didn't want to push the issue too much. Annoyance or not, Malthain was still a full-fledged god. If he wanted to destroy me, there was probably any number of ways he could go about it. Celeste, I called out, trusting that the more helpful of my mental hitchhikers was still listening in. I felt a small nudge in the corner of my mind, showing me that she was still there. Though she was likely distracted and unable to offer her full attention. I'm ready to come back up. Also, do you have an estimate on the upgrades yet? Working on it, she replied, her voice seeming to come from far away. Hold for teleport. Rather than an immediate response like I was expecting, the teleport only came several long moments later. When it finished, I was standing in the medbay in front of my true body. Celeste was standing, motionless off to the side, her eyes looking unfocused. It was only when I began moving that she reacted, blinking a couple times and looking at me. Sorry, there is a lot of work going into these repairs. We're basically remaking the entire ship, aside from the hull itself and some key systems. I nodded my head in understanding, switching out of my clone and back to my true body. Would it help to use the automatic upgrade system? I asked as I grabbed the ring from my clone, turning around to see Celeste's eyes shining. That would probably be able to take care of one of the upgrades at a time, and would lessen the workload. See if you can apply any of the upgrades to the ship, since all of the blueprints are already saved in the computers. Smiling slightly, I opened the ship management window and did just that, looking at what options were available. Looks like I can select them. I wasn't really too surprised there. Even when Celeste had been creating the blueprints for more advanced systems using technology from the future, the only time when the system rejected an upgrade was if it was too far of a leap. Each of the systems here were only slight upgrades, or additional features to how a component functioned. All right then. You'll probably only be able to do so one at a time. The best one to start with would be the nerve wiring. Initially, we were going to have to completely pull out over half of the panels on the interior of the ship to upgrade the wiring, which would take longer than the upgrade itself. That did make sense, and the wiring was the most important aspect. With it upgraded, the other upgrades should be able to run more smoothly. At least that's how it seemed to me. After the upgrade had been selected, I was given a message saying that it would take roughly 5 days for it to finish, which seemed to catch Celeste by surprise. Really? That's faster than I expected, she said after seeing the window through my eyes. That should speed up the process by a couple weeks, I think. As she spoke, Celeste seemed to be doing a few calculations in her head, nodding to herself every once in a while. So, how long should the entire process take? I asked curiously. While we didn't have too much of a choice but to get these upgrades, I didn't want to give the new human empire too much time to build up whatever plans they had prepared. Before, we wouldn't have been ready for a couple months, almost until your grove was completed, but now we should be able to shave about half of a month off of that. The most important systems are the warp core, the weapons, and the shields. Everything else is secondary, but we can't work on it while we're on the move. To get caught in a fight while our medbay is out for upgrades would ruin us. So, about 6 weeks then, I said with a small groan. I could somewhat overlook the time spent in the upgrades due to the addition of the warp core, which would allow us to almost instantly arrive at any location. That alone would make up for the time lost after just a few trips, given that it tended to take quite a while to travel between systems. The question was, what should I do with these 6 weeks? With the elemental titan, I had a trump card that should be able to give me confidence to fight just about anything. Well, as long as I didn't try to take on an entire battleship by myself, because that would be an almost guaranteed suicide no matter how well equipped I was. Work on new skills? I might be able to do that. But the question then becomes what kind of skill I wanted to work on. My only real idea for that had been the elemental soldiers, and I had already taken that as far as I could. While it seemed a bit wrong, it just didn't feel right to leisurely spend the 6 weeks with my wives and Tokemi, knowing that war was still waiting in the background. It felt strange to be thinking that now, but I had the need to do something. Celeste apparently either heard my inner turmoil or saw it in my face, because she smiled slightly to me. Just take the time to relax, John. By my calculations, it would have taken us 3 weeks normally to arrive at the next base we have mapped out. Assuming that they haven't finished their own warp core project, then we don't have to worry too much about them attacking us in this time. I nodded my head at that, agreeing with her words. Speaking of, what are the chances of them doing something like attaching the warp core to a weapon? Would they be able to send things through like that to directly attack? As I asked that, Celeste knit her brows together. I don't think so. It's hard to say for sure. I mean, theoretically, it is possible, but they would have to have the exact spatial coordinates in relation to their current position. Even I would need a good 5 minutes or so to calculate the exact coordinates from here to a specific location on this world's moon, let alone a world in a completely different star system. If they were going to use it like that, the more likely choice would be to create a large power source and attach the warp core to a planetoid or large asteroid. If there was sufficient energy, it might be able to move an entire celestial body. As she spoke, her words became more uncertain. If that was the case, then they could potentially move their headquarters to an area of remote space beyond what we are capable of reaching with normal subspace methods. With the warp cores, they could easily bring their ships back from that remote region to launch repeated hit-and-run attacks. I raised my eyebrows at Celeste as I listened to her ramble on, which drew an embarrassed smile from her when she looked up. It's what I would do anyways. Whoever gave them this technology must know its full potential. If they are going to do something like that, we really do need to find their base before they're able to finish the warp cores. Thankfully, their progress in the base we found before suggested they were still a long ways away from fully creating one. There's not the chance that they had multiple bases working on the same project? I asked dubiously, afraid that they might be further along than we thought. However, Celeste shook her head. Not logically. I mean, if you have 10 research teams focusing on one subject, but they aren't allowed to communicate with each other, then it is no different from just having one team working on it. From the information we recovered so far, it is likely that each research base has 1 or 2 specific objects that they are trying to engineer. For that one, it was the warp core and the AI implants. I see, I said, sighing slightly. Well, I'm going to go figure out how to relax. Maybe invite Tokemi and the others over for another board game or something, I said with a slight smile. As much as it surprised me, Tokemi seemed to enjoy playing board games far more than she enjoyed watching shows that Celeste had downloaded before leaving Earth, or playing the Q-Loptes video games. Celeste giggled slightly at that, nodding. All right then. I'll take care of managing the upgrades. You focus on taking care of the family, she said, smiling gently at me as I left the room. Okay, now to find the others, I thought to myself, bringing one hand up to my ear to call for Sharon. Where are you guys at? I asked simply, connecting to her comm. A reply came back after a short while. Sorry. Yin wanted to take Yang and I out for a bit. The upgrade work was starting to bother Yang. So we're down on Garen right now. I raised my eyebrow slightly at that, finding it rather sudden. We're visiting Talia right now. Why, is anything the matter? Well, if they're with Talia, everything should be okay, I thought to myself before shaking my head. No, it's nothing. Celeste said that we're stuck here for a month and a half, so I was just calling to see who was free. Oh, really? Sharon asked in surprise. Huh. Didn't think it'd take that long. Don't worry, we'll be back up soon. Tokembi wanted us all to be back in the ship for dinner tonight, since this is her first time growing up, she said in a light tone. She's treating this almost like a birthday. That thought made me smile a bit, nodding my head subconsciously. Not surprised. Well, I'll see you guys when you get up here, I said, moving to head towards my quarters. 6 weeks. Chapter 45. The Dreaded Calm. The next 6 weeks were, how to put it gently, they were hell. My own personal, living hell. In these 6 weeks, I learned things about myself that I never knew. Things about myself I never wanted to know. For instance, I found that I am no longer capable of doing nothing. I mean, I am not physically capable of it. For years, I have either always had something to keep me busy or I would quickly find something to do so. But I never questioned that. Keeping busy made me happy. But once I slowed down, to put it mildly, I was a wreck. That is putting it very mildly. Shut up, Malthan. Anyways, where was I? Oh, yes. It wasn't so bad the first couple of days. It actually felt rather nice to take a break and relax. But after that, I began to get twitchy, unable to stay alone in a room for very long. I found myself roaming the halls, talking with anyone that would listen just to have something to do. Repeatedly, I tried to offer help with the upgrades, but due to lack of training in that area, I was turned down. A few times I sparred with Kismet, until he stopped accepting the matches. I mean, he is the most skilled shadow manipulator we have, but sparring loses its purpose when I can just shut him down with brute force at any time. Playing games with Tokemi helped for a while, but I kept trying to distract myself with mental exercises during it, so the games quickly became less fun. Finally, I turned my desperation for activity towards the Garen system. Over the course of 6 weeks, I managed to clear out 18 dungeons, get rid of 3 world bosses on uninhabited planets or moons, and set up 6 anti-spawn barriers. Even that really only took 5 weeks, before Maeve reported that there was nothing left for me to help with. Oh, come on, there has to be something, I pleaded to the hologram of the High Queen, who sighed dramatically. Sorry, John. All of the dungeons that are left are the ones that we use to train our men. With your help, the last of the cities we had been working to protect now have the spawn barriers. Aside from that, there are no other boss monsters that we have detected in the system. There's just nothing left for you to help with, Maeve replied, shaking her head. This was not the first time that we had had this conversation, but it was probably going to be the last. Before, she had to ask each of the other High Queens for jobs that they could give me, but now we had run out of people to call. Maybe I can scout out potential worlds and other systems or enchant some items for the queens? I paced back and forth, trying to come up with something to keep myself busy. I could already feel my palms beginning to shake, my nerves kicking in. We've already got a couple of scouting ships patrolling nearby systems to look for suitable worlds. As for enchanted items, I appreciate the sentiment, John. I really do. But we have people working on that. The safety of the queens is naturally a high priority, so we have hundreds of elves devoted to exactly that task. I shook my head, trying to offer up an argument. But, John, she spoke in a more stern tone, you've done enough. Your ship should be ready in just a few days. After that, you can go back to the war. Our equipment is taken care of. But what about your crew? I'm sure some of them are lacking protective gear, and they're going to need it on the front lines. By the time she finished speaking, there was a knowing smile on her lips. And that's how it came to this. With me spending my last week of vacation pumping out magical weapons and armor, I finally had something to do with all of the bows, staves, and leather armors that Yang had been producing in her free time. Of course, I still spent time with my wives, and Yo and Tokemi. But during those times I would be keeping my mind busy, planning out what enchantments I would make for each specific crew member, and who I would give intelligent weapons to. Given my breakthrough in understanding sentience, I no longer required Celeste to risk one of her children in order to create an ego weapon, as I was able to create one on my own now. Sadly, there were still times when I was left just sitting around. Either I was waiting for more items to be brought to me to enchant, or, as was the case now, I ran out of crew members to make gear for. I had thought about using my free time to cultivate my elements these last 6 weeks, but that felt a bit redundant. After all, with the ring and staff combo, my elements were able to cultivate themselves. Any increase that would be gained by my own efforts would be negligible. Are you sure you don't have any quests I can do in the neighborhood? I asked my final hope, Malthan. As long as it didn't take me out of the solar system, I was even willing to run errands for him for these last few hours until everything was completed. For the nth time, John, no. There aren't any quests related to my domain that you could do within the Garen system for the next 3 hours. I couldn't help but curse under my breath. When had I become so restless? Back on Earth, I spent entire days just lazing around, pretending the outside world didn't exist. Now I could barely go a few hours without trying to find something to occupy my time. About that. Celeste spoke up inside my mind, quickly attracting my attention. However, before I could even think anything, she hastily added, No, I don't have anything I need your help with. Okay. Then what did you want to say? I asked, lowering my head. Well, I think I know what caused this little... Can I call this a malfunction? I really want to call this a malfunction. Should I take offense to that? I feel like I should take offense to that. Shut it, Malthan. Okay, go ahead, I urged her, happy to at least have a conversation of some importance to occupy myself. Well, you see... She hesitated, as if trying to find some way to approach the topic. I think it has to do with your little accident a few years back on Hydra. Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. No, it doesn't. What do you mean? I heard a sigh within my mind before she continued. When you were trapped for 100 years within the time bubble, I think it might have had a lasting effect on you that we never noticed. A bit of trauma that didn't heal. I knit my brows together as I thought back to that event. I had considered myself to be completely recovered from that. I mean, the only real change I felt for a while was how I would panic if the room was too still. But even that got better after a couple of years, thanks to Sharon and Yin and a bamboo fountain we put in the room. Though thinking back to it now, it did make a sort of sense. As far as I know, that incident was the last time I'd ever really done nothing for such a long period. I would spend weeks just thinking to myself and trying to get a feeling for time mana. And when Celeste had made herself shut down for a while to pass the time, I had truly been alone in my thoughts. Okay, so maybe that is the cause. Even if it is, it's not like we can do anything about it, right? I mean, apparently this has been going on for 5 whole years, and I had only really noticed it now. Well, we could put you through some therapy, and it might help in the long run. But for the short term, no, I can't think of anything that would help. I nodded slightly at Celeste's words, taking a casual glance at the counter of my workstation to make sure that there wasn't anything else I could enchant and hadn't noticed. And it's not like it's exactly a bad thing, right? I mean, I'm being productive. Nothing wrong with that. Well, that's not entirely true, she said, and I could feel that she was shaking her head. Yes, you are being very productive, but after a certain point, that makes you neglect your relationships. Well, if that didn't feel like a bucket of cold water being poured over me, I don't know what would. And she did have a point, one I realized long ago. Because I kept so busy, I couldn't spend as much time as I wanted with Sharon or with Yin or Tokemi or anyone else. And now that I had all the time in the world to spend with them, I couldn't take my mind off trying to find things to work on. Oh, I said simply, lowering my head again. The only solace I could find was that they were so understanding. Now that I took the time to think about it, they had every reason to just drop me for all but ignoring them these few years. Maybe they understood the cause of this all along and just didn't want to bring up the past trauma. I don't think they figured out what caused it, no, Celeste said, shaking her head. But they definitely noticed the change, and while I can't say that they enjoy it, this is one of the benefits of having 2 wives that also love each other. I nodded my head slightly at that. Could I make it up to them? And if so, how? This wasn't something that I could just fix on a whim. Even Celeste said that there wasn't a short-term solution. Mulling over that thought, I decided to check my grove, seeing how much time was left before it went to the universe stage. Time to completion: 0 months, 9 days, 2 hours, 38 minutes, 12.21 seconds. Aside from the timer, the first thing I noticed was that the black hole had already swallowed the entirety of my grove. Even the void itself had been eaten up. All that was now left of my grove was that single black hole, packed dense with all of the combined mana and matter that had existed in my grove, as well as all of the mana that I absorbed over the last several months. Of course, this also meant that Sharon's grove should be entirely gone now as well, and she probably doesn't even have access to it anymore. For the next 9 days, it would be a bit hard to consider her a druid, aside from her animal companions. Melthan, are you sure that, for the last time, I'm sure, there is no quest that I can give you at this time? Stop asking. If it makes you feel any better, I can pull some strings and see if I can get you a bit of insider information. Would that make you happy for the next few hours? Maybe. After thinking that, I had to wait for a few minutes, tapping my foot against the floor rhythmically as I thought about what that meant. Perhaps it wasn't really against the gods' rules to share that information, but it was considered impolite to do so without consulting the god in charge of that domain. Okay, finally. It cost me an extra seat at poker night, but I got the approval. You better be thankful for this. While I love playing strip poker with those beautiful goddesses, that doesn't mean I want to invite some wrinkly old man to the game. Yes, I'm very sorry for your loss. I nodded my head repeatedly, trying to get him to spill the beans on what information he had for me. Tisk. Anyways, I am not able to tell you much, but I can say this. When your grove evolves, have Sharon close by. It won't do any harm to her, and that way it will give both of you and her the greatest benefits. There. Happy? I nodded my head again, actually very happy to hear this piece of news. The evolution of my grove had been a constant thought for me over these last 6 weeks, as the deadline was constantly growing closer. "So, how much time until the upgrades are done?" I asked, noticing that I had again run out of topics to keep me distracted. 2 more hours, John," Celeste said with a small sigh. Chapter 46. Back to Business. "Are they done yet?" I asked, tapping my foot impatiently. It had been at least 2 hours since she gave me that time frame, right? Yes, John, they are done," Celeste said, letting out a long sigh of relief. "Remind me never to suggest you taking a week off again." Great. That single bit of good news made my mood instantly brighten. "So how long till we can go?" I heard a dark and sinister chuckle from inside of my mind. Every word she spoke came out like an evil villain's taunts. "Well, first we have to recall all the crew members that went planetside for their time off. Then we need to do the calculations for our first warp jump and make sure everyone is synchronized so that we don't accidentally appear inside of each other. So, about a day, give or take, depending on how long it takes the crew to say their goodbyes and pack their belongings to resume the voyage." By the time that Celeste was done, I felt my face losing all color. "But you said 2 hours," I shouted out to the empty bedroom. "Yeah, I did, didn't I?" she asked, a grin in her voice. "I guess it's a good thing I went ahead and called for everyone to return to their ships yesterday. Once we do the spatial calculations, we'll be able to move out." "That was unexpectedly mean of you," I said, slapping my face with my hand. "I deserved it, didn't I?" "Yep," she replied simply. "Consider it payback for asking, 'Are they done yet?' every 2 minutes for the last 3 days. It couldn't have been that bad, right? I glanced side to side in guilt, not really wanting an answer to that question. "I have it all recorded. Would you like to see the highlight reel?" Celeste asked, a grin in her voice. Of course, I had been on the ship, so it was only natural for her to be able to have a recording of me. "No, that's fine. Anyways, go ahead and let everyone know that we'll be ready to launch once the fleet is assembled. I'm heading to the bridge now." Eager to finally be able to do something aside from pacing back and forth in my room, I quickly got changed and made my way out of the room. "I already did, John. They should be waiting for you by the time you get there," she commented in a gentler tone before going silent, likely making her own final preparations. I couldn't help but smile at the forethought she put into this. Then again, I had likely annoyed her beyond enough to make her want to get this over with as soon as possible. "Huh? What? Are we going now? Great. Finally." Yes, I vaguely responded to Malthan, once again amazed at how he could spend so much time paying attention to me. From what I had heard from Celeste, Sharon, and the others, this was definitely not the norm. Maybe it was just because it was Malthan and he had too much free time. However, none of the others ever had hardly any communication with their patron, unless they were at a temple or in the process of a quest from their patron. I guess I can just think of him as special. Then again, if I thought about the domains Malthan governed, that could also explain how he was able to just spend all his time communicating with mortals. I mean, he doesn't really have to do any work for chaos to remain chaotic, or for insane people to stay insane. I do plenty of work. I just can't tell you about it. Rules are rules. Shrug emoji. I simply nodded, doing my best not to mentally comment on that. Instead, I made my way towards the bridge quickly. Along the way, I saw various people walking along the hallways, inspecting every corner of the ship. Some even carried with them handheld scanning devices. Since the repairs were just completed, no doubt this was so that they could check the integrity of the ship and make sure everything was ready for launch. "Are there any repairs that weren't able to be fit in within the time frame?" I asked curiously as I continued making my way forward, trusting that Celeste was paying enough attention that she would notice if I asked her something. And sure enough, a response came only a few moments later. "Aside from the human propulsion system, we managed to get everything in. Of course, we haven't had any time to field test the upgrades, but the individual systems had already been tested by their various designers. Unless there is some unpredictable crash with specific systems, there shouldn't be anything unexpected," she assured me, causing me to nod my head slightly. "Good, I wouldn't want to find out at the last minute that our shields won't come online." I groaned at the thought, shaking my head rapidly. "Are the other ships all equipped with what they can use too?" This time the answer that came was a tired sigh. "Everyone's got the warp core, and the Deus Ex ships borrowed the shield designs to upgrade themselves. However, there wasn't enough time and resources to upgrade all of their weapons. They did pitch in to create a second cannon for the Executioner, so it doesn't have to rely on its positron cannon to do damage." I nodded my head again at that, before turning the corner and opening the door to the bridge. Immediately, I saw a group of beastmen stand up, along with one mischievously grinning Deus Ex and an eager elf. Before they could say anything, I immediately opened my mouth. "First person to say captain on the bridge, or to salute, gets to stay home." Akbar was naturally not that happy to have his usual antics interrupted, but he was used to it at this point. As for Celeste, she just clicked her tongue in annoyance, as if I had ruined her prank. Moving forward, I went to my very own, comfy captain's chair. However, I noticed a slight change compared to before. There were now 2 additional seats, one on either side of my chair. Glancing to their occupants, I waited for an explanation. The first to speak up was, naturally, Sharon, who was seated to my right. "What? You didn't expect us to just always be standing next to you, did you?" she asked playfully. "It kept bugging us that we couldn't always be here on the bridge with you, since the ship shakes too much in a fight. So we had Celeste install a couple of chairs for us." Next up was Yin's wonderfully eloquent answer. "No controls," she said with a slight pout, poking at the arm of her chair positioned directly to my left. Like she said, neither chair had even a single button, though they did have a lever down at the bottom, but going by the design of the chairs, that was just to recline it. That's right. There are now recliners on the bridge. Holographic television screen, recliners, easy food down the hall. I'm starting to feel like this is history's best mobile home living room. I gave a small sigh as I sat down in my chair, reaching my arms out to either side to pat the arms of their chairs. "Well, let's do this then," I said with a smile. "Celeste, begin calculations, pull up the spatial coordinates for the nearest known New Human Empire base, and place us 3 parsecs from the destination. That should be plenty of empty space for us to land in, but still be close enough that we could quickly arrive via normal subspace travel. My biggest concern was stray asteroids or space monsters. The last thing we needed was to appear in a nest of abstracts by mistake." Celeste nodded, closing her eyes and interfacing with the ship's computers. "I already did the preliminary calculations. There is a 90% chance that the target location contains an enemy base. However, due to differences in gravitational fields, it is recommended that all ships jump at the same time. Otherwise, the destinations might vary slightly and accidental collisions would be a serious risk. All right, have everyone prepare their jumps and set a countdown." As I spoke, I felt a delicate finger poking my left hand. Looking over, I saw Yin looking at me with a serious expression. "Speech," she said, nodding her head as if that summed up everything. But I don't wanna, I retorted inwardly, but nodded my head after a slight groan. Speeches were important. Need the dramatic build-up for morale and whatnot. Though our fleet consisted of mostly unfeeling robots, completely loyal evolved animal companions, and midgets that acted like they never graduated high school. Fine. I turned my head back to the front, ignoring the small thumbs-up exchange between my two wives. Patch me through to the fleet, I ordered, bringing my hands to my sides as I stood up. It took a moment for the connection to be set, but after all, the communications officer, I think her name was Skyla. It's hard to remember names when most of the crew changes out on a regular basis. Anyways, this one was, evidently, an evolved turtle, judging by the shell covering her back like a backpack. When Skyla gave me the thumbs up, I began my speech. Attention, everyone. I hope that you all enjoy the vacation. Hopefully, it is the last one that we will have before this is all over. Both because I hoped that this wouldn't take too long, and I doubted my sanity could survive weeks of doing nothing again. We are once again going to be heading into enemy territory. However, this time, we are prepared. Before, we suffered some losses when we first engaged their ships, due to not being able to understand and predict the level of technology that they were going to be using. This time, everyone has been outfitted with new systems specifically designed to fight against the new human empire. From what I understand, each ship should now be more powerful than it was before by a large margin, except for the Q-Lompty, but let's just let them power up through the power of imagination. Now we can fight them, and we can win. For each base we hit, our primary goal will be to discern their main base of operations. For that matter, myself and the primary landing party will be descending to whatever base we come to. Our objective will be to access their systems. Your objective will be making sure we don't get nuked from orbit. Honestly, that's probably the harder of the two jobs. I gave a quick glimpse at Celeste, who gave me a thumbs up, before once again addressing the fleet. Now, with that out of the way, Sons of Chaos, launch. Not wanting to be hit by a sudden shifting or anything like that, I abruptly sat down as I gave the order. Who cares if it ruined the image of a professional captain? I'd rather have that happen this way than if I stumbled back by accident. Seeing that, Celeste had a slight grin on her face, but nonetheless hit the final command to launch the ship. The experience was strange. Not only was the ship surrounded by an array of multicolored lights, but even the interior of the ship was. I could barely see Sharon and Yin next to me beyond the bright lights that blocked my vision. And then, in the next instant, those lights were gone just as quickly as they had arrived. "Report, Celeste," I called out, reaching a hand up to my head, feeling a mild headache coming on. Not likely from any side effect of the transfer, but just from the blinding lights flashing in my eyes. Destination reached," Celeste spoke up after a minute. "Distance to target, 3.5 parsecs. Though, and this is just a suggestion, but it is ill-advised to use that when we are going to be closer to the target zone." Looking around, I could see what she meant. I wasn't the only one that had suffered from the sudden blast of the powerful lights. Almost everyone in the bridge was showing at least minor signs of pain in their eyes. "Duly noted. Proceed forward at sublight speeds until everyone recovers from the jump. Status on the fleet?" "Everyone arrived successfully," a dog-eared man called out. "The executioner was a few seconds behind, and he appeared a couple dozen kilometers behind us. But nobody's reporting any damage," he said as he rubbed his eyes, looking at the screen. "Understood. Okay, let's get moving then." Chapter 47. Impossible Plans. The journey to the outpost we had located wasn't long. After giving roughly a half hour for everyone to recover from the rather unusual phenomena, I had a conversation with the Deus Ex, wondering why they did not mention that little side effect. The answer I got back was something I should have expected. It was not within our predictions that organics would have difficulty after experiencing the warp. The commander of one of the vessels joining us spoke in a calm tone. Apologies, but we were not aware that such displays of light would hinder your people. It's okay, I said with a sigh, shaking my head. It was still believable that they had yet to learn everything about us. No matter what, they have only been dealing with organic life forms for a few years, and most of that they have still been focusing on themselves. Very well. Now perhaps we should discuss a battle strategy for when we arrive, the commander suggested. I would like to do that. However, we aren't quite sure what the full power of any of our vessels are. The best that I can offer is to attempt to use the new weapons to take out the assault ships, and then move on to the shield ships. Aside from that, we will need to assess the situation as it occurs. The Deus Ex commander pondered that for a moment, before nodding his head. Very well. Judging by your ship's previous capabilities, we should be entering scanning range of our destination within minutes. I gave a silent nod at that as the call abruptly ended. Our scanning systems were already top of the line, something that Celeste had pulled from future schematics, so they weren't among the systems that had been upgraded while we were at Garen. Of course, that also meant that they had not been improved, but they were still all that we would need. And sure enough, it was only a few minutes later when the dog-eared beastman spoke up. We are within range of long-distance scans now. After that, he hit a few buttons, waiting for a moment before delivering the report. I'm detecting numerous large enemy signatures in the vicinity of the planet. It is impossible to give an exact estimate at this time, but judging by the previous readings, there should be between 3 and 7 enemy ships. How long until you can get a detailed reading? I asked, looking towards him. 15 more minutes, sir. But by that time, they will likely be able to detect us as well. I nodded when I heard his report, turning and pressing a button to transmit my voice to the fleet. We were still roughly a half hour away from our destination, so there was plenty of time for a warning. We are approaching our target zone. In an estimated 30 minutes, we will begin the attack. It is advised for all non-combat personnel to seek a safe area. Well, safe area was fairly relative at this point, I mused to myself. If the ship explodes, there really won't be anywhere safe but the escape pods, and those would be shot down before there was any hope of actually getting away. The safest place would simply be somewhere away from the exterior of the ship, where they wouldn't have to worry about getting injured if the ship shook in the battle. Leaning back in my chair, I took a deep breath to calm myself. This was going to be an important battle, but not the biggest that we would have to face. Judging from the preliminary scans, there was almost no way that this was their primary base of operations. Otherwise, there would be far more energy readings. Instead, this was important for a different reason. This would be the first battle that we had using our new ship systems. No matter how many simulations or theories we made, however many strategies, it all meant nothing in the face of an actual combat test. Though, just to be safe. Celeste, how long does it take to charge the warp cores and input the necessary coordinates? She looked at me curiously for a moment, before making a sound of understanding. Well, to sum it up, no. You wouldn't be able to use them for a hasty retreat if things turn bad. It takes at least 30 seconds to power the warp cores, after which they need to be used within 1 minute. Longer than that in the Deus Ex simulations, and the cores begin to degrade. As for the calculations needed, that depends on the distance, but they would generally take longer than the charging process, and would need to begin first so that there was time to enter the coordinates. I nodded my head a bit reluctantly at that news. I had been hoping that we could simply designate a safe point and warp away if things got bad. However, if it would take almost a full minute just to charge the core, That meant it would be impossible to use in the middle of a battle. After all, just a few seconds could be enough for a bad situation to spiral out of control. With that out of the way, I simply waited patiently, tapping my foot impatiently while we approached the site. Think that's a contradiction? Well, it's the best you're going to get. I was already starting to feel annoyed by the long wait, but at least it wasn't as long as it seemed. Sir, we have a more detailed image of the situation now. Shall I display it on the screen? The dog-eared beastman spoke up suddenly, and I nodded quickly in response. Moments later, a holographic image appeared at the front of the bridge. On the image, we could distinctly make out the form of a planet, though the details were a bit blurred. Likewise, around the planet, there were 5 vague white shapes. Judging by their characteristics, I assumed 2 to be shield ships, with the other 3 being assault ships. This configuration made the most sense as well, since it allowed the 2 shield ships to accurately defend the assault ships in a fight. Finally, off behind the planet, I could vaguely make out a metallic ring hovering in space, likely the warp gate that the new human empire set up here. Are there any unusual energy readings, such as from the moon or the planet? Anything that would suggest a hidden surprise? Although this base was a bit better defended than the first one we hit, I wasn't sure if that was because it was an important location, or if they had simply had more time to reinforce their bases. If it was the former, then they might have set up a situation like the last place we hit, where they installed a station nearby to destroy the planet. Or they might have simply placed a bomb within the core of the planet, or something like that. However, that all depended on how important this base was to them. If it was just a normal research center, then that would be best for us. Of course, the first research station we found had been hidden by a holographic field literally the size of a planet, so I wasn't prepared to dismiss anything. I'm not picking up any unusual energy signals. Aside from the orbiting ships, there are simply negligible readings from the surface, likely to be whatever base they have set up at this location. Wait, hold on. There is something, he said with a slightly surprised voice, hitting a few more keys before the image on the screen shifted. This time, the image excluded the planet and focused on the ring of metal around the planet. I thought that he was about to point out the obvious warp gate, but then the image zoomed in further to the top of the gate. Just above it, there was another metallic shape, far smaller than a ship. I am picking up energy readings and intermittent transmissions from this structure. From its design, my best guess is that it is a communications relay. That was surprising. Typically, I would expect them to use the system communication for long distances. For there to be a structure relay, it could only mean one of 2 things. Either they had already perfected warp travel to the point of having transmissions capable of traveling such distances, or they had other bases within a short distance from this one. Okay, guys, we have a new secondary objective, I said with a small grin on my face. After we take out the assault ships, I want someone to secure the communications relay. With any luck, it will either have a black box, or even just coordinates for the areas it transmits to. Either way, it will help us narrow down more bases. After saying that, I got in touch with the Deus Ex. After the commander's face appeared on the screen, I immediately asked, "Do your people have any way to interrupt the transmissions from that structure during the fight?" If they could jam the transmissions, they could prevent the relay from requesting aid or warning whatever other settlements were nearby. However, the Deus Ex simply shook his head. I am afraid that is not within our capabilities. After analyzing the available samples of technology that the enemy employs, it is highly likely that they utilize advanced forms of magic in this relay. We still do not fully grasp the possibilities behind such applications, so it is impossible for us to create a means of fully disabling the relay unless we have a deep scan to show us the required information. However, even for your ship, such a scan could only be achieved when in close proximity to the device. That was unfortunate. I see. Well, it was worth asking. Without the ability to jam their communications, there were only a few things that we could do. Turning to Celeste, I once again gave out instructions. Celeste, I want you to stay behind and command the ship for the battle. I need you to make sure everything goes smoothly. Given her nature, she probably knew more about this ship and its abilities than I did, especially after these new upgrades. She opened her mouth as if she was about to protest, but I didn't give her the chance. I'll be going down with Sharon, Yin, and Yo once we get within range. While we are down there, you need to make sure to take out the enemy assault ships, disable the warp gate, and preferably retrieve the communications relay. None of these objectives were any less important than the others, so I could only leave this job to her. Celeste hesitated for a few moments before nodding her head reluctantly. All right, John, I'll do it. But does that mean I get to sit in the chair? A small, mischievous smile formed in her face as she asked that. She knew how much I liked this chair. Fine. You can sit on the chair while I'm gone, I said, shaking my head with a slight chuckle. Keep the ship safe for me. After saying that, I stood up, followed by the two women at my side. We'll be hitting the area soon, so we'll go ahead and get in the clones. No way in hell are we going down in our real bodies when there is the threat of the ship simply bombing the site from orbit. Celeste nodded her head at that, clearing her throat and stepping up. I could hear her beginning to give out orders as we walked out of the bridge. On our way to the medbay, I went ahead and called Yo, letting her know the plan. She said that she would meet us there. To my surprise, not only Yo, but even Yang was waiting for us when we arrived at the medbay. I looked at the bird girl with a complicated expression, knowing that I couldn't take her with us even if she wanted to go. She had a crafting class, not a combat one, so she wasn't really that suited for fighting, even if she did manage to use her voice to turn a group of assassins into living meatballs. She seemed to understand something from how I looked at her, and shook her head, a small smile forming on her lips. I don't want to go with you, Master. I just want to see you all off. As she spoke, she stepped up towards Yin, giving her a tight hug. I could see Yin's face soften at Yang's show of affection. It really wasn't normal for her to see us off like this, and for a moment I questioned it. However, a quick check of her with my senses told me that there was absolutely nothing strange about her, whether it was her aura, soul, or whatever. At most, she just appeared to be worried about us. After Yin reached up and patted her on the back, I heard her speak in a quiet voice. We'll be back soon, she said, reassuring her sister. Yang only nodded, stepping back before giving similar hugs to the rest of us. Master, she called out to me before I could access my clone, stopping me after I sat down. When I looked at her curiously, she smiled slightly. I'll give you something good when you get back, so be safe. Pardon me while I go drag my mind out of the gutter. Even if she spoke some rather suggestive words, her tone and expression did not hint at anything but a sincere gift. Most likely she had crafted something good and wanted to show me. As such, I nodded my head with a smile. Show me when I get back then. And thus, the dramatic moment was ruined after I got in my clone, only to sit up on the medical bed behind Yang. Coughing awkwardly, I stood up and made my way to the door, hearing Sharon laugh slightly behind me. Well, we'll be off then. After that, then we finally moved to the teleport bay, waiting for the ship to drop out of subspace. Of course, I didn't feel like just sitting there and waiting. Celeste? Mind sharing vision so I could see what's going on until we leave? Chapter 48. Tables Turned. As I watched through Celeste's eyes, I could see the 5 ships displayed on the monitor of the bridge. As I had expected, 3 of them had the metallic rings circling them indicative of an assault ship. As for the other 2, they matched the model for the shield ships we had seen previously, All ships, commence attack, Celeste called out from the captain's chair, her eyes trained on the screen. After her words fell, there were various responses, such as the Q-Lopti flights assembling or the Deus Ex cannons charging. Prepare to fire the new gun on the closest assault ship once their shields go up. She gave the warning to the nearby Akbar, who nodded his head heavily. As expected, when the majority of the ships on our side started shooting their weapons, the hexagonal shields quickly appeared in place around our target ship. It was at that moment that I felt a cold smile forming on Celeste's lips. Fire the main cannon, she ordered loudly. On the screen, the empty space seemed to turn white for a brief moment. There was a wide flash of formless energy, which immediately focused itself into a concentrated beam, targeting the blue hexagon directly between us and the enemy ship. When the beam made contact, it did not stop. It did not even treat the shield as being there. The only thing that happened was that the beam changed its color from white to blue after passing through the shield. And like that, the first ship fell. It did not explode in a brilliant blaze from the detonation of its white hole like the ones we had fought before. To my surprise, the white hole actually began to shrink and dissipate before our eyes, vanishing completely before the ship itself exploded into countless pieces. How'd you do that? I asked Celeste curiously. Before, the ships exploding had always been a major threat, as just one had the power to destroy nearby planets. I've been studying the structure of these ships since our first encounter. Celeste spoke to me mentally as the remaining 2 assault ships trained all of their rings on us. There are a couple of weak points I theorized and programmed into the targeting computer. Now, this is going to sting a bit. As her words ended, the world was once again bathed in light. 2 massive beams fired directly at the Ariadne, colliding with our shield. Feed back stored energy to strengthen the shields, she ordered, even as the ship began to shake slightly. Shield generators 3 and 6 are down. Shield strength down to 70%, Akbar called back, after reading the damage on the screen, his face grim. If just 2 of these ships could get rid of 30% of our shields in the first blast, we were in for a rude awakening when we found their main fleet. Target the second ship, all guns, she said before closing her eyes. Despite the situation, I could hear an almost excited tone to her when she spoke mentally to me again. Want to see a new trick I've been working on? Before I could ask what she was talking about, she had started. Reality break. Limitless Silver Sands, Stage 2. Oh God, she developed that skill even more? Don't tell me that it still has that same naming sense. Infinity Hive. Although she had still not opened her eyes, I could hear a gasp from some of the crew members. Looking up from my actual body, I could see faint silver specks flying through the vent only moments later, before some more words entered my mind through Celeste's ears. Shield generators 3 and 6 are back online. Shield at 85%. Celeste chuckled slightly, finally opening her eyes. Fire the main cannon again, she ordered, before turning her thoughts to me. I figured out a way to take advantage of all those metallic clones in my grove. I can use that skill to convert them into my limitless silver sand, though I am unable to move my main body while controlling them. And naturally, they can't perfectly replace the rare materials used in the ship, so the shield will be a bit weaker until we get time to repair it. As she finished her explanation, the second assault ship had fallen. Q-Lopti flights, take out their warp gate. Deus Ex, begin moving on the communications relay. Let's give this last one some more targets. It's a good thing her words fell when they did, because I could already see the rings surrounding the final assault ship moving into position to attack again. But this time, the target was not us, but the planet. However, that changed immediately when the other ships began moving. This was only natural. They wanted to destroy the base on the planet to prevent us from getting the research materials. But that was not our only objective. If we destroyed the warp gate, this region of space would be cut off from their main forces. Stalling that for just a few minutes would let them have reinforcements. On the other hand, if we capture the communications relay, we will have access to the locations of other nearby bases. The ship seemed to hesitate for a split second before the metallic rings spun into motion. 2 of them targeted the Kulopti ships, 2 on the Deus Ex, and the last one on a rather unexpected target. The communications relay itself. Shit, Celeste cursed. Probably the first time I've heard her say that in ever, as far as I can remember. Didn't expect them to go that far. After she said that, 3 beams of light shot out. While the Kulopti ships were agile enough to avoid the beam locking onto them, the Deus Ex had to endure it with the power of their shields. Yet there was no defense for the relay, as it was instantly obliterated under the force of the beam. New plan, Celeste said reluctantly. Kulopti flights, pull back. Deus Ex, do your best to disable the warp gate without destroying it. If we can't find their nearby bases, then we'll just take the transmit data from the gate. Understood, Vice Captain. Several voices rang out over the channel as the ships moved into action. At the same time, they began firing on the final assault ship, while the 2 shield ships began moving back, as if to retreat. Are we going to let them get away? Akbar asked, looking up to Celeste. We can't stop them both, she said, shaking her head. Any tactical information that they could share about us would have been sent as soon as we destroyed their first ship. Just be thankful that they are choosing to preserve precious resources for future fights, rather than going on a suicide run to ram their planet base. After she said that, the final assault ship met the same fate as the first. How long do you need in order to disable the warp gate? She asked nervously. 2 minutes should suffice, came the Deus Ex's honest answer. We merely need to identify and surgically target key power stations. Celeste nodded her head, seeming to fall into thought. Okay, go ahead then. It should take them at least 5 minutes to get reinforcements through the gate, hopefully. As for normal subspace travel, we should have a few hours at the very least. After that, she turned towards the pilot of the Ariadne, just as the 2 shield ships disappeared into subspace. Get us within teleport distance of the planet. The landing party is waiting. After that, I decided to cut off the link between Celeste's senses and my own, turning to meet the rather curious looks of the women around me. We won, I said with a smile. But once we get down there, we need to act fast. With the battle already over out here, they're probably going to have armed whatever self-destruct device their base has by the time we arrive. Thankfully, I wasn't bringing Lex with me, or this would be a lot worse than it was right now. Once we get down there, we are going to run straight in, guns blazing. Metaphorically speaking, of course. Forget about finding any research data this time. There's probably not going to be much time for that. Instead, try to find a researcher, and if that fails, grab a guard. Anyone that doesn't look like a store-bought entity. We can interrogate them after getting back to the ship. Sharon and Yin nodded with small smiles, while Yo pumped her fist. All right, finally a good fight, she grinned, her mouth literally splitting from ear to ear. Don't expect too much, I said with a chuckle. The last base we hit had terrible security, remember? Hearing that, Yo nodded her head, her expression downcast. Yeah, you're right. Maybe they've got something special here, though? A secret anti-U weapon? I really hope not. That would make things troublesome, I thought silently, before Celeste's report came in. We were close to the planet now, close enough to teleport down. And judging from the energy readings, she confirmed that they were overloading their reactor, building it towards a meltdown. All right, let's go, I said with a smile, and the others all nodded. Not long after that, a bright light surrounded us, before a loud alarm could be heard from every direction. Once again, we'd been teleported down to the world, just outside of the complex. However, something was different this time, causing me to furrow my brows. I couldn't feel any of the elements around us. They were using the same trick that they had showed me back at the start of this war, preventing me from using my druid powers to control elemental mana. And look at the expressions on Yin and Sharon's faces. They felt it too. Shaking my head, I converted a layer of skin on my hand into slime, shifting it into the form of the sword that I had neglected for so long. In this kind of situation, I was the most disadvantaged. Both Sharon and Yin had powers that could be used outside of elemental manipulation, whereas it had become my specialty. However, there was still more I could do, which I began preparing as Sharon crushed the wall of the base with her bare hands, forcing it to open for us. I assumed my battle form, thick draconic scales covering my body. There was the brief sensation of my insides rearranging to fit this form, but afterwards, I was ready. When the three of us charged in, we were immediately met with laser fire from the human guards. For the others, this was fairly normal, but it was rather annoying to me. Even with the scales, I still felt the heat of the beam on my skin. This was the first time I had taken actual damage in a battle in a while, and I was not really that pleased with it. However, before I could charge in to pay them back for that, they had already fallen to the ground. When I looked at them again, I saw that their heads were suddenly facing the wrong direction, causing me to send a look over to Yin, who shrugged lightly. Aside from Yo, who didn't need to care about elemental mana, Yin was likely the least affected by the lack of elemental manipulation. Shaking my head, I looked towards the next door, just in time for Sharon to pry it open. However, as soon as she did, she was sent flying back by a beam of light that squarely struck her chest, making her cry out in pain. "Oh no, they didn't," Yo said with a dark growl as she dived through the opening that Sharon had made, while I ran over to Sharon in order to heal her. "I'm all right, John," she said with a small cough, some blood at the corner of her mouth. Nonetheless, she struggled to her feet, only accepting a small heal. "Time is of the essence, remember?" Chapter 49. Divide and Chaos. I could only nod my head at Sharon's resolve to continue forward. She was right that we were short on time, as I had just said a little while ago. Sadly, since we knew that everything was likely to blow up in our faces soon, we didn't have time for her to meet up with Priscilla to combine. All right, let's go. Inside the room that Sharon had opened moments before, Yo had assumed the form of a massive three-headed dog. There was a literal fire in her eyes as she viciously ripped to shreds the large robot that was likely responsible for the blast that knocked Sharon down. I could see chunks of metal flying through the air as the three heads tore into it. Every now and then it would try to fire another blast at her from various parts of its body, but those seemed completely ineffective against Yo. It was only a matter of time before she ripped out something vital, and the robot stopped moving altogether. Although it had once appeared to be large and humanoid, it was now nothing but a pile of discarded scrap. As Yo walked toward the next door, her body seemed to explode in green slime, which rapidly reformed to create her humanoid appearance in only a second. However, her eyes were still set in a sharp glare as she looked to the two doors that lead further into the base. "Where do we go, Dad?" she asked, her voice still dark. I was tempted to say that we should split up to cover more ground, but that wasn't really a logical decision here. We were looking to capture someone to interrogate, and the only way to do that was my toy box power. Or, Yo, when you absorb creatures, you get their souls, right? Does that include memories? When I asked that, she turned to look at me curiously. "Somewhat. I can see their memories when I eat them, but I usually just spit the memories out," she answered, unsure where I was going with this. "All right, then, you take Yin and go that way." I pointed towards the door on the left wall. "I'll go through the other one with Sharon. If you see anyone that looks special, just don't spit out the memories that could help." She seemed a bit surprised by my decision, but nodded her head nonetheless. Yin looked at me in concern, but still followed Yo to the door, using a blast of her mental prowess to rip it out of place. Once they left, that meant it was only Sharon and I remaining. She couldn't help but turn to look at me. "You sure you're all right with her eating people?" I thought about her question for a moment, but shook my head in resignation. "Not really, but we are going to be killing them either way. Either they die to us or to the explosion they're trying to set off. Either way, this is war, and they're the enemies. I said this more to remind myself than her. We need that information if we're going to get out of the situation. Sharon hesitated, but ended up nodding her head. Taking a few steps forward, she reached the door we had chosen. All right, but you picked our two powerhouses to go off on their own. This is going to get a bit harder with just the two of us, she admitted with a light smile. While her words may have sounded like she was worried, the expression on her face showed that she enjoyed the challenge. I know, I nodded. You worry about the doors. Leave the fighting to me. I want to test something. I glanced down towards the slime sword in my hand as I said that, and she seemed to understand. All right, one door coming right up, she said with a grin, metallic blades forming along her wrists. She stabbed those blades into the door and let out a shout as she spread her arms wide, forcing it open. Once again, I was forced to accept the result of her spending so many of her stat points in strength and dexterity. However, once the door was open, it was my turn. To make this work, I converted my entire arm into slime, before splitting it into countless threads. Using my spatial comprehension skill, I was able to accurately send all of the slime threads through the door, bypassing Sharon. Once inside, each one turned into the same sword that I'd been wielding moments before. There was a brief cry of alarm from within the room as it was turned into a sea of green blades. I could feel each one that made contact, and knew that there had been 2 guards within the room, seeing as I was safely able to use the past tense to describe that. Sharon and I both walked into the room after I returned my arm to normal. Huh, nice, she said with a nod. Might want to wait till we scout out a room first, but it seems pretty effective. While she was saying that, I swayed on my feet slightly. While controlling the threads wasn't too hard, the act of pushing enough mass into them to create all those swords was something that left me momentarily drained. Yeah, no, I'll figure something else out, I decided. If it was the last room, and our only goal was to kill, then this would be an okay tactic. But with the sudden loss of strength that came after it, it was not worth it to use repeatedly, especially when we were looking to eventually capture some people. Sharon looked to me with concern before the two of us went forward again. Once more, there were 2 doors within this room that we could choose. However, this time we had no intention of splitting up, so we simply chose the door that was facing opposite of the base's original entrance. It was safe to assume that the actual research would be conducted near the core of the facility, while the outer areas would be for things such as guard stations. In the next room, Sharon and I charged in together. This time there were 3 human guards, along with another of the humanoid robots. Now that I was able to see it before it was being destroyed, I was finally able to confirm their appearance. Tall, over 7 feet, with 4 white arms. Each of the top arms ended with a 4-fingered hand, while the bottom arms both ended with a gun barrel-like shape. Though that same shape could also be found in its stomach, head, and both sides of its chest. Wait, did that mean... Haha, seriously? I got shot by nipple lasers? Sharon laughed strangely as she walked into the room, and I felt a shiver going down my spine. This time, the robot was looking at a door to the left when we entered, so it didn't blast us the moment the door opened. That was probably a mistake on its part. Still, I couldn't help but see the resemblance between these robots and the aliens that had served as grunts in the previous bases. If not for the fact that I had seen the robots' insides while Yo was ripping the last one to shreds, then I might have had some rather morbid ideas about where they came from. I considered securing one of these robots to take back for Celeste to study, but I quickly gave up the idea of it being this particular one. Almost the instant that Sharon stepped through the door, the robot turned to face her. In a flurry of motion that I wasn't sure she was capable of without Priscilla's help, she appeared in front of the robot with the angriest smile I had ever seen on a woman. Her arms seemed to dance through the air as crisp sounds of metal striking metal filled the room. By that time, even the 3 human guards had begun acting and turned their rifles toward Sharon. However, what kind of man would I be if I let someone shoot my wife? I mean, seriously. Pointing a finger at each guard, I sent them stabbing forward as slime blades to skewer each of them. While filling a room with slime blades may be something I can't easily repeat, creating 3 blades like this is a much different story. By the time that I was able to look over at Sharon, her arms were still moving wildly. With each slice, sections of the robot would fall off of its frame. While it looked like she had already disabled it as it was no longer showing any signs of movement, she simply continued slashing it apart until I cleared my throat. "Short on time, remember?" I reminded her gently, before pointing my hand towards the next door. She let out a small huff as she kicked the robot down to the floor, moving to the door. "All right, fine. But I reserve the right to vent my frustrations," she said with a wicked grin. I could only chuckle at that, nodding my head. However, soon Celeste's voice spoke up over our comms. "We've captured the warp gate, guys. Give us a few minutes to an hour, and we should have a direct link to every gate the Empire controls," she reported happily, before her voice turned serious. "Also, be warned. I estimate you have 2 minutes before the reactor explodes down there. If you have any intentions of saving those bodies, make sure you're outside the base within that time limit. I'll be ready to teleport you guys up if you exit." After hearing that, Sharon and I looked at each other and nodded our heads. We had 2 minutes left, and this whole trip was a waste if we did not at least capture someone. Though it did feel nice to get to stretch my legs like this, but it somewhat lost its appeal since it wasn't really that long since I was fighting in order to clear up the planets in the Garen system. "Next guy we see?" Sharon asked, getting another nod from me. Most of the guards we had seen so far had the exact same face, meaning that they were all likely purchased through the markets as disposable characters. Adding on to that was the fact that there were no alien slaves in the space, and it seemed like something was fishy. At the very least, I wanted to get someone who might know what this base was researching before we left. If I could only use the elements, I could dig us through straight to the research areas. I groaned in regret. Sharon sent a small smile my way as she proceeded to demolish the next door. Behind it were not the guards that we had expected, but a long and empty hallway lined with more doors. Though given the fact that these doors were all opened, I felt like it was a safe bet that there were guards stationed inside, ready for ambush. "Please let there be someone that has their own face," I sighed as I walked forward with Sharon. As expected, the moment we began moving forward, dozens of laser blasts were aimed at us from people poking out through the open doorways. Notices of minor damage continued to appear in front of me, though I simply ignored them as I continued walking, letting Sharon take up position behind me. It wasn't often that I got to play the role of the tank, so I was going to do the best that I could. However, it seemed that our hopes were for naught. For the last 2 minutes while we slaughtered our way through the base, we did not see a single person that had a unique face. While I did manage to capture a robot for Celeste to study, I wasn't able to find any researchers. I could only hope that Yo had more luck than we did. Still, we continued going on until a blinding white light filled our vision. "You have died. Good job." That message was never one that I enjoyed seeing, but after it passed, I found myself waking up in my true body aboard the ship. Nearby, I heard several gasps as the girls woke up at the same time. Looking around, I found that Yo still had an annoyed expression on her face, though it had calmed considerably since when we split up. "Any luck?" I asked her, hoping that the 2 of them had been able to force their way deeper in than we had. Thankfully, she nodded her head, making a somewhat difficult expression as she spoke. "2 researchers," she answered. "Kept their memories, though they are getting annoying. Hope you can find what you need quickly." "Yeah, I hope so too." Chapter 50. Author Sama's Depression. After getting back to the ship, I had Yo report to Celeste in order to have those memories extracted and searched for relevant information. While I could probably do so myself, Celeste is a better obvious choice for this, given that she would be able to better understand any technical information uncovered. As for myself, after dying, I made my way to the bridge. "Damage report," I said as I arrived, looking at the crew members who were busily looking at their terminals. "3 shield emitters were damaged in the fight, Captain. We have the materials to repair them, but it will take time." After hearing the report, I nodded my head. "How long?" We were on a rather tight schedule as things were, if I wanted to have all this wrapped up before my grove underwent its next evolution. "If we get the Deus Ex to help us with converting the raw materials into the proper components and have them help with installation, 3 days, maybe?" I felt my eyes twitch slightly when I heard that. "All right, do it," I said with a low groan. We didn't know when we would be finding their true main base, but any base that we went to through their warp gate would likely be heavily defended. We couldn't afford to go in without all of our systems working at their top performance, especially not our shields. Receiving the order, they began placing calls to the various nearby ships to ask for help in expediting the repairs. As for me, I gave a slight glance to the countdown for my grove. I wanted to be sure to know just how close we were cutting it. 8 days, 12 hours, 34 minutes, 21 seconds remaining until grove evolution. I was just about to breathe out a sigh of relief when another window appeared, which almost literally made me cough up blood. Oh, great, the god of writing got depressed again. So any time-based notifications may be a bit screwy. Sorry, everyone. We're sending out the correct information now. What? How does that even happen? I thought the system was automated. Don't tell me that one god in particular is responsible for managing the entire timeline for every system notification. That would be ridiculous. Of course not, John. That would be silly. He does, however, have to keep track of the different variables that alter major plot points, major events in history. And when he forgets one, well, things can get a bit wonky. You can't really blame him. It's your own fault this time. That ring and staff combination was an unseen variable that he completely forgot about, because you never do anything special with them. My ring and staff? Well, obviously he wasn't talking about Lex. So I looked down to my finger and remembered the ring that Yin had given me from her first patron mission. I had really had it for so long that even I had forgotten about it. Not to mention the staff that combined with it to allow me to cultivate mana at a constant rate without needing to meditate. Shaking my head, I checked the countdown once again. Given the amount of mana being pulled from the staff and ring into my grove, that notification from before was obviously meant for me. I didn't know how much time it shaved off, so it was better to check it myself. 0 days, 2 hours, 31 minutes, 18 seconds, remaining until grove evolution. Honestly, I felt like crying at this point. From over a week remaining, I now had barely 2.5 hours. "Sharon, meet me in airlock B as quickly as possible." I sent the message over comms before turning and running out of the bridge, leaving more than a few surprised gazes behind. "John, what's going—" "Oh my." I heard Celeste's voice in my mind. No doubt she either overheard my transmission or felt my mental distress. "Be safe, John," she said in a softer tone, likely knowing what I was about to do. "I will. You keep the ship safe while we're gone," I said aloud as I ran, not caring at this point if anyone heard me talking to myself. By the time I got to the airlock, which I chose because it was the closest one to the bridge, Sharon was already there waiting for me. Judging by her rough breathing and the slight sweat on her forehead, she had ran straight here as soon as she got my message. "What's going on, John?" she asked hurriedly, while I pulled her forward with me into the airlock. "You know I can't breathe in space, right?" "I'll explain on the way," I said quickly. activating my aura sight to temporarily change Sharon's race and my own to a void elf, in order to allow her to survive in the vacuum that we were about to enter. Only once that was taken care of and the airlock was opened did I begin explaining what had happened to Sharon. Malthan fucked up my grove timer, I told her, speaking through void mana so that she could hear me. My grove evolution is coming now, not next week. Hey, it wasn't me. It was Arthur Sama's fault. He forgot about your extra passive absorption. When I said that, ignoring the complaining window that appeared, I saw her face visibly pale, realizing the implications behind it. Why'd you pull me along then? I thought you had to do this alone like all your other evolutions, she sent back, her tone panicked. Malthan told me before that it would be best if you were with me when this happened. Though how much I wanted to believe him, I wasn't sure. So far, he hadn't strictly lied to me as far as I could tell, but he never really told me the whole truth either. He said that it wouldn't hurt you, but we need to get as far away from the fleet as possible. When she heard that, Sharon's face grew calmer, and she nodded her head. With her assistance, we increased the speed that we were flying away from the fleet. If possible, I would have liked to take us through subspace to get farther away, but Sharon did not have a way to protect herself in there like I did. As we flew, the ship gradually became smaller and smaller behind us, though even after 2 hours we could still easily see our fleet in the distance. When 2.5 hours passed, the countdown finally hit 0. While feeling a surge of mana from within me, I saw another message appear in front of me. 0 weeks, 0 days, 0 hours, and 0 minutes remaining until grove evolution. Please stand by while the Big Bang commences. Unable to tell just how much of that was serious, I soon felt another surge of mana. This one, however, was not coming from me. Instead, it was coming from Sharon, and seemed to resonate perfectly with my own energy. Light began to warp around us as the mana distorted everything. This is the best part. Go watch your grove, you two lovebirds. When I saw that message, my eye once again twitched. Glancing off to the side, I saw that Sharon had a surprised reaction on her face, likely meaning that the window had appeared for her too. She looked up to me, giving a faint nod as she closed her eyes. For some reason, I could almost feel her looking into my grove, so I decided to join her. What we saw when we looked in was beautiful, to say the least. The black hole that had condensed the entire grove into a single ball of matter had erupted. In its wake was stardust, scattered as far as the eye could see. And seeing as we could see everything in the grove, that was quite a distance which was constantly expanding, moving outward at a speed we could barely even comprehend. Within that mass of stardust, we could still sense the mana of the universe, but there was so much more than normal. I could sense mana types that I had never felt before, not only of order and chaos, of light and dark, but there were other mana types hidden within the streams of glittering dust. Yet that was far from the end of the show. The last mana type that I felt released from the black hole, the one that had been pulled to its very core, was time mana. And when it washed out to cover this new universe, everything changed. Sharon and I could see as whirlpools of light seemed to pull the stardust together, condensing it into spheres of fire and stone. It was like watching the creation of the universe in fast forward, as more and more rocks collided with one another to form planets. But that wasn't all. The mana of the universe kept expanding outwards, further and further. It didn't stop at one solar system or even one galaxy. The entire scene was captured within mine and Sharon's view, as we watched the cosmos itself taking shape. Galaxies formed and collapsed, planets burned, and life took root. I couldn't even count the number of planets within our grove that contained life, but not just because they were too many. Time was still moving forward, faster and faster. Species were being born and went extinct in the next second. Billions of years seemed to pass as we watched, before finally everything settled down. Time slowed to a crawl, and we were finally able to get a good look at our grove. Even counting the number of galaxies seemed impossible as they dotted the vast expanse. Each galaxy holding over tens of billions of stars, many of which had their own planets revolving around them. Wow, I heard off from my side, surprising me. I had never heard Sharon's voice like this when we were both looking into our groves before. Floating next to me in the emptiness above the center of creation was an ethereal and very naked Sharon. She was looking down at a nearby galaxy, which seemed just so small from our perspective. When she looked up and found me next to her, her eyes were as wide as saucers. "Does this mean both of us?" she seemed to ask, before a message as large as a dwarf star appeared some distance away from us, a hanging blue panel in the sky. "Congratulations, Sharon and John Hewlett. You are now the proud owners of your own universe. Due to your connected groves, both of you are treated as equal owners of this new universe, and are able to control all that exists within it. But that's not all. With great power comes even more great powers. As owners of a universe grove, each of you have access to 3 perks. Universe ownership. Within your universe, you can be seen as a god. Universe mana. All mana types have been compressed into one, granting access to the manipulation of all things in and out of the grove. Your mastery of this new mana type will be based on the mana types you had mastered until now, and their affinities. Universe reserves. By burning the endless void of your universe, you can receive a limitless supply of mana from your grove. 2 of those perks I had expected. I had burned my grove before to provide extra mana, and an infinite universe would give me infinite space to burn. As for being a god within my universe, that just seemed obvious. Even before, in a normal grove, the druid who owns it is all but a deity. However, the new mana type surprised me. Without hesitation, I opened up my character sheet in order to see these new changes for myself. Name, John Hewlett. Race, Void Elf. Titles, Vengeful Heart, Amateur Brain Surgeon, Spider Slaughterer, Starship Captain, Creator of Bashiro, Universe Ruler. Fame, 100,000. Level 208, 21%. Class, Druid. Advanced Class, Xenoshifter. Deity, Malthan. Health, 2,000 out of 2,000. Health Regen, 0. Mana, 4,500 out of 4,500. Mana Regen, 9,000. Strength, 100. Wisdom, 300. Agility, 74. Intelligence, 450. Dexterity, 70. Charisma, 35. Vitality, 200. Luck, 25. Points remaining, 0. Universe, 57%. The first thing that I noticed was obviously that my list of elemental affinities had decreased to 1. However, soon I noticed my mana regeneration. A full 9,000 mana every second. That meant I could refill my mana twice every second. And that was probably only because it was the limit on how fast I could take energy from my grove. Glancing over to Sharon, I saw that her cheeks had puffed up cutely, her arms crossed in front of her. 12%, she mumbled to herself, likely reading her own affinity. I couldn't help but smile. Sharon had never had the number of affinities I had, nor the level of mastery with them, so it wasn't surprising that her affinity with this new element was so low. Let's go, I said with a smile, holding my hand out for her. Now that this situation was taken care of, we had friends to get back to, and new changes to explore. Now, we could finally be considered to have the strength to win this war. Chapter 51. A Universe of Possibilities. After feeling the new surging energy within myself, Sharon and I took a look around. Our surroundings had not changed since before the Grove Revolution began, so we could still see the fleet off in the distance. As we were about to begin flying our way back there, a thought crossed my mind, and I reached out to grab Sharon's wrist, stopping her for a moment. When she looked back questioningly, I merely shook my head before closing my eyes. There was something that I wanted to try first. So instead of flying ahead, I pushed my mana sense out as far as it would go. Before, it could just barely cover half of the Ariadne. But to compare my current level of energy to back then would be a mistake. And sure enough, not only was I able to sense the Ariadne from my current position, my mana sense actually continued to expand further and further, encapsulating entire planets. It did not stop until it had wrapped around the entire solar system. Only at that point did I get the feeling that I could not push it any further with my strength. However, even this was enough. Using my mana sense, I was able to accurately target an area with my will, and send a bit of energy streaming out from myself. Within moments, it formed into a circular portal in front of Sharon and I, the other side showing the exterior of one of the Ariadne's airlocks. Since we were still in the vacuum of space, I couldn't exactly open a portal inside the ship, or else I would risk the atmosphere being vented. Nonetheless, this made the trip back much faster. Sharon and I stepped through the portal, and I sent a message to Celeste to open the airlock for us. "Huh? You're back already?" Celeste asked, surprise in her tone. Just how long were we gone, I wondered to myself, though her answer came in response to my thoughts. "It's been about 4 hours since you ran off with Sharon. However, the vortex only disappeared a couple of minutes ago. We were all expecting to have to wait a couple more hours before you arrived." Hearing her explanation, I nodded my head. Soon the metal door in front of us opened up, and the two of us stepped inside. As the atmosphere filled the room, I let out a sigh of relief and quickly adjusted mine and Sharon's races back to our normal wood elf. I wasn't that surprised to find the transition much easier to accomplish now, and we were back to normal by the time the interior door opened. "So, just how much of a boost did you get?" Celeste asked the two of us curiously, speaking over the comms this time so that we could both hear her. Sharon spoke up first, shivering as she felt her surroundings starting to warm up after moving deeper into the ship with me. "I'll have to look through the grove for a while, but I should have enough companions for whatever kind of situation we get in," she muttered, unsure of herself. I couldn't really blame her for that. Even with our powers to quickly look through our grove, it was still an infinitely expanding universe. There could be any type of life form in our grove, but we have to actually know where to find it in order to do anything about it. I could select a galaxy at random in the grove, and maybe look through 100 planets a day. It would still take me thousands of years to even finish going through that one galaxy. Though I might be able to just cut it down to 1 year if I ignored all the unlivable planets. But still, that is just one galaxy. And we don't have enough time for her to fully catalog everything. On the other hand, once she is able to identify enough powerful creatures within the grove, she'll be basically unstoppable. Assuming that there are some creatures with a minor control of time in her grove, even I would lose the certainty to defeat her. "Well, what about you, John?" Celeste asked, her question directed at me now. "I should be able to take on 1 or 2 of the new Human Empire ships on my own now, I think. Considering that I was able to tank a couple shots from them before, I might be able to entirely nullify their beams now. However, I wouldn't really know until I tried. And if I'm right, I should be able to provide a measure of defense for our fleet in the next battle. Compared to Sharon, my benefits were more immediately apparent. With my greater elemental control, having the universe grow vastly increased that. Though I did turn to look at her with a smile. "Let me know if you find anything interesting in your search," I said to her. While she could absorb the residents of our grove to increase her power, I could also copy their abilities onto myself to perfect my battle form. Likely guessing my intention, Sharon nodded with an exaggerated sigh. Yeah, I'll go ahead and get started. Try not to disturb me for a while, if possible," she said, shaking her head as she turned to take a different path, heading towards my quarters instead of the bridge. "All right. Now, what have you learned from Yo, Celeste?" I asked, a much more serious expression on my face as I recalled what I had tasked her with after our latest mission. "Nothing good," she answered, a touch of hesitation in her tone. "I can say for certain that they have a xenoshifter on their side, or at least someone with comparable skills, and I think I've figured out one of their main plans." I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in question at that. However, she did not immediately answer me. Instead, she told me to meet her and some of the other senior officers at the war room so that she could explain it all at once. With a shrug of my shoulders, I turned around and began heading towards that area instead of the bridge. When I arrived, I found that Celeste, Akbar, Yo, and holographic representatives of the Qlopti and Deus Ex pilots were seated and waiting for me. "Why do I feel like I just walked into an intervention?" I asked with a curious expression. "Huh?" Celeste asked with a confused smile. "No, nothing like that. You were just the last to arrive. If you would take a seat." She shook her head, pointing to the one remaining seat in the room. "Figured it would be easier to only go over this once." With another shrug, I moved to sit in the spot provided, as Celeste got up to stand at the holographic display in the center of the room. "Okay, so, in our first few raids of the Empire bases, we discovered some interesting pieces of technology. First, there was the warp core, which we have already reverse engineered and adapted to our own fleet. Next, there was the artificial intelligence implant, which resembled an advanced futuristic technology. This time, we have these robots." As she said that, an image of the robot that we fought during the raid appeared, the four-armed one that enjoyed shooting lasers. However, this was not the facility's production goal. Rather, this location was a simple supply base. But these robots, combined with information obtained from the memories of scientists that Yo acquired, have revealed some startling information. After saying that, she took a deep breath, though I didn't really see the point in it besides building dramatic tension. "These are the Auric, the same race that we had previously encountered. However, they appear to have been converted into Deus Ex after receiving the implants we had previously discovered. Likely, this is the upgraded form of their warriors, as each one has a power equal to someone around level 150. According to the information gathered, these are to be the foot soldiers of the Empire. Their original planet has a size much larger than that of Earth or any of the inhabited Garen planets. With this, their initial population was well over 100 billion. Thankfully, one of the scientists acquired had knowledge of their homeworld, as he was one of the original Empire members." She added that final bit with a bitter smile. "In their initial attack, they wiped out 30% of the population as a show of force to cow the rest into submission. From there, they captured 10% for use as their gold farms, and distributed the rest among their bases as slaves," she explained, before a vaguely humanoid figure with a question mark on his head appeared next to the image of the robot. "Ever since then, they have been slowly cycling through the Auric population, sending them to an unknown facility where they are implanted with the control chips and then converted into Deus Ex. Like this, their initial personalities are completely erased, and they become obedient tools for the Empire to command. The scientist in question did not know the location of the conversion plant, but His memories did allow me to narrow down the location of their main base. As she said that, she replaced the holograms in front of her with that of a large planet being orbited by 3 moons. This is the Auric homeworld. Due to the size of the planet, the Empire was unable to construct a proper base, as most of their members could not withstand the gravity. Instead, they have their base on the largest moon orbiting the planet, which is roughly 10% smaller than the Earth. Saying that, the hologram enlarged to show the moon in question. This scientist had not been to the base for over a year, so his information about their defenses is likely to be obsolete. What he does know is that there are 3 fully automated shipyards in orbit around the planet, constantly producing the ships we have seen until now. At this, Celeste seemed to move away from what she knew was there, to what she suspected. Given the time that they have had to prepare, I expect that there will be a number of turrets defending the base, or at the very least, a large portion of their fleet. This was what had always worried me before when considering this attack, because we simply can't deal with too many of their advanced weapons at once. Initially, I had been concerned that attacking their main base without the combined force of all the allied races would be suicide. "What has changed?" the Deus Ex captain asked in a monotonous voice, staring straight at Celeste. No doubt he still calculated our odds in the coming battle to be exceptionally low. "Well, I'm glad you asked, Zeta." Celeste grinned happily, before turning to look at me. "First, according to our good captain here, he has the confidence to block multiple stacked beams from their ships. That increases our defensive potential to a significant margin. If I understand right, he should be able to unleash attacks at roughly the same level of strength. As for the second deciding factor, it is the warp gate that we have acquired. Previously, I had thought it impossible to approach from a distance without being first detected, so there was no possibility for us to have the element of surprise. However, with the warp gate, things change. Even if they know we are coming, we can arrive at any time we want without them knowing when we are coming." It was at this point that the Deus Ex, who is apparently named Zeta, spoke up again. "I'm not going to even comment about why I don't know every single one of them by their face when they all look the exact same. Could they not simply have their guns aimed constantly at the portal, prepared to fire whenever we come through? Claiming this as an element of surprise does not seem quite logical." "Well, that is true. However, I have an idea that could still give them quite the shock," she said with a wide grin, turning to look at me again. "John, your mana sense got a major upgrade, right? That's the only way you could get back here so fast, unless your evolution included a new teleportation power." I hesitated for a moment before nodding my head, finally having a turn to speak. "That's right. From our position, I can currently cover this solar system with my senses." She seemed a bit surprised when I reported the extent of my improvement, but that only seemed to give her more confidence. "How quickly can you store a ship inside your grove?" she asked, almost excited to hear the answer. Raising my eyebrows, I looked questioningly at her, before closing my eyes. "First, I wanted to make a safe area within the grove for the ship to arrive in, so I gave a large area of empty space and atmosphere. That way, even if the atmospheres don't carry over, there won't be any dangers. Afterwards, I stretched my mana senses out and targeted the smallest of our ships, one of the Q-Lopti flights. With a brief moment of exertion, I was able to wrap my mana around it and send it into the grove. I am unsure how it looked to those nearby, but I saw the ship simply pop into being within my grove, as if it had teleported there, rather than being slowly constructed from mana like I was used to. When I opened my eyes, I saw everyone focusing on me, their eyes wide. Well, aside from the Q-Lopti representative, who was no longer present. "That fast?" I responded to Celeste, a slight smile on my face. Okay, bit more than I expected, honestly." she said in a quiet voice, before shaking her head rapidly. Do you think that you would be able to survive long enough to summon the entire fleet if you stored them in your grove like that? It was a risky plan, all right. However, I nodded my head after giving it some thought. It shouldn't be hard. If it was just surviving, I could temporarily stop all attacks with a wall of time. Just so long as they don't have a larger version of the anti-druid field surrounding their gate. I'm not sure how useful I would be in that case. Celeste nodded her head at that. They shouldn't be able to, I hope. Otherwise, you'll need to flee outside of its range before you act. Well, that's true. At least I'd be able to survive with my own abilities, long enough to escape its effect. Chapter 52. Swear to Me. For the next 3 days, while the repairs to the ship were being made, Sharon and I spent time in our room, enjoying the fruits of our labor. No, we were not passionately embracing one another, though we were both sitting on the bed. Instead, the two of us were deep inside the grove, doing our best to catalog what we could in order to increase our abilities for what was to come. In order to make sure that our findings didn't overlap, the two of us picked 2 separate galaxies to investigate. Even on the remote chance that creatures evolved similarly, there shouldn't be much that ended up exactly the same. The odds were high that neither of us would even find a planet with intelligent life before the time was over. In order to maximize my ability to search, I partitioned my mind into 5 segments. Each segment would quickly scan one particular region of a chosen planet before compiling the information all together in one neat list. Normal plants and animals were of no interest to me. I only wanted the exceptionally powerful, or those with abnormal abilities. Thankfully, being the master of the grove made the search proceed much faster than normal. However, it still ended up taking roughly 10 minutes per planet. Though on a side note, I did manage to find one particularly impressive scene during my brief look at the galaxy. A pair of lunar titans, giant constructs like golems, which originally took the shape of a planet's moon. Earth's own moon became one like that. But no, neither of these were that titan, obviously. I even did a brief check to make sure that the galaxy did not even look vaguely similar to the Milky Way. When I found the pair of lunar titans, they were violently clashing in the atmosphere of a gas giant. Every now and then, one would rip chunks off the other to devour, causing one to shrink and the other to grow. Out of curiosity, I accelerated their battle to watch it in fast forward, and it seemed to last for 3 full weeks before one titan had completely devoured the other, growing to twice its original size. Now that would be a great weapon to throw at the new human empire, if I could control it. I made sure to note down the existence of the titan for Sharon, to see if she could do anything with it. Unfortunately, its only real strength I could see was its size, and there was no way that I could become something that big, even with my insane amount of mana. You can only stretch a person so far. Anyways, for the planets I visited, I only targeted those that had life on them. Out of the galaxy I selected, that was still over 1 billion planets. Even without sleep, I was only able to barely scan and compile lists for over 200 planets within the first day and a half. I could have spent the rest of the time continuing to scan, but Sharon and I had agreed to only spend half the time searching, and the rest of the time sharing notes about what we had found. So, how many did you manage to get? I asked Sharon as I saw her opening her eyes shortly after me. She gave me a bitter smile in response, shaking her head. Around 120, I guess? I stopped counting the boring ones. And there were only a few creatures that actually seemed interesting. You? She asked, looking at me a bit hopefully. 237, I replied, looking at the list I had compiled. And there were a few that I thought you should look at, too. Most importantly, I found a lunar titan. Her eyes lit up when she heard that, and she quickly placed her hands on my shoulders. Tell me where." She grinned broadly, no doubt thinking of the kind of transformation she could achieve if she merged with a lunar titan. I chuckled faintly, nodding my head. "I tagged it, so you should be able to spot it pretty easily." Something that I had found out during my search was that I could imbue a special type of mana into a creature or location, and then it would light up in my senses whenever I went to look for it again. I didn't know what to call this type of mana, though, so I just labeled it as tagging. She looked at me confused for a moment before nodding. "All right, I'll take a look at that region later. Hopefully I can make a deal with it." Her words caused me to faintly shudder as I recalled her method of getting creatures to be her animal companion. And now she had the power of a god to back it up. "On my end, I found 2 creatures that really screamed, 'Share with John.'" She furrowed her brow, lifting her hand up and causing an image to appear above it. The image depicted a creature that looked like an armored golem, skin made entirely of reflective metal. Otherwise, it was bipedal with 2 arms and 2 legs. This one I almost mistook for an elemental at first, until I saw one getting killed. They are actually organic creatures that have developed a layer of flexible metal on their skin. The metal changes from case to case and seem to be based on their diet, since they actually eat ores. At first, I wasn't sure why she was showing me this, until she finished with that last detail. If the metal is changeable, then that opens up a variety of possibilities. I could easily find nearly indestructible metals within the universe to substitute, which could give me a perfect armor. "Okay, what's the other one?" I hurriedly asked. Sharon smiled slightly before changing the image. This time what appeared seemed to be a clump of mist. For a moment I thought she had simply not finished forming the image until she began speaking. I almost overlooked this one, thinking it was a weather pattern. Their bodies seemed to be a cluster of airborne cells that communicate with each other over short distances. I thought it might be good for stealth or avoiding deadly attacks. I nodded my head, agreeing with her. Yeah, it would. Probably not as useful as the other one, but it would definitely work. If I can copy the ability of the metallic skin and find a suitable metal to use for it, then I will have a guarantee of being able to survive the upcoming plan. I made a list of creatures that I thought you might find interesting in the grove. You should be able to find it pretty easily. I'd tell them myself, but there were surprisingly a lot. She had less requirements for something suitable to use, after all, though I was curious to see how she would react to a dead planet being turned into a giant stone tablet. Since I had tagged all of the creatures that would be of interest to her, we decided to have her first show me where the Cloudkin and the Steel-Skin Warriors were located. Once we found them, I quickly tagged a few as well before coming out of the grove. "Celeste," I called out into my mind. "Huh? Done already?" she asked curiously, her voice ringing inside my head. She still sounded excited after the display from the other day, though she was evidently trying to calm herself. "Did Sharon not manage to find anything?" "No, she did. I just need to ask you to check something for me. If you don't have the information in your records, then check the market for it instead." After I said that, I could feel her curiosity piqued. "I want to know the strongest metal in existence, as close to indestructible as possible, and I need to know the conditions it appears in." All right. Give me a minute to run down to the temple, and I can give you an answer. I don't have absolute records for things like that," she quickly denied, though there was a bit of confusion in her tone. "Are you wanting to reinforce the hull of the ships or something?" Well, that was certainly possible. I was not experienced enough to do so without damaging the ships themselves. No, Sharon found an interesting creature. If you can find me that information, I will have 100% assurance in the battle later. If ever there was a moment where one could hear exclamation marks, this would be it. Without even seeing her, I could tell that she was moving much faster. It was only another minute before a report came in. John, I need 260,000 gold coins for that information. Double that payment if you want a top 5 list instead, though. There is a secondary payment method instead for the list. Oh? What is it? I asked curiously. Your staff. Quite specifically, John's staff of the minor world, signed Malthan, she explained. So, 500,000 gold coins then? I confirmed. I had some things that I wanted to try with the staff before I was just willing to give it back like that. Oh, come on, man. The staff is useless to you right now, isn't it? Your grove is as evolved as it can get. There's no benefit for you to keep it anymore for that. The way you word that makes me think it might have another use, I responded mentally, before pulling the staff from my inventory. It's true that I didn't need it to evolve my grove anymore, but I still wanted to keep it around. Maybe melt it down and... No, absolutely not. Did you already forget the warning label? My thoughts were interrupted by Malthan, reminding me of something that I had originally seen a long, long time ago, which wasn't really nearly as long ago as it sounds. Staff of the Minor World. This object was created as a collaborated effort by all of the elemental gods. If you melt it down for scrap, you will have their wrath to deal with. Don't say you weren't warned. Special effect. Elemental monosource. All. Okay, so the combined wrath of every elemental god. Noted, don't melt the precious staff. Can I do other things to study it, at least? Maybe I could figure out how its enchantments worked, so that I could increase my own understanding. Not gonna help, man. That thing was made with god energy. It doesn't even follow the same laws of enchanting that you're used to. So unless you were willing to devote the next 1,000 years or so staring at it, I doubt you'd find anything. You're just making excuses to get me to return the staff now, aren't you? Well, at least it wasn't asking for the ring back. That one had quite a bit more sentimental value to it. Maybe, but they are still true, and we don't want your engagement ring. Okay, fine, I'll return the damn staff, I said with a groan. It was easier than making 500,000 gold currency for my grove. With a sigh, I opened up a portal that led me directly to the temple, where I met a surprised Celeste. Did you get the money already? She asked, eyes wide. Even with an entire universe at my disposal, getting that many coins was unreasonable that fast. Though I should set up an automated line for it somewhere to create a nice-sized stockpile. After the war is over, I'll think about it. No, I'm using the staff as payment. I grimaced as I said it. In fairness, the staff was likely worth far more than 500,000 gold coins. But to me right now, its value was low. Celeste, hearing that, nodded her head and backed away to let me at the temple statues. To no surprise, the most prominent statue placed in the center, surrounded by blue mood lighting, was the statue to Malthan. This was not my choice, as the statue kept appearing again every time I tried to change it. Anyways, I opened the market and quickly found what I was looking for. List of almighty metals, top 5. By purchasing this item, you will receive information on the top 5 most indestructible metals in all creation, as well as the areas they typically appear in and their special traits. Price: 520,000 gold. Alternate price: your staff. For the record, I do this under protest, I said as I offered the staff up to the statue, whereupon it glowed with a bright light and shattered into nothingness. At the same time, information began rushing into my mind, causing a light headache as it did. Thankfully, I did not ask for the top 100, or else I might be unconscious. Anyways, after the headache was over, a blue screen appeared in front of me, summarizing the knowledge that had been given to me. 1. Dark steel. Metal formed in the heart of a black hole after absorbing countless materials. 1 cubic inch of it weighs as much as an entire planet. However, the metal is completely indestructible, possessing almost absolute density. 2. Blue silver. A special metal formed in the heart of a galaxy. Each galaxy produces only one vein of blue silver, located at the innermost planet. This metal has absolute resistance to energy, making it impossible to forge. Its resistance to physical attacks is also among the best. 3. Chaos Heart. This metal exists at the very heart of the universe. Once taken away, there will never be more of it. Chaos Heart devours any and all energy or matter that it comes into contact with, including its user, especially its user. Don't choose this one. 4. Lifeblood. The most common among the top metals, but nonetheless difficult to obtain. Lifeblood is found in the core of every planet. However, removing it will cause the planet to slowly crumble and break apart. Each planet holds roughly 10 grams of lifeblood, and this metal has the ability to survive a supernova. 5. Godsteel. You can forget about obtaining this one. We put it on the list because it exists, but only in the items that we personally hand down. The only significant portion of Godsteel in the universe was your staff, and now you don't have the temptation to melt it down anymore. Malthan. Was I just trolled? Nope, it was all entirely true. The market doesn't lie. It's not allowed to. So I should choose the John, I swear to me, if you choose the Chaos Heart, I will go down there and bitch slap you so hard, your children will inherit the bruises for generations to come. Fine, but it's not like I was gonna melt down the staff anyways. Okay, maybe I was, but not for the materials, I justified mentally, before looking over the list. Dark steel was immediately out. Finding it wasn't the issue, but its weight would be a problem. If I created a layer of that over my own skin, I would no doubt crush myself into a fine paste under its weight. That only left blue silver and lifeblood. As for blue silver, I was wary about its absolute resistance to energy, worried that might include the mana used to disable the transformation. I would not want to go through all that trouble just to wind up permanently in that form, which naturally left only one metal. Let me know when the repairs are done, Celeste. I nodded towards her with a smile, before moving back towards my room with another portal. Although the information given about the 5 metals was quite comprehensive, it did not include their auras, which was what I actually needed in order to do what I wanted. Still, I had no shortage of planets that I could burn to get a sample, and it didn't take long after I entered my grove again to find a dead rock floating through space. With a thought, it crumbled into dust, and with a slightly harsher thought, the dust scattered into nothing. Soon all that was left was a small red shimmer, a stone the size of a grain of rice. I am really glad I'm not taking the time to actually make something out of this. Now, all that was left was to memorize the aura patterns I needed, and I would have a truly unstoppable battle form. Chapter 53. Harbinger of War. The next 2 days passed in relative silence. Most of the time I spent perfecting my new lifeblood armor form and integrating it into my battle form. While I can't claim to be completely indestructible, there shouldn't be anything at this point in time that can hurt me faster than I can heal. At least, not unless they do soul attacks. I have yet to find a foolproof method of defense against that. Anyways, I stood alone in the vastness of space, the great ring of metal in front of me making up the warp gate. The fleet and everyone in it had already been moved into my grove, so it was time to begin the operation. Even with these new powers, I wasn't quite arrogant enough to think that I could take on the entire enemy fleet by myself. Before going into the grove, Celeste had installed an auto-dial feature into the gate, which would cause it to open a path to their main base without an activation signal after a set amount of time. That way I didn't have to have someone out here with me in order to start the process. So I stood there, waiting as the blue light gradually filled the ring, steadily forming the portal. No, I am not just stalling for time. I'm not nervous. This is just the biggest fight of my life. And I am walking into a firing squad composed of ships the size of small countries. Okay, maybe I am a little nervous. It doesn't help that Maltham seems to have been paying extra attention to me lately. Hey, you can't blame me for that. You're about to take on the enemy, the big bads, the harbinger of the god of war himself. And I brought popcorn. Not helping, I thought inwardly, before flying into the portal once it was fully formed. There were a number of things I had worried about when it came to this plan, one of which proved to be quite the issue. As soon as I appeared on the other side of the warp gate, I found myself staring into the barrel of some very big guns. There were numerous assault ships, and off the top of my head I counted at least 10. Their firing rings all aimed in various directions as if preparing for an entire fleet. Without hesitation, I flew directly up as soon as I came through, glad to see that there was nothing preventing me from connecting to the elements here. However, I was not able to fly quickly enough, as all of the assault ships immediately focused their fire on me, bombarding me with lasers that could probably destroy a small moon. And this, folks, is where the problem comes into play. The hammer of Nope is smiting you. -400 health. No, not the damage. Even with all of them shooting together, it would take a few rounds or sustained fire to completely get through my armor. The problem was the force that came with the blast, which shunted me back through the portal before I could get out of the way. No, I muttered to myself in my head. That's not happening. Gritting my teeth, I flew back into the portal before they had time to close it, and saw them preparing to fire again. However, this time I decided to take a less direct approach. In front of all their views, I blinked out of existence, choosing to enter subspace to avoid any more blasts. Yet, even the subspace region was not what I expected, mostly because it was not empty. In normal subspace, there would be shades of red, black, and blue making up the emptiness around me. Here, however, I found a planet. Or at least I thought it was a planet until it moved. Okay, so I found their FTL guard dog. I shuddered, as two giant eyelids separated. What I thought was a planet seemed to be the largest abstract I ever knew existed. Its basic shape was a giant eye, but beneath the lid were countless eyes, mouths, and stretched limbs joined together, all reaching or looking outwards. I'm just gonna go now. No reason to stick around and see what it does to guests. So I flew a bit to the side and popped out of subspace, just far enough to put me outside the range to be blasted back into the portal. Now that I had a moment to breathe, figuratively speaking, I was able to see the full scope of the area around me. 15 assault ships, 5 shield ships, and 6 construction satellites surrounded a massive planet. Orbiting the planet were a number of moons, one of which seemed to be covered in plants and water. However, I couldn't help but draw my attention towards the construction satellites. 5 of them seemed to be slowly working on either an assault ship or a shield ship. However, the 6th was far bigger. It was actually built around one of the moons, and I could see various devices drilling into the moon, working to convert it into something else. What they were making, I couldn't say, but given the amount of resources invested purely in the construction satellite, I knew it had to be important. And it was around that time that the ships managed to lock onto me, sending another concentrated blast my way. This one I was more prepared for. Before the ships had the chance to fire, I erected a barrier of time in front of me, causing time itself in a fixed area to slow to a halt. Like this, even if the attacks moved at the speed of light, they would not be able to reach me. This was the first time I had really felt the effects of my increased mana control and regeneration since the birth of my universe grove. Even though the time barrier cost an insane amount of mana to maintain, it was not even making a dent in my mana levels. This gave me plenty of time to get out of the way, while the blasts were being held in stasis. Well, let's move on to step 2, I thought, spreading out my mana sense. To my surprise, I was actually not able to cover this solar system with my senses. Not because I was being restricted, but more because it was too big. I could see a giant bluish-white star in the distance, yet my mana could not reach it. It was simply out of range. Still, I could more than cover this planet and the area around it, and it only took me a moment to lock on to several areas surrounding the new human empire fleet. Surprise! In only a brief moment, energy surged from my body, forming into the Sons of Chaos fleet ships. The Qlopti flights were already in their robot forms, weapons primed. The Deus Ex ships opened fire immediately upon taking shape, while the Ariadne waited for just a moment before doing so. "Glad to see you brought us to the party after all, John. She was getting worried." Celeste's voice appeared in my mind, drawing my attention to the only other person in the fleet that was not in a ship. As it turned out, Sharon had a lot more leeway in her transformations than I did, as hers involved merging her body with a companion, rather than altering her own body. While the rest of the fleet waited, she had sat atop the Ariadne in the form of a void elf. But now that she was here, a gray light surrounded her, and she grew and grew and grew. Her final size was definitely not as big as the original Lunar Titan, only roughly a tenth of its size. But that was still bigger than any ship in either fleet. I could see a toothy grin on her face as her hands slowly reached down, clasping around one of the shield ships and shattering it in her palms. Originally, I was thinking that I'd have to help her out with this fight, taking on one or two of the ships to take the pressure off the fleet. But now that I saw Sharon getting to work, I realized that was no longer necessary. If anything, I might get in her way, and it'd be hard for her to notice something smaller than a flea by comparison. I could very well find myself squished. "Celeste, find me somewhere that I can make things explode." I knew that the Deus Ex would have a few key targets in mind, but before she could even get to it, a blue screen appeared in front of me. Oh, me. I got this." "Got what?" "Quest issued. Beyond Infinity. Rank 11 stars. Extermination. The champion of war has plagued the galaxy with his conquests, enslaving primitive races and using them to further his galactic agenda of domination and destruction. Go punch him in the dick. Also, kill the bastard if you get the chance. Time limit, the rest of your natural life. Reward, beyond your wildest dreams. Failure, only if you die." And like the very first divine quest I had received, I had an innate sense of where the leader of the new human empire was. Not in any of the ships fighting my fleet, but on the moon I had noted previously to be inhabitable. But really? 11 star difficulty? I thought the scale only went up to 10. Well, we just kicked it up to 11. Fine, let's get this over with, I thought inwardly, choosing not to argue with a god when there were bigger things to worry about. Okay, maybe not bigger, smaller things to worry about. Things small enough for me to actually be capable of worrying about them. Activating my toy box portals, I soon appeared atop the moon in question. Judging by the fact that he was sitting at a table, enjoying what appeared to be a cup of tea, he was not too worried about the battle overhead. Stanley Martin was a tall man, a few inches taller than me, and even bigger than I remembered. However, at the same time, he also seemed older. His fading black hair was now mostly white, his face full of wrinkles. From beneath his tinted glasses, I could catch the sight of yellow eyes with vertical slits, similar to those of a cat or a lizard. "Good evening, John," he said without ever looking up from his tea. When he did look up, however, his words abruptly stopped. "So nice of you to—" He paused as his eyes landed on me. I could see a slight twitch from his eyelids as he looked at me. "Something wrong?" I asked with a small grin, still in my blood-red metallic form. "That is lifeblood, correct?" he responded, seeing me nod. I could hear a small growl coming from the base of his throat as he set down his tea, finally standing up. "Okay. We do this the hard way. I beat you to within an inch of your life, and then I don't stop." Martin was wearing black, baggy clothes, making it difficult to see his skin underneath. However, from the sheer size of him, he should be in better shape than anyone of his apparent age. Still, he shouldn't really be a match for me, right? Yet even though he knows about the lifeblood armor, he still seemed quite confident that he could kill me. "Oh, and by the way," he said as he began slowly walking towards me, "this entire moon has a mana redistribution field covering it, so don't count on your manipulation ability saving you." Okay, that's just not fair. And as I thought that, I took just a brief moment to confirm, attempting to feel the mana around me. And in that brief moment where I realized he was telling the truth, he vanished from my view. I felt a strong impact in my sides and found myself lifted up off my feet, thrown by the force of the strike to fly away. "Out of the park. -500 health." I saw the message appearing in front of me, amazed that one punch did more damage than over a dozen ships' worth of laser blasts. Orienting my body, I landed down on my feet, my legs digging long trenches at least a dozen meters long before I finally stopped. Looking up, I found what should have been Stanley Martin, human general. Instead, the skin of his hand shattered, revealing sickly green flesh and bone beneath it. His body hunched over unnaturally, spikes seeming to poke through the back of his baggy shirt. "Oh, crap," I muttered, realizing that this quest actually deserved its rating. Chapter 54. The Death of a Hero. At this point, it was fairly obvious that the human, Stanley Martin, was not the man standing in front of me. What was standing in front of me was by no means human, even if it looked like it was trying to wear a human skin. So, what was he? As I tried to figure this out, I kept my eyes trained on him, waiting for that moment when he moved close enough for me to strike. I might not be his match in terms of physical combat, but that was not my only option for battling. Yet my efforts were in vain. Before I even noticed him moving, I felt a pain in my chest. Somehow he had crossed the dozens of meters faster than my eyes could see and landed another punch on me. Ragdoll physics enabled. -1000 health. Oh, fuck. That was double the damage he inflicted before, and I instantly shattered one of the scales hidden beneath my red armor, restoring me to full health. However, this time I wasn't able to stop myself from bouncing along the ground several times before coming to a stop. Okay, options. I can't take him to subspace. That requires being able to touch him. And I'm not even sure where we are in relation to the abstract right now. My element manipulation is sealed and... Oh God, he's getting uglier by the second. As I got myself back to my feet, I once again saw him walking in the distance. Judging by how far away he was, did he seriously just punch me over a mile away? Anyways, the skin around his right arm, as well as both of his legs, had completely shattered at this point. Even the shirt sleeve and pants he was wearing had gone with them. His fingers were long and chitinous, his limbs long and narrow. From what I could see at this distance, his legs were actually digitigrade, rather than the normal humanoid model. However, another thing that changed was his head. His face looked like it was peeling off, a helmet of sleek chitin forming over it. Scraps of his flesh fell to the grass, until even his eyes had been covered by his natural helmet. Okay, the less human he gets, the more powerful he becomes. If he doubles in power again, I am dead with one strike. "Lex, bring them all out," I shouted, holding up my hand. Although my clothing and equipment was also covered by my lifeblood armor, it was clear that the message went through. Streams of mana originated from my hand, spreading out in every direction to form my 50 elemental soldiers. "You have a world force army?" The creature posing as Stanley asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. "No matter. They won't be able to help you here." Before I was able to question how I was able to hear his voice over this distance, I saw a fine line of dust rising along the ground, leading directly behind me. Okay, you really have to stop doing that. "Block it with your back. Negative 1200 health." Okay, using another one of those scales now, as I bounced along the ground again, this time thankfully finding something to stop me early. Sadly, what I found to prevent my continued free flight was a mountain, which I seemed to find myself buried in. I let out a pained groan as I tried to pull myself out of the rubble. My elemental army was no longer in earshot, and they were nowhere near close enough for me to send orders. By the time I pulled myself out of the stone wall, Stanley was already standing there in front of me. This time both of his arms held the thin, chitinous form, and he had a long spiked tail behind him that extended several meters. Oh, fuck. "Clacks," I muttered under my breath, remembering the warlike race I had briefly encountered way back in Neolife. Yet, they should be on the other side of the galaxy. Even if they adapted instantly to the game world, this should not be possible. Although his chest was still largely human, the rest of him was undeniable. Even the back of his head had begun to elongate. As he opened his mouth, glistening drool leaked out. I heard a series of harsh guttural tones while his voice translated into my mind. "We never did like that name." Part of me wanted to do nothing more than jump in a portal to the other side of the planet and order Celeste to nuke this moon from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Yet I had no doubt that this thing either had a way to stop me or was able to survive such a blast with the strength it had shown thus far. Stanley reached down, his 6 thin fingers gripping my head and effortlessly lifting me up. "You've done well to make it this far, John." His clacking voice echoed in my mind as I felt his fists slowly tighten. "But this is the end for you and your little army." Just as I began seeing the damage numbers appearing, my lifeblood armor being crushed like tinfoil, another voice echoed out, this one from the air above us. "Not so fast, jerk. Reality break. Limitless silver sands. Deus ex machina." Stanley's head tilted up in surprise as a giant cloud of silver appeared above us. I would recognize that skill name from anywhere, but why she was here instead of commanding the fleet I didn't know. Before Stanley could crush my head, the cloud formed into a single giant shape. The figure was obviously that of Celeste, her pink hair falling down to her waist. Yet, right now, the normal bracelet cannon she typically wore was fully extended, its barrel only a few feet above our heads. "Do you trust me, John?" she asked into my mind. "Fry the bastard." Seeing as I couldn't nod, and my head was gripped too tightly to talk, my thoughts would have to suffice. And before the thought even finished, we were engulfed in a golden light. I felt the grip on my head loosen, but instead I was driven into the ground beneath me from the force of the blast. "Friendly fire, -200 health." That's not going to do much, I warned mentally as I saw the damage number in the window in front of me. Yet it was enough to get me out of his grip, which was at least something. "And why did you never tell me you can turn your clones into a giant mech?" "Talk later. Dying now." Her rather worrying answer came back a moment later, causing me to open my eyes and pry myself out of the ground. What I saw was a fully transformed Clack soldier. Its claws dug deeply into the giant Celeste's thigh. With one angry howl, it ripped her leg clean off, leaving her barely able to balance, at least until his body spun in midair and kicked at the stump, sending her falling onto her back. The fact that a 3-meter alien could casually rip apart the leg of a 50-meter tall mech was worrying, to say the least. Thankfully, this mech was made with Celeste silver sands, so the detached leg shattered, quickly flying back to its stump and reforming. I don't even want to know what the requirements to use such an overpowering skill is. Shaking my head, I looked to the distant elemental army, which was standing motionless without having received an order. "Celeste, buy me some time, just keep 'em busy, and I'll be back to help soon." "Well, I'm trying," came her hurried response as she kicked at Stanley, only to have her foot caught. With a savage twist, her entire foot broke off, and he cast it aside. "Try to hurry up, though. This isn't easy." With that as my cue, I quickly opened up a portal to bring me back to the army. Although I can't transform mana or utilize the mana from my grove to do things thanks to the formation, it seemed these guys weren't affected. After all, they were living elemental mana. "Lex, communicate with them for me. Tell them it's Titan time." Once my voice had finished, I could feel a pulse of mana spreading out from Lex, which bounced off each elemental soldier to create a network of transmissions, passing the message along over short distances to prevent the message from dissipating. And once the message had been sent, the various elemental soldiers all broke apart and surged towards me. I found myself in the familiar inner shell of steel, tapping into the mana attempting to connect to me using order mana. I could feel new arms and legs forming of fire and stone as my form took shape. The cape of shadows billowed at my back. I might not be able to control the elements on this moon, but they can, and I can control them. Honestly, summoning the elemental soldiers was a gamble, because I wasn't sure if they would even be able to hold their form within the formation setup. But if they did, it meant that the formation had no real effect on them. Thankfully, my gamble this time won out. When I opened my eyes, I found myself assuming the form of the elemental titan. Sparks danced along my broken stone skin, fire visible through the cracks. Not wanting to waste time appreciating my new appearance, I turned and saw Celeste and Stanley fighting in the distance. Well, really, it was just a case of Celeste trying to fight back while body parts were constantly ripped apart and regenerated. By now it seemed to be a race of which could happen faster. And Celeste wasn't winning. "Any time now, you know," I heard her calling out to me in a panicked tone as I began to rush over. Each thunderous step caused the ground to shake beneath me, so it was no surprise when Stanley noticed me. His head snapped to face my direction, and his hands actually stopped ripping apart the giant Celeste, as a harsh tone sounded out through the area. "How?" his words came out. "Which one was it?" I could sense the elemental mana being distorted, as he charged rapidly towards me. I still had trouble tracking him, even in this state, but the mana didn't lie. Raising my foot, I wasn't surprised when he caught it, undaunted by the flames surrounding the limb. Before he did anything, my foot shattered on its own, fire and stone wrapping around him to form a tight cocoon. Even then, that only lasted a moment before it shattered from his strength, his skin tinted light orange from the heat. "Which god was it, you insect?" Ironic, considering who was wearing the chitin here. Nonetheless, he jumped up towards my chest and kicked. He seemed surprised when his foot did not find the bundle of metal hiding my real body, which I had already hidden within the shadows. "The World Force Army is one thing, but the Titan, this is a clear violation." I wasn't even able to understand what he was talking about anymore, until Celeste mentioned a name I had all but forgotten. In horror, she looked at the relatively smaller clacks, muttering in a barely audible tone, "Abzul." It was then that I remembered. Stanley Martin, champion of the god of war, and that god's name was Abzul. Okay, this is just so not fair, Malthan. You sent me down here to kill a god? Without even having my universe mana? Surprisingly, I didn't get an answer back from that complaint. But Abzul tilted his head towards Celeste. "That's right, and I'm sick of this." As he spoke, his body began growing slowly. "Countless eons of the same shit, but no more. They want to break the rules, then fine. Let's break the fucking rules. This whole fight is nothing but a farce." Soon he was just as big as Celeste, his fingers wrapped in a golden light. With an unearthly roar, his hand slashed down towards me, faster than I could react. By the time I even realized what was happening, I felt the shadows I was hiding in being torn apart, my true body ripped to pieces in a moment. "God doesn't like you. Negative 500,000 health. You have died." I felt my consciousness beginning to fade as I saw that message, distinctly aware that this was not a clone. There was no taking this one back. Yet suddenly, the world seemed to freeze around me. Even my scattering thoughts somehow remained, long after I had died. "Yeah, no," I heard a casual, vaguely familiar voice ringing out, echoing against itself as the world responded. Before I could even think to mutter the name of the god that had come just a moment too late, a voice appeared in my thoughts, one distinctly not my own. "You just sit there for a minute, Johnny boy. Us grown-ups have to have a chat." Chapter 55. Fashion Disaster. With my mind held in place by some strange energy, I found myself unable to do anything but watch and listen. When Malthan appeared, the world froze. Whether it was my own shattering body or Celeste pushing herself to her feet in the distance, they both froze in place. The only things able to move in this space were Abzul and Malthan. "I should have known it was you, bastard," the carapace god clacked out, spitting a venomous green glob on the ground. "It's not just me," Malthan corrected, his voice eerily calm. At that point, more figures began to walk out from the void behind him, each one shattering reality around them as if it were glass. Some of the figures I recognized from the records Celeste had shown me. Some were entirely new to me. However, each one of them I knew to be a god, like Malthan himself. In total, 9 figures appeared behind Malthan. The ones that I recognized included Arya, the elven goddess of fashion, the petite goddess of life that Malthan had once shown me. Arya's face was distorted in a mask of fury, while the little goddess had a grim look on her face. Her solid green eyes narrowed. From the 7 others, one stepped forward. This was an alien goddess, but I did not know her race. Her skin was black with flames rising from her hair. At first I thought she would be the goddess of fire, until she began talking. Abzul, you have been judged guilty of abuse of power in order to slaughter the champion of another god. You have surpassed the limits imposed by the system in order to accomplish this. Do you have anything to say in defense of yourself? So, probably a justice-themed goddess, then? Abzul's black lips pulled back as he snarled. Why don't you ask your little chaos god, He clearly broke the rules long ago. The woman glanced over to Malthan, and then looked back to Abzul. Explain yourself. Abzul nodded his head slightly, standing at his full height to glare down to Malthan. I can overlook the World Force Army being present. He's a xenoshifter with a talent for manipulating elements, so he might have been able to create those himself. But the Primal Titan? You know damn well that has never appeared for at least another 300 years. There's no way that he had the power to create that on his own. Malthan kept his calm smile as he listened to the accusations. But he did. And there are a dozen other gods who can attest to it. He glanced over towards the flaming goddess, who nodded her head in response. Malthan speaks the truth. I myself witnessed this feat. The guidance offered by Malthan in this case has already been deliberated among the others, and was found to be within the limits of the rules. Then what of his lifeblood armor? Even as a xenoshifter, he would have to have destroyed entire worlds to find the sample he needed to form that, Abzul retorted, though he was clearly shaken that his first accusation failed. What the hell is up with the World Force Army or Primal Titan? I feel like I'm missing something, and I don't like it. This time, it was Arya who spoke out, a smug grin on her face as she looked at the Klax god. That is easy. He got it from his universe grove. Don't tell me your accusations are this flimsy. Somehow, Arya's words struck deeper than anything else that had been said. How the hell does that mongrel have a universe grove? It's not even been 10 years. Unless he used a universe-level device, it's impossible. And that itself is against the rules. So explain that to me. Getting really annoyed with people talking about me like I'm not even here. Oh, gladly, Malthan said with a laugh. He has people who love him. Quite a lot, actually. One even sacrificed a godly favor to enhance his strength. Malthan snapped his fingers, and a particularly gory part of my body exploded. A golden ring rising up from the floating flesh and blood. A ring that enhances element absorption rate. Plus a lucky little staff that gave him the mana types he needed. And to top it all off, he was crazy enough to lock himself in a time dilation field for nearly 200 years to study time mana. Malthan couldn't help but tilt his head back and laugh uproariously at that. But, Abzul stepped back, trying to find another way to defend himself. That's not how things are supposed to go. Finally, the goddess of life spoke. 13. Her voice drew Abzul's attention. This is the 13th test. Every time a champion will rise to stop your little wars, and either he will fall before you, or you before him. But this time, you broke the rules, and activated your full strength to kill. Why? Hearing her cold tone, Abzul's face grew vicious. You want to know why, brat? I'll fucking tell you. How long has it been since the first left? How long since he became so disappointed that he could not bear to watch? If even he has given up hope in this system, then what point is there? We might as well let everything return to the dust. That is not the way of things, the flaming goddess spoke out, shaking her head. While misguided, you have cause for your actions. You are aware that the punishment for unleashing divine strength is destruction, so you shall be given only one chance. Malthan chuckled darkly when he heard those words. If you can defeat your accuser, you may retain your existence. You will be cast down to the mortal realm and forced to live out your days, but you will survive. Otherwise, you will perish here. Abzul turned to look at Malthan. It was hard for me to read his expression when his face was covered by the slick carapace mask. But he was trembling. Even though he showed no respect for the goddess of life, he seemed almost afraid of Malthan. Oh, don't worry, Bug Breath. You don't have to fight me. He then turned towards the flaming goddess. Hyron, I wish to allow another to fight in my place. Is that permitted? The various deities tensed up at this moment, but there was one who showed the strongest response. Arya snapped her head to the side, her eyes wide as she looked at Malthan. As long as she agrees to it, the flaming goddess said, nodding her head. Malthan? Arya started to speak, seeming at a loss for words. Just go, kick his ass, he said, shaking his head with a small smile. Abzul's body seemed to visibly relax when he learned that Malthan was not going to be fighting him personally, and then even more so when he learned his opponent was Arya. The clothing goddess wants to fight the god of war? Oh, this'll be good. Arya turned to send a sharp glare at Abzul, slowly walking forward. Her iconic blue dress slowly began turning red, flames starting to rise from it. Haven't you ever heard of a fashion disaster, you overgrown cockroach? Abzul simply scoffed at that, tilting his head back and screeching as golden light formed around his body, seeming to become a glowing armor that adhered to his form. I don't care what you call yourself. I'm not going to lose to a runt like you. Pay close attention here, John. I heard Malthan's voice echoing in my mind again. This might be your only chance to see a real battle between gods, though I don't think it'll last that long. After I heard him say that, I couldn't help but turn my attention to the fight. It was easy to guess that the golden light was some divine skill that Abzul had learned. Yet Arya showed no signs of releasing a similar skill. She simply let the flames flicker about her outfit as she casually walked towards him. Can she really fight that? I began to wonder, as Abzul unleashed the same level of speed as he had displayed in our fight, vanishing and reappearing behind Arya. His claws, wrapped in golden light, descended upon her, and yet she still made no move. There was a crisp sound of metal striking metal, and I saw Abzul's claws stopped inches away from Arya's head, the golden light unable to touch her. Wrapped around each claw was a seemingly harmless white cloth, yet it perfectly restrained his movement. I could hear grunts of effort from Abzul as he tried to pull his arm back, unable to move. In the end, he actually forced himself back, ripping off 3 of his own clawed fingers to do so. Green blood fell on the ground, and he let out a hiss of pain as he recoiled. My turn, she spoke in a low voice. When she lifted her hand, countless threads seemed to materialize around her, floating up and twisting together to weave a giant tapestry in the sky. You achieved ascension by devouring the heart of a divine dragon. Let me show you what it means to ascend in a skill. Slowly, the tapestry formed into an actual image, a completely lifelike image of Abzul, his blood still dripping down from his severed claws. Divine tapestry, essence burn. Arya snapped her fingers, causing a small flame to form on the bottom corner of the tapestry. I have woven your body and soul into this picture. When it burns, so do you. The fury in her voice sent chills through my mind, but also confused me. Abzul finally seemed to realize the trouble that he was in now. His body tensed up, and he lunged at Arya again in a desperate attempt to quickly finish her off. His tail, wrapped in golden light, surged at her like a holy spear, while his uninjured hand once again tried to take her head. Unravel. She spoke a single word, and the light around Abzul's body shattered. His claws were once again trapped in that protective white cloth that seemed to come from nowhere. But what really seemed strange was his tail. Although it had stopped, there didn't seem to be any reason for it. But soon it began to distort. Thin lines of it broke off like countless threads being plucked from a piece of cloth. Seeing this, Abzul didn't hesitate to cut off his own tail with his injured hand, ripping out another 2 of his claws to free himself from the strange cloth protecting Arya. By now, the fire on the tapestry had spread to Abzul's feet, and a corresponding black flame appeared there on the real Abzul. Even as he jumped back again, the fire would not leave him. His severed tail continued to unravel until there was nothing left, while the fire crept slowly along his body. You, how the hell do you have this kind of power? You're not an ancient one. You've barely been here 100 cycles. Arya smiled calmly as he asked that. I already said it, didn't I? I'm the fashion disaster. All things can be woven, and all things unraveled. That is the meaning behind an ascendant skill. Wait, so let me get this straight. The skill that Arya is using now is fucking tailoring? How the hell is this tailoring? I felt my mind trembling as I realized what was going on. Arya didn't release a golden light like Abzul because she didn't need to. Her very clothes were her godly powers. That's right, Johnny boy. Malthan's voice echoed in my thoughts again. I haven't seen her this pissed since some idiot destroyed her home planet. As we thought to one another, the fire continued to spread along Abzul's body. His leg had already been reduced to ash, leaving him howling in pain on the ground, as his other leg began burning. I really thought he'd put up more of a fight. Oh well, Malthan said, shaking his head. Turning to Hiron again, he spoke up once more. The result of this fight is obvious. I request that we repair the damage that he caused when he broke the rules, and return my champion to his previous state. Okay, hold on. Since when have I been your champion? I still don't understand that. For a moment, I thought he was going to ignore my thoughts, before he actually answered. Of course you are. Do you really think I am bored enough to talk at length with every single one of my people like this? I mean, really. Have a bit of self-awareness and think about how often you had a god on speed dial. I could not refute that. It was true, and even I had thought many times before that it was strange how he spent so much time talking to me. Well, what does being your champion even mean? We'll get back to that later, after we get you your body back. Hiron nodded her head. As is the rules, you are right to request this. Narlum, if you would be so kind. At this moment, yet another god seemed to walk onto the stage. I recognized him as the god of time, the mostly human god whose statue I had once created on the Havash homeworld. Yeah, I hear ya. Let's just wait till this fight's over. Then I'll bring your precious little human back, he said, grumbling. Different from the appearance of the statue, he had a long, twisted beard and held a gnarled staff in his hand that he used to support himself. Ah, right. Malthan turned toward Arya, who was still slowly burning Abzul's tapestry. "Hurry this up, will you? We're waiting on you so we can bring John back." Arya jerked her head up slightly before nodding her head. Sorry. I'll be done in a moment." By now, Abzul's 4 limbs had all been turned to ash, but he was still writhing in pain as his torso slowly burned. "Sorry, but looks like we're cutting this short." After she said that, she swiped her hand up towards the tapestry and drew a line with her hand. The image of Abzul, followed by Abzul himself, was suddenly cut in half from that simple action, his movements coming to an abrupt halt. "Okay, all done here." Chapter 56. God of Exposition. Narlum stretched out his staff, and I watched as my ring flew out from Malthan's grasp, back into the mess he'd retrieved it from. Next, the gory mess itself seemed to come back together, gradually forming into a hand. I saw, as time began to rewind, the ruined elemental titan coming back together as if it had never been blown apart. I felt something tugging at my mind, yet a stronger force holding me in place. "Nope, can't have you going and reverting like that. Would take so much longer to explain things." I heard Malthan's voice yet again in my thoughts. Whatever happened to the blue screens of annoyance? Anyways, soon I saw the Titan standing ready for battle, frozen in mid-stride as it charged towards the giant Celeste. Nodding his head, Narlum seemed satisfied with this result. "All right, it's done. Once everyone heads back, space will repair and time will resume." He spoke lazily, as if he didn't care to say any more beyond that. With a slight wave, he turned and walked through the shattered space he had appeared from. Like he had said, as soon as he stepped through the hole in the world, it appeared to mend itself. "You all go ahead," Malthan called out to them with a smile. "My champion's got some explanations to hear and a mountain of questions to ask." Hiron flinched at his words, as if about to retort, until he spoke out again. "You know he's already earned the qualifications. Explaining things to him now is entirely within the rules." She hesitated, but nodded a moment later. "You are correct. But take care of who may overhear. I would not wish to have to judge you, Malthan." Her voice seemed to turn soft after she said that, like she was an old friend of his. I know. I'll take all the usual precautions," he assured her, after which she reluctantly left with the others. Only Arya stayed behind longer, clasping hands with Malthan and passing him something. When he felt it, he blinked in mild surprise, a grin growing on his face. "Shoulda known. You head on back, kid. We'll be there to join you soon." Arya nodded her head slightly, turning and running into one of the last 2 regions of shattered space, as if she couldn't wait to get back. Seeing that only his own little door to the beyond remained, Malthan spared it a brief glance. "Close." The single word shook my mind even more than the previous battle, as if something about it was wrong. Space warped around the shattered region, covering it up as if it had never existed in the first place. With that, I suddenly found myself back in my body, inside the Titan. Unable to adjust for the sudden momentum, I tripped and fell face first, sliding several meters before coming to a stop. "John?" I heard Celeste's confused voice. "Where did Abzul go?" Okay, so clearly she wasn't privy to what had happened. "And why is there a Kulopti sitting on your head?" This. I tried to figure out how to explain, sensing that Malthan had found a new perch when I had fallen down. However, before I could, Malthan himself spoke up. "Hey, Toots. Nice to meet you face to face. I'm Malthan, Lord of Chaos, bringer of madness, and often purveyor of cheese. I've got a few words for Johnny here. So would you mind sending the real you down here for a minute first, before things go too far? His words seemed to have a hidden meaning to them, and Celeste flinched as she heard it. Nonetheless, she nodded. A few moments later, there was a white light that appeared in front of me, and the normal Celeste appeared. Well, not really. Her human-like appearance was completely gone, replaced by the vague, expressionless robotic body she had long ago. A quick scan told me what had happened. Celeste didn't have her soul anymore. What? I started to ask, before she turned to look at me. Thankfully, her voice seemed unchanged. Deus ex machina. It's the final form of my personal skill. In order to use it, I have to sacrifice my entire soul to temporarily imbue it into the construct formed from all my spare bodies. She glanced back towards the slowly standing Celeste. It will degrade over time, likely within a few hours. But why? I couldn't help but ask, looking between Celeste and, well, Celeste. Malthan didn't seem to have a problem staying rooted on my head as it turned. What do you mean, why, silly? She asked, and even without expressions I could tell that her voice sounded happy. If you died, the rest of us wouldn't last much longer. But if you lived, isn't there still the chance for me to get my soul back? This isn't some noble sacrifice or anything like that. I'm totally expecting a new soul. I nodded my head slightly as she said that. Then, what did he mean about things going too far? Not sure, she answered, her voice uncertain. Maybe she thought you'd panic if you saw the big me start breaking down? Malthan nodded his head, as if to confirm that guess. All right, now that that's taken care of, back to the ship with you. There are still some stragglers up there, and I'll be borrowing the big girl, he said, snapping his finger. Not only the original Celeste, but the big one suddenly vanished from my view, replaced by the massive, towering form of Sharon, merged with the lunar titan. Malthan let out a sigh as he saw her looking around in confusion. Revert! His word echoed throughout the world again, and I watched Sharon suddenly shrinking down into her normal appearance. Speaking of which, shouldn't you be turning back to normal now too, John? Not so eager to experience whatever power he was using to fuck with reality, I hurriedly ordered the elemental soldiers to return to the ring. Thankfully, when they did so, Malthan did not continue sitting on my head. Instead, as the rush of mana pushed him away, he gently landed on the ground. That's better. Now, we're still missing someone. This time, when he snapped his fingers, it was Yin that appeared. She looked around in confusion, much as Sharon was, until the two of them saw each other, and then me. John, what is happening? Sharon was the first to ask. I'm not sure, I answered, looking towards Malthan. Because of all that. Yin, he called out to her, walking over to the confused Yin. Do you want to be with Sharon and John, no matter what happens or where they go? Yes, she instantly replied, as if the question did not even require any thought. Even if it means leaving Yang? This time she seemed to hesitate, before nodding her head again. Yes. She is not alone anymore. The words seemed more difficult for her to say, but she was still determined. Good. I like you. Grinning, he reached out his hand, grabbing hers before she could react and placing something in it. When he pulled his hand back, I saw a small cloth badge in the form of a curved black teardrop with a white dot near one end. The old earth symbol for Yin. Hold on to that, and you'll be able to listen to what I'm about to tell these two, Kay? Kay. Saying that, he turned and walked a short distance away, before facing us. Congratulations! The three of you now qualify to become lords of the lower realms, wielders of unimaginable power, and eternally bored out of your mind, he said, lifting his thin arms up into the air as he grinned broadly. Pardon me? What? I questioned as I looked to the god who seemed to have taken a dose of his own insanity. Now, John, that's just rude. I'm being totally serious. You all passed the requirements. He raised his arms up once again, before lowering them with a sigh. Okay, more explanation needed. Where did I put my expositional presentation? Screw it. We're doing this the old-fashioned way. By the way, John, Celeste can't hear any of this. I blocked her off for now. Rules and all that. I faintly nodded my head, remembering the words Hiron had left Malthan with before going home. Okay, so about that explanation? Right. Anyways, there are a lot of ways to ascend to godliness. Most of them just require time before someone naturally finds the way. Like old Zuli. We kept waiting on someone to appear when it was his turn, and he managed to stumble upon a half-dead divine dragon. Being the hungry, starving monster he was, he ate the beast and became the god of war. Other methods include reaching the godly tier in any skill, or growing a universe of your own to rule in as practice. That's where you two come in, he said, pointing to Sharon and myself. Okay, so that's what he meant when he said that it'd be a good thing for her to be there when it evolved. Not just shared ownership, then. Right, John. He nodded towards me, obviously eavesdropping on my thoughts. As for you, Ian, through matters that would take too much time to explain, but I'll be demanded to do so anyways. That badge of yours holds the divinity of Abzul. When a god has their divinity stripped due to breaking the rules and offending another god, that god gains their divinity and has the right to hand it out to whoever he sees fit. I saw fit to give it to you. Enough said about that. So, moving on. He clapped his hands, no doubt not wanting any of us to question his words yet. Why am I becoming a god? What does it mean for those I care about? What kind of food do gods get to eat? I'm glad you didn't ask that, because I'll answer anyways. You see, it's a tale as old as time, a song as old as... Whoops, almost went off track there, he said, looking toward Sharon and Yin accusingly. Well, one of them is technically an evolved animal, and the other is quite the beauty. Way back in the future, trillions of years from now, there existed a powerful being. His race had long since evolved past mortal bodies, becoming one with the universe itself to gain eternity. But eternity only lasts so long. He saw death on the horizon, the heat death of the entire universe. The stars were going out, darkness fell, questions were asked, and I'm making too many references. Malthan briefly slapped himself, getting himself back on the topic. Why do I get the feeling that he doesn't talk to new people often? In order to save the universe itself, as well as his own immortal soul, this being tapped into the hidden powers of his race, separating himself from the universe. After that, he existed above the universe, to the left of the universe, beyond it, however you want to put it. He was in a realm all his own, but he was not without power. He used his power to initiate a grand reset of everything, the big red button for all of creation. Hidden inside his own little world, he was unaffected by the universe being born anew. He created a plan to save everyone, to create more people like him, and use their powers to prevent the end of time itself. So he chose someone from the myriad of galaxies, someone he found worthy. And then they did it all again. After the first couple gods appeared, they noticed that with each reset, the universe itself forgot about everyone that lived in the realm of gods. They would not be born again, their children would not appear, etc. So they began devising a system by which to choose gods, preparing them for this grand mission. That was when the First released a portion of his power into the universe. The ability to alter reality itself, intertwined within all of creation, forming what is now known as magic. I glanced around to Sharon and Yin, and found Sharon desperately opening her mouth, trying to speak, yet her words would not come out. Okay, so no interruptions after all then. With the creation of magic came monsters, powerful beasts formed of this new energy. This created an even greater danger to the people of the universe, so they had to revise things. In order to properly raise the beings of the world to fight the monsters, while also giving birth to the gods that the First sought, they systematized everything. They assigned levels and classes, various restrictions in order to keep everything in check. This is the game-like system that you know now. Time passed, yada yada, more gods came in, but soon, many gods began to focus on the journey more than the destination. After the first 1,000 or two, they stopped worrying about the end of time. After all, they can reset time whenever they wished. So why is it a problem for them? More time passed, and more gods came in. Soon people forgot all about the original god. Right now, there are maybe a handful of gods that even know about it. And you're one of them? And I'm one of them. So eventually, the First simply faded away, either leaving for some higher world or simply returning to his own place in time. We're not really sure, since no timeline has ever made it that far before getting the big red button treatment. At this point, I had to speak up, and was surprised to find my voice even worked. Wait. You're saying that each timeline gets deleted whenever the new gods or whatever come in? I looked back towards Yin, who suddenly had a panicked look on her face. What? No, sorry. Maybe I should call this one the big blue button? We only take one god, or one batch of gods in cases like this, from each timeline before their purpose is fulfilled. From now on, even if someone meets the requirements in this timeline, they can't ascend. And once you three do, this timeline will go into the archives. I looked back to Yin again and saw her raising her hand. You can speak, Malthan told her with a nod. You can't yet, he then said, looking to Sharon, who returned the glance with a glare. Can we visit the archived timelines, like you are doing now? Yin asked, her voice shaking. Of course you can, Malthan answered with a wide smile. You can come back and visit Yang and the others from time to time. And, since this is the timeline in which you came to power, you won't be as restricted as we are. Yin nodded her head with a relieved sigh. Now to answer Boobs McGee. Yes, I've still been hearing all those noisy comments. I've just been ignoring them so that these two could hear the explanation. No, John did not kill Abzul. He totally could have if Zuli didn't break the rules. The Primal Titan is damn near invincible against a warrior type like him. As for why he did all of this, yes, you can stop asking now. After the First went away, some of us noticed his absence. Zuli was one of them, and he began coming up with a plan to bring down the system. If its creator had given up hope, why bother, right? He took all of the most advanced technology and tactics from various timelines in order to create massively overpowered ships, all for the purpose of making an unstoppable fleet that would essentially neuter a timeline before it could produce a god. You see, we have to borrow the burst of energy that comes with the ascension of a new god in order to hit that big blue button. No new god, no button. This was his 13th attempt to basically destroy everything. In the other 12, he failed for various reasons. Either a champion appeared strong enough to kill him before his plan was complete, or someone in a completely different galaxy managed to meet the conditions to ascend before he got to them. But he had always been a good sport about it before, taking a few dozen cycles to adjust his plan before trying again. I guess he got fed up with it after thinking that John here cheated, Malthan said with a shrug. Sharon finally stopped trying to talk, nodding as if she had gotten her answers. So, the reason why the Culopti were in danger of being destroyed before, I glanced at Malthan curiously. If I followed his logic, then there was naturally a time when that didn't happen. Right. The guys that were able to pull everyone together already went up. We have a really high compatibility with the system, so my race produces gods pretty easy, Malthan explained with a smug grin. But that means that once everyone who can has gone up, the rest are just a bunch of retarded children. Still, they almost always manage to discover the different systems all on their own. They just get killed when they meet other races. I nodded my head slightly as I heard that. Okay, so what happens now? Well, first of all, there's this little trick we always pull on the new gods to help them get acquainted with all of these concepts, Malthan explained. Consider it a hazing ritual. Pardon the headaches. Talk more soon. With that, he snapped his fingers. The next thing I knew, my vision had gone black. Chapter 57. The Eye of Time. A light groan escaped my lips as I opened my eyes, momentarily at a loss for where I was. I could feel something soft beneath me, so it definitely wasn't still on that moon. Of course, those thoughts lasted for barely a moment before I quickly brought a hand up to my head, feeling a splitting pain that seemed to want to hammer its way out of my skull. Wakey, wakey, sunshine. I saw the message appear in front of me, though I really wanted nothing more than to immediately dismiss it. Sadly, it did not follow my wishes this time, but persistently remained. It was at this moment when I realized my location, back on my bed in the Ariadne. However, I was not alone. I could feel the presences of both of my wives next to me, each one casually draping a leg over me. Okay, I can accept how we all got back to the ship, but why are we all naked? I thought it'd be more fun this way? Well, it's not, I retorted, shaking my head. Celeste, can you hear me? I needed to make sure whether or not the connection between myself and the AI had been restored. I'm here, John, she answered. Still waiting on that soul, by the way. After Malthan dropped you three off, it didn't take long to finish up with a couple of ships left behind by the Empire. We've just been waiting for you and the other two to wake up. How long were we out? Oh, about 5 hours now. But you should check your messages. Someone kept blocking my connection with you whenever a new one appeared, but you should have a few that popped up. I could tell that she was annoyed for forcibly being kicked out of my head. Nonetheless, I did indeed open up the messages I had missed, curious what I would find. You have leveled all the way up. Quest complete. Beyond Infinity. Rank 11 stars. Extermination. The champion of war, the god himself in disguise, has been slain through your efforts. Reward. The Eye of Time. Quest accepted. One small step for John. Unranked delivery. In your final steps to godhood, your beloved patron has tasked you with going through the highlights of your journey and seeing how your actions have altered fate. Next stop, the closest mirror. Reward. One giant leap for John Kind. Well, that first message was certainly not what I was expecting. Part of me wondered just what all the way up meant, so I opened my character sheet. Name, John Hewlett. Race, Wood Elf. Titles, Vengeful Heart, Amateur Brain Surgeon, Spider Slaughterer, Starship Captain, Creator of Bashiro, Universe Ruler. Fame, 100 million. Level 999, 99%. Class, Druid. Advanced Class, Xenoshifter. Deity, Malthan. Health, 2000 out of 2000. Health Regen, 0. Mana, 4500 out of 4500. Mana Regen, 9000. Strength, 100. Wisdom, 300. Agility, 74. Intelligence, 450. Dexterity, 70. Charisma, 35. Vitality, 200. Luck, 25. Points remaining, 3,955. Universe, 60%. Really? Hey, levels don't really matter anymore for you three, right? Now that the three of you are the big bads of the timeline, why not let you enjoy the little bonus that comes with it? Now I started to wonder what would happen if someone reached level 1000 on their own. Would they just naturally ascend to being a god, or would there be some hard limit? Either way, my internal questioning was interrupted by a groan coming from my left. It seemed that it was Sharon's turn to wake up. John? Where are... Ugh. She brought her hand up to her head as she began talking, likely suffering from the same pain as I had when I woke up. We're back in the ship. Everything's been taken care of, I guess. Check to see if you missed any messages while you were out. I gave her the quickest possible rundown, glancing over to make sure that she was okay. As soon as I did, however, my vision seemed to flash with a golden light. I saw Sharon, back when she was still human, living alone in a giant house. She seemed to go through a fairly normal day-to-day, until suddenly things began to change. Her body split in two, one continuing its normal routine, while the other answered the door to accept a new delivery, the silvery capsule that I recognized as a seed. From there, the images seemed to deviate far more, splitting up in a number of different directions. Some of them became elves like the Sharon before me, some of them stayed humans, and one even turned into a cat girl. However, most of them suffered the same fate. For the images that had split off to receive the seed and begin playing Neo-Life, they had almost all died from a massive black dragon rampaging in the area she lived. As for the ones that had not entered Neo-Life, they still lived relatively calm lives for the next few months, before chaos began to ensue. It was hard to get a clear picture of what was happening, but goblins and slimes had begun appearing around her, and people using magic. Most of the different versions of her had been killed by that point. The only ones that had been left unharmed were either lucky ones that met powerful strangers, or those that stayed forever within Neo-Life, hiding there from the real world. After I saw the deaths of countless different versions of Sharon, my vision flashed with gold again, and I saw her staring up at me from the bed, a confused expression on her face. John? What was that? I noticed that her right eye had turned golden, shining slightly as it looked at me. Quest rewards? I answered, still not completely sure myself. To me, the strangest thing wasn't those visions, but my near absence from them entirely. The only time I ever appeared was when she happened to choose a wood elf, and we briefly met during training. Still, I rolled over and looked at Yin, wanting to get whatever this was over with. Again, there was a flash of golden light. This time, however, the visions were much simpler. Yin had begun her life as a lovebird, after all. There were a few different versions, but most of them simply ended up being eaten by giant snakes or larger predators. Only one managed to attach itself to someone through the same method Yin and I met, but even that one was killed soon after. Malthan, just what is this? I asked inwardly, though I already had a fair guess. Welcome, new god-to-be, to the Eye of Truth. This illustrious new power has been embedded within your body and cannot be removed, so don't bother trying. Until you ascend to godhood, you will see the previous versions of everyone you know. Of course, this only applies to those who you have had an actual influence on. But given the circumstances, that is still quite a lot. Then, why were there so many versions of Sharon that didn't have the seeds and Neolife? Ah, that. It's quite simple, really. The race of the previous ascendant determines where the seeds will appear in the next world. You and Sharon both chose elf-related species, so next time we get to see some more elf action. Think of it as a tutorial period to give one species a bit of an advantage before all hell breaks loose. Okay, not exactly what I had in mind. Part of me wondered what would happen if an evolved monster became the god. Would the seed simply appear in the world the monster was born on? Not feeling like answering this time, huh? I roused Yin from her sleep and had Sharon explain things as I went towards the bathroom. I had a quest to continue after all, and a pretty good idea why it wanted me to find a mirror after what Malthan said. Sure enough, as soon as I looked into the mirror, my vision flashed gold once again. Though unlike when I was watching Sharon's past lives, mine seemed to be split right from the start. On the one side, I had the me who lived alone in a nice house, playing games for a living. The other side was where things seemed to get weird. In it, I wasn't living alone at all. My parents were there, as well as a red-headed woman I had never seen before. Judging by my interactions with her, we were fairly close. Girlfriend? No, it doesn't make sense for us to be living with my parents. The images began splitting again with the arrival of the seeds. In the scenarios where I was alone, I would choose a variety of different races, seemingly picking at random. Yet in the other versions, we would always pick the same race, a pair of high elves. The woman always became a crafter, while I would vary between wizard, fighter, or druid. After Mana flooded the real world, things naturally began changing. In the scenarios where I was alone without Neolife, I tended to die by some monster within the first few months. The other times when I was alone, I would join an organization and fight to protect people, until I was left behind by the ships leaving the planet to abandon the world and most of its population. After that, well, naturally I died by some abyssal horrors. In the other versions of history, things were different. My family had always stuck together, whether we were or without the seeds. Sometimes we died due to a random monster, but other times we would make it through. Most often than not, in these versions, we managed to get our own ship to leave Earth, going and living among the elves. Still, death was inevitable. I saw myself being killed time and again, either by monsters, men, or time itself. Only when I had fully witnessed my past lives did I come back to myself, just to find myself sweating above the bathroom sink, staring into the mirror. Malthan? Did I ever have a sister? Given the apparent relationship between myself and the woman I saw in my timelines, we had to have been family, and I seemed happier in those worlds. Though maybe I shouldn't say that, since every time I met Celeste in those timelines, we ended up dating. That's going to make things awkward later. You really expect me to know the family situation of every single creature over countless different timelines? I mean, really? How am I supposed to know that? He had a point, though I couldn't help but feel like he was hiding something. Yet, part of me did not envy those timelines. Yes, I had lived together with my family for so long, but I hadn't met any of the people that were now close to me. Whether it was Tokemi, Yin, Yang, Yo, even Sharon. None of them played a big role in any of those timelines. With a sigh, I exited the bathroom, only to be greeted by a surprised-looking Yin and an annoyed-looking Sharon. "This is Malthan's fault, isn't it?" Sharon asked, sending a glare upwards as if hoping it would reach him. "Well, according to what he said before, this is supposed to be some kind of tradition. So, yes, it's his fault." I nodded my head, unable to find an excuse to defend him. "I take it you both got the rewards and the new quest?" When I asked that, they both nodded their heads. "It's strange," Yin admitted. "What now?" "Well, first there are people that we need to talk to about this. Namely, one young Time Fox girl who is going to be very upset when she heard the news. I was not looking forward to this conversation." Chapter 58. Loose Ends. After finding Tokemi and explaining the situation to her, her reaction was pretty much what I expected. She looked at me with big, watery eyes, her body trembling. Do you have to go?" she asked, her voice shaking. I could only nod my head in response. Even if there wasn't some calamity even that would occur if we pulled this off, no doubt Malthan would make our lives a living hell until we finished his little quest. "Sorry." Before I could finish apologizing, the young fox girl threw herself at me, burying her head into my chest and sobbing loudly. But I don't want you to go, Daddy. Can't you stay? You and my moms, we can all just stay together, right?" she cried out, not being able to lift her head to look at me. Now who's making the lolly cry, Malthan? I thought internally, shaking my head. "I can't, Tokemi," I spoke softly, bringing my hand up to gently stroke through her silver hair. "But I can come back and visit you as often as possible." Promise?" She sniffled slightly, finally looking up at me with her tear-stained cheeks. When I found her, I was momentarily surprised that the Eye of Time didn't activate. But then I remembered something. The quest that created her was to give birth to something that had never existed in all of time. This should be Tokemi's only timeline, unless someone later makes her like I did. I had a soft smile on my face as I looked down to her. Promise. And that goes for Sharon and Yin too. Even if we had to leave to become gods, Malthan had already said that we could return to this timeline whenever we wanted. Tokemi stared at me for a while, as if trying to tell whether or not I was being honest, before nodding her head slightly. "Oh, okay. But can we all stay together, at least until then?" As she asked that, her arms tightened around my waist, like she was afraid to let me go. "All right, Tokemi. We can stay together," I accepted with another nod. "How about we go meet with the others?" I asked, and she nodded her head again. Reaching down, I took her hand in mine and began walking back towards the room where I had left Yin and Sharon. By the time I arrived, only Sharon was left in the room. No doubt Yin wanted to go and talk to her sister like I did with Tokemi. When Sharon saw the girl walking with me, her eyes held a trace of guilt in them. "I'm sorry, Tokemi. I didn't think something like this was going to happen." It's fine, Mommy." Tokemi shook her head, pulling her hand from mine before running up and jumping into Sharon's arms, wrapping her own arms around the woman's waist. Just visit all the time, okay? Don't forget about me." "Silly child. How could we ever forget about you?" Sharon asked, her eyes watering slightly as she patted Tokemi's back. "We'll come back and visit all the time, just you wait. We'll be here so often you'll get sick of us." Her words seemed to draw a small giggle from Tokemi, though I could still see the tears at the corner of her eyes. "It's a promise," she said, her arms tightening around Sharon again, "Where's Mama Yin?" she asked, looking around curiously as she finally noticed that there was someone missing from the room. "She had to go talk to Yang first," Sharon answered softly, still looking down at Tokemi. This time it was my turn to speak up. "You didn't have anyone to tell?" She smiled slightly, shaking her head. "The only people I really have left are you guys. Jeeves is still working at that space station. And my only other family would be you, Yin, and Tokemi." Ah, I had almost forgotten about Jeeves. After we established the space station around the Kulopti homeworld, he had surprised us all by choosing to stay there and work as a waiter, as opposed to continuing with Sharon. It was that incident that let me get a better look at what the AI companions from Neolife really were. Each companion was exactly what the person needed when they received it. For me, I received a best friend. In the previous timelines, I saw situations where the relationship between Celeste and I had been basically that of lovers, but it seemed like she had never even considered such a thing a possibility in this lifetime. In the truest sense, she was born to be a good friend. For Sharon, perhaps because of her loneliness and need for someone to take care of her, Jeeves took a role more similar to a butler. Yet, unlike Celeste, Jeeves wasn't able to continue his role forever. After Sharon met us and her circle of friends expanded, he said that he was feeling less and less needed. Not in a bad way, he was actually happy about it, because it meant that Sharon no longer needed someone to take care of her. So he chose to take up a different life, serving others at a restaurant. According to him, the Kulopti needed someone to take care of them far more than Sharon ever had. Though I'm pretty sure that bit was just a slightly disgusted insult to the Kulopti. Either way, we hadn't seen him again after leaving that station, and unless our quest took us back to that world, it was unlikely we would again. Though, knowing Malthan, he probably planned for us to visit Kulopti at some point. "Yep, it's the next stop on your list, after all. You can take care of that on your way back to Garen, so it's no real problem." Great, so he's still watching after all, I sighed, shaking my head as I noticed that. Tokemi was still being held in Sharon's arms, the two holding each other. "Hey, John," I suddenly heard Celeste's voice in my mind. "Before we go anywhere else, think you can take care of my little issue? It's really uncomfortable not having a soul anymore." I couldn't help but chuckle slightly. Sure. In truth, doing this for Celeste was actually very easy for me now. With a thought, I pulled her mechanical body into my grove, on an uninhabited world populated by fairly powerful monsters. I didn't even need to strictly enter the grove myself to do this at this point, and several dozen monsters near her died, their souls siphoning away into herself. Afterwards, I brought her back out where I pulled her from. "Thanks, John. I'll need to rest for a bit again to get everything adjusted, and then I should be back to normal." Well, she'll probably have to start leveling up from scratch again, but otherwise at least she was back to being a Deus Ex. The following days were spent in relative silence. Although Abzul had been killed, we still had to go around and make sure to round up all of his remaining followers in the new human empire. Otherwise, they could use the knowledge that he brought back from whatever timeline he used to eventually lead another war, at a time where I might not be around to stop it. Thankfully, there was something that made the problem easier to solve, strangely with Malthan's help. Since I hit what is apparently the level cap, I was able to massively boost my abilities. Right now, I was no longer limited to just scanning one solar system. If I tapped into subspace to speed things up, I could scan up to an entire parsec away, making our search fairly easy. We spent a full week taking care of that, while Celeste acclimated herself to her new soul again. Once that was all taken care of, we got to work on our final quest. The first stop, Kulesh, went fairly smooth. When we arrived, the three of us plus one Tokemi were sitting in the bridge. The moment we saw the planet, all of us had a flash of gold and saw the history of the various timelines. In truth, it was like Malthan had said. At first, the world was fine. The people who had any sense were able to control those that currently ruled the world. But one by one they ascended, the world slowly devolving into what it was now. From what I saw, this was one of the few timelines when someone came along and actually saved them from their fate. And most of the times when someone did, their old habits would just act back up after that person was gone. Really, a doomed species. While we were there, we stopped off to visit old friends. Sharon met up with Jeeves to tell her about what happened, and the Kulopti flights that had been loaned to us for this war were finally able to return home. However, we kept this visit brief, in order to avoid long, drawn-out goodbyes. When we left Kulesh, we had far less people with us than when we had been traveling before. The Deus Ex had returned to their world with the aid of the Warp Gate, leaving the Ariadne as the only ship from the Sons of Chaos that remained. Initially, we had wanted to use the gate to get to Garen, until we saw the destination for our next stop on the quest line. Upon our arrival to Hydra, I was surprised to find that the world had changed significantly since I last left. The previous black spot surrounding the demon dungeon had grown massively. It now seemed to cover nearly a third of the landmass on the planet. And apparently, the vision we were to see this time was specifically for me. I saw how the world would normally progress, a tiny seed of mana eventually turning it into a jungle of carnivorous plants. Every now and then someone would come along and alter the image, but it largely stayed the same until I hit the current timeline. I had managed to land on the world and accelerated its growth well beyond the norm through dungeons, while also placing the demons there. Near the end of the vision, I was shown someone who is currently fighting down on the planet below. Not a demon, but a woman made of plants. She seemed so familiar. It took me a moment to recognize her because she appeared thousands of years before her time. A woman made of foliage, apparently lashing out at the demons who were trying to consume her home. She commanded giant plants with special abilities, and even summoned the nature worm that had given me trouble when I crashed here before. Ariane, I thought to myself hesitantly. I had once made her an offer to take her away from here and let her see the world beyond. Yet she had refused, not willing to leave her family behind. And in this case, her family was the entire planet. I didn't have the strength to accept that kind of request in the past, but what about now? Focusing, I exerted my will to wrap my mana around the world. I worked with the essence of the universe itself to extinguish the demons, causing them to scream in agony as they were ripped apart from their very core. The black region of the world, showing where they had burnt and terraformed the land, seemed to shatter at a visible rate, greenery quickly growing back where it had once been impossible to do so. I even managed to see Ariane herself, who stared in confusion as the pride demon disappeared from in front of her. She looked around, not sure what had happened, while I rooted the demons out from every corner of the world. They were created by the dungeon, and so they would be eliminated with it. In the past, I had owed my survival in this world to Ariane, so in a way I saw this as returning a favor. To those on the ship, they saw the healed planet turning into particles of light that swarmed at the ship, disappearing into my body as I moved the entire planet itself into the grove. For those on the planet, though, it was likely they never even noticed the transition, as I did my best to put them in a location with roughly the same characteristics as where they had been originally. Sharon looked over to me curiously, likely not knowing why I had done what I did, I smiled to her, shaking my head. Just paying back an old debt. She seemed to accept that answer, and we quickly moved on from the empty space. Finally moving towards Garen. This time when we arrived, we saw mixed visions. Garen could be seen as a main system, a place where the seeds could often spawn. Like Earth, there were timelines in which it became absolutely overrun by monsters. In one, the entire system had fallen to ruin when the sun acted the same as our moon. After gathering the mana from the entire system together, it had taken the form of a solar titan, a being far more terrifying than even the lunar titan that I had seen. In other timelines, they lived a fairly peaceful life, not interacting with other worlds for generations. Although there was chaos when the mana initially spread, it was nothing like what would happen when the seeds themselves appeared in the system. However, it didn't seem that we were able to leave quite so fast here. "John, you made it back!" An excited message was broadcast to our ship from the planet below, and we all saw Talia's excited face appearing on the screen. "We've been waiting for you." Chapter 59. Moving on. Apparently, we had taken too long getting back to Garen. At least that was the popular consensus. "Come on, John. Everyone's waiting," Talia called out with a laugh, wearing a sparkling green dress as she walked in front of me. After we had arrived, they called us down to talk, everyone wanting to thank and congratulate us for defeating the Empire. From what was discussed, they had long since planned a festival in our honor, but were simply waiting for us to return to kick it off. However, I really didn't seem to be in the mood for such a festival. I was happy, yes, but there was something else. As I looked around and saw everyone celebrating, the eye of time was constantly activating. I saw the lives and deaths of countless people time and again. I was reminded with every face I saw that none of this was going to last. Soon we were going to ascend or whatever, and they would all start their lives over as if none of this had happened. Yes, this timeline would be archived like all the rest, but just how many times will they relive the same life before it's all over? "We're working on that." I blinked in surprise, not having expected Malthan to be eavesdropping on my thoughts again. "What do you mean? I thought the first or whatever he was left." "He did. The system he created was flawed. No matter how many gods we create, the end of time itself is still the ultimate inevitability for this universe. The system he made won't change that." Now, this was weird. Malthan almost seemed to be taking this seriously. "Then what are you talking about? Isn't that the entire plan?" "Not quite. You've gotten this far, so I can tell you. There are those among us who still remember the initial goal, and who still agree with it. But we all think the first went about it the wrong way. His idea was to change this universe so that it never has to end. But that's impossible. The universe itself won't allow any meddling to that degree. So we are trying something different. Something we think has a chance of success. That's where champions come in. Whenever a champion ascends, their god borrows a bit of power to gain another domain. It's like getting two gods with one." I felt myself growing somewhat annoyed by how he started to explain, and then abruptly stopped, as if purposely building suspense. Right after, I thought he was taking this seriously, too. Thankfully, another message appeared in my vision soon. "Hey, I am taking this seriously. Someone just walked by and grabbed my attention. Anyways, we still need to gather a lot of gods to get our plan to work. So we're following the same general idea that the first laid out. But instead of Project Genesis, this is Project Exodus. Once we get enough gods, and have enough power at our disposal, we plan to superimpose the universe onto the divine realm that the first created. This realm is outside the confines of time, so the end that he had in mind is still able to be achieved, just through a different means. So, the great big plan, the reason people still search for other gods, is to create an entirely new universe? A bit surprising, but from what I've understood so far, they should still be a long ways away from that. Then what happens to all of these archived timelines? Surely they didn't plan to merge them all into one. The sheer number of people copied over each other would be disastrous. They're going to stay in the archives, John. The original homes of all the gods. Until the end of their lifetimes, they will be preserved. And each archive universe has so long to live. By the time it dies, the god in charge of it would have had time to come to peace with it. Everyone they cared about would have moved over. They might still be mortal, but their descendants will never have to fear running out of time. I nodded my head slightly, before I felt a tug on my hand. Tokemi was looking up from beside me, a curious expression on her face. "Is something wrong, Daddy?" she asked as we stood waiting for one of the elves' subways. "No, nothing's wrong, Tokemi." I shook my head with a small smile, but then couldn't help but wonder, what about her? Tokemi was timeless in the truest sense. Time held no power over her. She could theoretically survive until the universe died around her, and she would always be alone, unable to age, even if there was another of her species someday. They could never have a child. Tokemi is special. She's unique. I'll ask around for you. Right now, this realm can only support gods, but once we are ready for the final stage, I'll see if we can bring her over. If it's her, there won't be the problem of crossing timelines. She's just got to survive in this timeline until then. Well, that did help a little. At least I had a way of keeping my promise with her. I let out a long sigh, moving onto the train that arrived to take us to our next destination for the festival. The festival itself was a big party, and I'm sure that there were a lot of people having fun. Even Tokemi seemed to be enjoying herself, dragging me around to watch parades, play games, or just find something to eat. To me, however, that one day felt like it was every bit as long as the time I trapped myself in the bubble of time. Anywhere between months and centuries passed by every time I looked at someone new. Going by what Malthan had said, I must have affected all of their lives, even if it was just by ending this war. But seeing them all die hundreds, if not thousands of times, it made the event far too morbid for me to truly enjoy. Later, when I met up with Sharon and Yin, I saw similar expressions on their faces. They were solemn despite the joyous festival. "John, can we go?" Sharon actually took the initiative to ask that once we were alone. Her voice was steady, but I could see her eyes beginning to water. "Whatever Ascension. Let's just get this over with. Like you said, we can come back any time. But I don't want to see this anymore." Although Yin remained silent, she too nodded her head in agreement. Without saying another word to anyone else, we began moving towards the shipyard. Tokemi was still coming with us, but we just didn't want to see any more people. To our surprise, we actually found Celeste waiting for us. Her appearance had returned to its normal self, with her flowing pink hair and happy expressions. "Hey guys, figured you'd be heading this way soon, so I prepared something for you," she said, motioning off to the side. We had been planning to take a shuttle up to the Ariadne and quietly leave with Celeste piloting the ship, but she seemed to have a different idea. Off in the distance, a familiar ship sat parked, one that we had not seen in ages. Our original ship, the Seraglio. It was the one ship that we really all contributed to creating. Standing in front of it were 4 people. My mom and dad, holding hands and smiling warmly at us. And then there was Tessa and her mom. As we walked closer, we could see that Tessa's eyes were watering, barely restrained tears held in the depths of her eyes. I could understand her a little bit. When I found her, she was a scared elemental who wasn't able to communicate with anyone. In most timelines after the seeds appeared on Earth, that is how she died, treated as a monster. Maybe seeing me go now was hard on her. "It's okay, Tess. We'll be back soon," Tokemi said with a smile, reaching out to comfort Tessa as we drew nearer. "You better, Mimi." She nodded her head heavily. "And John, thank you for everything." Turning towards me, she bowed her head deeply. "Yo and Yang are already inside," my dad said as he walked up to us. "There's not enough room for everyone to go with you, but we figured they deserve the spots." Originally, the ship had only been made to hold myself, Yin, Yang, Sharon, Yo, and Celeste. It really wasn't built to carry too many people. "Thanks." I nodded my head towards the 2 of them before moving towards the ship. There was an oddly echoed bark coming out just as the airlock opened, and a small dog jumped out to tackle us. Well, a small dog with 2 heads. "Chrome, I haven't seen you in a while, buddy." I couldn't help but smile slightly as I recognized the little mutt. But he wasn't the only one in a hurry to greet us. A winged cat shot out from the airlock as well, flying a circle around Sharon before happily landing on her head. Sharon laughed, reaching up to stroke the cat's wings. "Hey, Jasmine, I missed you," she spoke gently, picking Jasmine up and pulling her down into her arms. Jasmine happily snuggled into Sharon's embrace, and we all shared a soft smile as we went inside. "We're ready to go any time, Dad." Yo was already sitting in the cockpit by the time we arrived, Yang standing a short distance behind her. It was strangely nice to see the old ship, without any of its upgraded technologies like the Ariadne had. "Don't worry, I'm driving," Celeste said as she entered behind us, closing the airlock after she did. "But yes, we can leave any time." I looked over to Yin and Sharon, who nodded their heads in agreement, before turning back to Celeste. "Let's do it. Take us up, number 1. I smiled slightly, feeling that the ship lifted up off the ground. As we were leaving the atmosphere, we received a transmission that was apparently going out to all ships in the system. "And now, to commemorate this occasion, High Queen Maeve has asked us to play a special song. We stand with you." After the announcement went out, I heard a familiar melody, a recording of a song I heard before. Soon Celeste's song sang out through the broadcast. "Moving on is the hardest thing, the hardest choice you'll ever make." I looked over and saw a sad smile on Celeste's face as she listened to that song again. "Jumping to subspace." She spoke in a softer tone than normal. Soon we were flying through the vast emptiness of subspace, the world around us distorting as I used my powers to accelerate the ship. The journey to Earth lasted only a few hours under the enhanced speed, moving dozens of times faster than the ship normally could on its own. And when we arrived, we saw what had become of Earth. The land burned, the oceans boiled, and giant monsters flew through the air. A quick scan was all it took for me to discover that there was not a single human living on the planet anymore, even though most of them had been left behind when the colony ships left. "Last stop, kids. Since John's the main character here, let's finish this up at his place." I saw the message appear in front of me, and glancing over to Yin and Sharon told me that they had seen it as well. "Think you can find my old house?" I asked Celeste, who looked at me in confusion before nodding her head. No doubt Malthan was stopping her from seeing these messages still. To no surprise, my house had been destroyed, as had most of the city. Oakland had fallen into the ocean with the rest of California. But as we watched, a golden light surrounded the area it had once been, briefly returning it to how it was in the past. I saw my house reassemble itself, rising out of the sea with a small patch of land. "I think we're being invited," I chuckled, looking to the others. We all knew what came next, so I dropped down onto my knee and looked at Tokemi. "You be a good girl until we get back, okay?" I asked with a smile, and I could see the tears forming in her eyes again as she threw her arms around my neck. "We'll be back as soon as we can. Who knows? We might even be waiting for you when you get to Garen." "Promise?" she asked, and I could feel my shoulder growing damp as she buried her head in it. "If he doesn't promise, I will," Sharon said, reaching down and patting Tokemi's silver hair. "And have I ever lied to you?" "No." She shook her head, finally willing to pull herself back away from me. "Just come back soon." We all nodded our heads to her at that, before I opened up a portal to send us down to the planet. To my surprise, it was Yin that spoke first when we got down to the lawn. "This was not on the scan," she said quietly, drawing mine and Sharon's attention to 3 seeds that sat on the patch of land. Unlike the normal silvery appearance of the capsules, these seemed to be made out of gold. "Congratulations to John, Yin, and Sharon Hewlett for earning the qualifications to ascend to godhood. If you entered the prepared seeds of divinity, we will happily welcome you to our realm, your new home." The 3 of us looked at one another and nodded, moving to enter the capsules. "See you on the other side," I told the 2 of them as the lid began to close. My vision went white for several long moments, before I found myself standing on a stone street. Towering buildings stretched out as far and as high as I could see. People of every race walked about, some interacting warmly with others and some kept to themselves. A short distance ahead, I saw a familiar blue alien arguing with the goddess of justice that I only recently came to learn about. "Oh, come on, Hiron. You know I had cosplay reserved as my 3rd domain. I even had a deal with Carl to trade for ambiguous foreshadowing." He flailed his arms as he shouted out, acting as if he'd been wronged. "Rules are rules. The new gods may choose their own domain, but the god of war is no longer with us. As the patron of the newly ascended, it is your responsibility to take the mantle." Hiron had a playful smile on her face when she said that. The strict image she had shown before all but shattered. "But chaos, madness, and war? Nobody is going to like me. If I had chaos, madness, and ambiguous foreshadowing, I could still play it off." He crossed his arms in a huff, seeing he wasn't going to win this argument. It seemed that the 2 of them hardly even noticed that we appeared. However, there was a 3rd character that did. A woman that ran towards us in a dead sprint, a wide smile on her face. I had always known her as Arya, the elven goddess of fashion. But now, after I saw those visions, another name seemed to fall from my lips as she wrapped her arms around me. Alice. Her eyes seemed to light up as I said her original name, nodding her head happily. "Welcome home, John. I've been waiting a long time. Or should I call you Fallenel now?" she asked, and I looked around just in time to see Sharon and Yin materializing around me, taking in the scenery. "I'll help the 3 of you get adjusted. There's so much to tell you," she laughed, reaching down and grabbing Sharon and Yin's hands before turning to run off towards a nearby building, where we would be living our new lives. Still, in the back of my mind, I could hear that song playing. Walk your path, just never forget. You're not alone, and those beside you walk with you every day. Epilogue. Maybe there is a happy ending. Mom, Dad! Tokemi called out to us as she ran into our embrace, happy to see us again. How long has it been since we ascended? It was hard to keep track. So many things had changed lately. Time was harder to track now. Of course, this wasn't our first time coming down to see her. Tokemi no longer looked like the cute and adorable little girl that she had been when she was created, nor the cute and adorable little preteen that she was when we ascended. Now she had taken on the image of a fully formed adult, after spending time studying her own aura-shifting abilities. "Hey, baby, how've you been?" Sharon asked with a smile, reaching up and gently patting Tokemi's hair, making the fox girl smile happily. "I'm good. What about you guys? How's the next world treating you?" she asked, looking between myself, Sharon, and Yin. All three of us had managed to descend this time, so it was something of a special occasion. Right now, Tokemi was really the only one left who we knew in the world. Everyone else, whether it was my parents, Yang, even the elves, had all gradually passed away over time. Naturally, I'd kept those close to me alive as long as I could by lowering their ages, but that wouldn't last forever. Yang was the first, deciding that she had lived a long and happy life after over 200 years had passed since we ascended. She had no regrets, and passed away with a smile on her face, happy that her sister had been with her in her final moments. After that came my parents, who decided to do so for similar reasons. Yo and Celeste had at one point formed an adventuring duo, choosing a life of action over the slow crawl of day-to-day monotony. Unfortunately, they had an encounter with the lunar titan while exploring the space near Earth. When we discovered that, Sharon flew into a rage and destroyed the titan in body and soul. Only Tokemi had chosen eternity, and for that I was thankful. We still didn't know how long it was until she would get her chance to join us, but we had told her about the possibility. It seemed that was enough to let her make up her mind. She decided that she would wait however long it took. When I was done reminiscing, I noticed a playful smile on Yin's face. "John's champion." "Oh, don't get me started on that." I let out a small huff, shaking my head. As the new gods of impossible odds, I had chosen Akbar to be my champion. However, wouldn't you know it, he ended up getting eaten by one of the elves' giant carnivorous rabbits when it mutated into a monster. Sharon, the goddess of cuteness, was laughing her ass off when she saw that. What is it with me and rabbits? "Are you still seeing... what was her name?" Tokemi asked as she looked at me. "Jorl," I answered, nodding my head. "And yeah, she says I'm making good progress." The side effects of being trapped in the time bubble for nearly 200 years had already made it nearly impossible for me to stand idle before we ascended, so the long waits before anything happened now was a hell for me. Thankfully, I was able to get regular appointments with the goddess of mental trauma, who it turns out was a pretty good therapist. "Speaking of champions, though," Sharon said, glancing over to Yin, "isn't yours about to be born soon?" We had gone through a couple iterations of the timeline so far, so Yin decided to place her bet on someone that would be born after the reset. She ended up with a rather peculiar domain, one that I'd never expected to be free. The goddess of hope nodded her head happily. "Right, next month. She shows promise." Yin smiled as she said that. "What about you?" she asked as she looked toward Tokemi. "I'm doing good, really." She grinned as she spoke. "And I'm not alone. I wanted to show you guys something." We always descended to the same place, the fields in the Kulopti world where we lived those few years after Tokemi was born. It felt like a special place to us, and the Kulopti treated it as a holy site, always making sure it was well preserved. Tokemi grabbed Sharon and Yin by their hands and began dragging them away, motioning for me to follow. She only walked a short distance, leading us behind a towering tree that had grown over the years. Behind there, sitting patiently, was a small boy. Like Tokemi, his hair was silver, and he had a similarly colored tail extending from the base of his back. His body was draped in a black robe as he hastily stood up to greet us, bowing respectfully. "Grandpa, Grandmas, hello?" He spoke in a quiet tone, keeping his head lowered. Seeing our confusion, Tokemi took the chance to explain. "It took me a while, but I found the method to create more Bashiro." She then shyly turned her head away. "I plan to keep it small. Just a few to let me have company when you guys aren't here. If possible, could you ask about getting them in too?" I was about to agree, but naturally, Sharon beat me to it. "Of course we will. How can we just make you leave behind your family like that? I'll talk to the guys up top once we go back. Now, why don't you invite this little one over, and we can have a proper picnic together?" As she said that, rather than waiting for Tokemi to invite him, she reached down and scooped the little boy up in her arms, taking the initiative to move back to where we had been before. Seeing as we were actually having a picnic now, I took the liberty of creating some fruits for us. After that, Tokemi told us what she'd been up to. For the most part, her life had been one of loneliness, aside from our frequent visits. However, she has also become an object of worship herself within this timeline. Not only is she the child of the gods, but she is herself the strongest being in this timeline, with almost complete control of time itself. Looking at her, I could see that her level had stalled in the lower 800s. After our talk, Tokemi and I watched as Yin and Sharon played with Jokin, her son. I glanced over and saw a warm smile on her face as she watched the scene. "I know what you want to ask, Dad. And yes, it's worth it. No matter how long we wait, it'll always be worth it. So I'll wait as long as I need to." She spoke without ever looking at me. She placed her hand down on mine, and her smile grew slightly. "One day, we'll all be together again as a family. There's nothing worth waiting for more than that."